Chapter 1, Let's Go Get Our License. Blue Star, China. Lin Tian looked at the coffee shop not far away. Grandpa, aren't you putting me in a difficult situation?
Lin Tian pinched the folded paper in his pocket and felt helpless. The paper was a marriage contract between his grandfather and a comrade in arms. They had agreed that if they had a boy and a girl, they would marry. If they both had sons, their grandchildren would be married to each other. In the end, his grandfather and his comrade Luo Jiangwo both had sons, and in his generation, he was the one with a penis, and Luo Jiangwo had a granddaughter.
Luo Jiangwo's granddaughter is Luo Bingning.
Lin Tian has seen her picture, and it is no exaggeration to say that no TV star is as beautiful as her.
He also found out online that the Luo family's assets exceeded 10 billion yuan.
This is what can be found in public records, and the actual assets may be even more. Later, Luo Bingning will definitely break the contract and refuse.
Am I not looking for trouble by coming here? Lin Tian walked to the coffee shop with a chaotic mind.
Before his grandfather died, he gave him a phone number. He called 3 days ago to make an appointment to meet Luo Bingning here. He entered the coffee shop and, with the eyes of many men in the coffee shop following him, he saw Luo Bingning sitting quietly in the corner. Perhaps Luo Bingning's aura was too strong, and no one came forward to bother her.
Lin Tian walked over.
In the surprised stares of some people, he sat down across from Luo Bingning.
Hello, I'm Lin Tian. I asked you to come today to talk about the engagement. Lin Tian said.
Luo Bingning nodded slightly. Go ahead. Lin Tian took out the marriage contract. My grandfather and your grandfather were very good friends, and they made this marriage contract, but times have changed.
Let's just forget about the marriage contract.
Before my grandfather passed away, he told me that I had to see you and explain everything.
Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian in surprise. You don't want to marry me?
Lin Tian said with a self-deprecating smile, I know my own limitations.
Your family is flourishing, and ours is ordinary. We are not from the same world. That's it.
I'll pay for the coffee. After saying this, Lin Tian got up to leave.
I told you on the phone to bring your household registration book. Did you bring it? Lu Bingning asked.
Lin Tian nodded slightly. He guessed that Luo Bingning wanted to transfer his household registration to him as compensation. It was difficult to obtain a household registration in the city of S, and he really needed it.
If Luo Bingning took the initiative to help him transfer his household registration, Lin Tian would not refuse.
With a household registration in S city, it would be much more convenient for him to send his children to school in the future.
Then let's go get the certificate. Luo Bingning said.
Huh?
Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning in disbelief.
He suspected that he was hearing things. Did Luo Bingning just say that she would go with him to get the certificate?
What did you say?
Luo Bingning, since your grandfather and my grandfather made this marriage agreement, I should fulfill it.
Our Luo family will never go back on its word. Lin Tian stared at Luo Bingning with a strange look. You don't even know if I have a girlfriend, and now we're going to get married? Luo Bingning smiled and said, You may not know me, but I know you. You have never had a girlfriend and have been single for 23 years. Lin Tian. Lu Bingning, why?
After a long time, Lin Tian frowned and asked.
What kind of man can Luo Bingning not find?
He is ordinary, and Luo Bingning has 1,000 reasons to reject this marriage.
Is it because she's happy to be a father?
But with Luo Bingning's qualifications, there are countless people who would be willing to be a father-in-law. Luo Bingning can find thousands of people with much better qualifications than him. I said, our Luo family does not break promises.
Luo Bingning said solemnly.
Lin Tian looked hesitant, and Luo Bingning whispered, Don't worry, I'm not sick, and I'm not pregnant with someone else's child.
I'm not asking you to be a shield for me.
We can live together after we get married, but I won't fulfill my wife's duties. If we still don't have feelings for each other after 3 years, we'll dissolve the marriage.
Lin Tian was relieved. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Are you sure you want to marry me?
If Luo Bingning insisted, Lin Tian would not object again. Even if they could not be together, it would be nice to look at Luo Bingning's appearance every day.
Yes. Lu Bingning nodded.
The two left the coffee shop.
They got into Luo Bingning's Porsche and arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau half an hour later. Not long after, they received their brand new marriage certificate. When they came out of the civil affairs office, Lin Tian looked a little dazed. He had actually gotten married, and to a beautiful woman like Luo Bingying. Lin Tian, you should return the house you are renting. I bought a house as our wedding house, you can live there. I'll buy you a car for commuting to work. Get back in Luo Bingning's car, Luo Bingning said. You live there too? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded slightly, I go home every day. To the outside world, we are a normal married couple, and you can introduce me to your friends. Lin Tian turned to look at Luo Bingying, what should I call you in the future? Besides, we are husband and wife, and there will always be some intimate behavior in front of outsiders. Lu Bingning's face turned red. You can call me Bingning. We are now husband and wife, so simple things like a hug or holding hands, I won't refuse. Lin Tian smiled. He could hear that Luo Bingning's voice was a little shaky. In her heart, Luo Bingning was not as indifferent as she appeared. The shabby house I rented is not suitable for you to live in. Just live in the house you bought. As for buying a scooter for me, I'll just take the subway. Lin Tian closed his eyes after he finished speaking. He had to take a break. Today's trip was like a dream. After half an hour, the car drove into a high-end residential area. These 3 parking spaces are ours, so you can park your car here in the future. Park the car here, Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't know when he would get a car. His bank card's 6-digit password protected his 4-digit deposit. The elevator has 3 floors and 1 unit, and the 3rd floor is a special nanny elevator. Luo Bingning introduced. Lin Tian was secretly amazed. The apartment he was renting had 3 units per floor, but the houses where the rich lived had only 1 unit per floor. It's good to be rich. Soon the elevator took Lin Tian and the others to the 20th floor. Lin Tian, you can come in. The area of this house is 360 square meters. Although it is not as big as a villa, it should be enough for just the 2 of us. Lu Bingning opened the door. Lin Tian entered the house and looked at Luo Bingning blankly. A silver treasure chest suddenly appeared above Luo Bingning's head. As Luo Bingning walked, the silver treasure chest on her head also moved. What the hell? Lin Tian rubbed his eyes. The silver treasure chest was still there. Lin Tian, what's wrong? Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. Lin Tian coughed lightly and said, Bingying, since we are getting married today, can we hug each other? This way, we won't feel awkward in the future. Lu Bingning stared at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Tian, don't do anything crazy. I've studied martial arts. Not to mention you, even 2 or 3 strong men together are no match for me. Lin Tian nodded, don't worry, it's just a simple hug. That's fine. Luo Bingning took a deep breath and said. Lin Tian walked up and hugged Luo Bingning. His head touched the silver treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. Ding, the treasure chest system is activated, and the silver treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the master level martial arts. Chapter 2, The Golden Finger is here. The treasure chest opened, and a warm current flowed into Lin Tian's body. He felt his bones, muscles, and flesh undergoing drastic changes, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind, making his head dizzy. Ice, which room am I sleeping in? I'm a little dizzy. I want to lie down for a while. Lin Tian let go of Luo Bingning. The silver treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head had disappeared. You can sleep in the 2nd bedroom. There is a separate bathroom. Lu Bingning pointed to the way. Lin Tian nodded and quickly entered the room and closed the door. Lu Bingning covered her face with her hands. She felt her face burning hot. She had actually gotten married with a person she had just met. They had just hugged. Calm down, calm down. It's just a marriage. It's no big deal. 3 years will soon pass, and it's worth it to get Grandpa to calm down. Luo Bingning muttered to herself. Her grandfather strongly supported her marriage to Lin Tian, but her parents were very opposed to it. Her parents and grandfather had argued about this many times, and in the end they decided to let her make the decision. Lu Bingning chose to accept. She was 21 this year, and in 3 years she would only be 24. I have really become a martial arts master. In the room, Lin Tian was shocked.
There was no change in his appearance, but there was a huge change in his body, and even pure internal power was flowing in his meridians. He had already mastered all the fist, palm, sword, and knife techniques, and he felt that he could fight 100 people at once without any problem.
The voice just now prompted the activation of the treasure chest system. I've got the legendary golden finger? Lin Tian was overjoyed. System. Lin Tian tried to call out in his mind.
But no matter how many times he called out, there was no response. This system of his seemed very cold and aloof, ignoring him.
But that's fine. The system just does its job. It's a bit annoying to be like a chatterbox all day long. I wonder if I can get another treasure chest like this. Lin Tian's eyes showed a look of anticipation.
If he gets one treasure chest, he will become a martial arts master.
If he gets a few more, won't he take off from the spot?
In the past 20 years, I have met many people, but this has never happened before.
I met Luo Bingning and the system was activated. Maybe I can only get benefits from Luo Bingning. It seems that I have to find a way to win her over. I can't let my wife get away. Lin Tian's face revealed a faint smile. Luo Bingning still gave him a good impression.
Although she was rich and beautiful, she didn't give him the impression of being aloof.
Boy, this house is expensive.
Lin Tian checked the price of the house in his own neighborhood. Nearly 200,000 yuan per square meter, the total price of this house is over 60 million.
Luo Bingning, do you have time? Let's talk. Lin Tian went into the living room and didn't find Luo Bingning.
He knocked on the door to the master bedroom.
What do you want to talk about? Lu Bingning opened the door and asked in a puzzled tone.
She seemed to have already said everything she needed to say.
Let's talk in the living room. Lin Tian turned and walked towards the living room, and Luo Bingning followed him. Luo Bingning, I checked it out.
The rent for our house is about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per month, plus other expenses, which is 80,000 yuan per month.
I'll pay half of it, and I'll find a way to give you the rest. Lin Tian said.
As a martial arts master, you should be able to earn this money. Lu Bingning frowned. Lin Tian, the house was bought in full and does not require rent, so you don't need to give me the money.
Lin Tian shook his head. Although we are married, I know the actual situation. You are doing this to not go against your grandfather, right? He should be very good to you.
Luo Bingning was silent. Her grandfather really had nothing to say to her. Seeing him lose his temper at his old age, Luo Bingning felt very sorry for him. We are more or less in a shared living situation, so it's normal for me to share the rent.
I can work hard and earn this money. Luo Bingning shook her head. You didn't have to rent such an expensive house. You don't have to pay the rent, you can just earn enough to cover living expenses. As a man, you should be able to earn enough to support your family and your wife. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning didn't seem to be purely trying to get through the 3 years. If he performed well, he might be able to get a permanent position. Lu Bingjing, let's not announce our marriage to the public yet. Let's just say we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Tian said. Why? Lu Bingning asked in confusion. Lin Tian Dao, what's the point of having a wedding when you're already married?
In our situation, there's no need to have a wedding now.
Okay. Lu Bingning nodded. It is indeed not very appropriate to hold a wedding now. If her parents met Lin Tian, they would probably not look favorably on it. Is there anything else? Lin Tian said, I don't know much about you. Since we're married, can you introduce yourself in more detail?
Lu Bingning nodded with a smile, of course. I'm 21 years old, my birthday is on June 8th of the Gregorian calendar, and I just had a birthday last month, so you saved me a birthday present. I skipped 2 grades in elementary school, went to college at the age of 16, graduated from Peking University last year, and now I have my own small company.
Lin Tian was amazed.
Luo Bingning was still a top student. She skipped 2 grades in elementary school and was admitted to Peking University at the age of 16. Compared to herself, Lin Tian felt that he was really not worthy of Luo Bingning.
What kind of company do you run? I don't mean to pry, but if someone asks and I don't know, it's embarrassing. Lin Tian asked.
Luo Bingning smiled lightly, a cosmetics company, making high-end cosmetics, but it doesn't have much fame in the industry for the time being.
Let's add WeChat. I'll send you the address. Lin Tian nodded. The two quickly added WeChat.
Luo Bingning took Lin Tian's phone and changed the profile picture to a couple's photo for herself and Lin Tian.
First, you can record your fingerprint, and then I will take you to the property to record your face, so you can come in without me showing you the way. Okay.
After recording their fingerprints, Lin Tian and the others went to the property management office.
Hello, this is my boyfriend. Could you please take his fingerprint for the access control?
Luo Bingning said to a staff member at the property management office.
Okay.
The face and fingerprint were quickly recorded, and Lin Tian and the others left. A security guard at the property sneaked off to a secluded place.
Li Xiao, you asked me to keep an eye on Miss Luo.
She just brought a man in to have his face and fingerprints recorded. She also said that the man was her boyfriend. The security guard lowered his voice as he made the call.
The other end of the phone was a rich second generation who was chasing Luo Bingning. Hearing this, he instantly exploded. Luo Bingning has a boyfriend? Are you sure? Mr. Li, I'm sure.
I heard it very clearly.
Chapter 3, A Punch Smashes a Wall.
Back home, Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian the car keys. Lin Tian, as far as I know, you got your driver's license in your sophomore year. You can drive my car to move, I'll cook some food, we'll eat at home at noon, you hurry up.
Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning in surprise. How could a rich and beautiful girl like Luo Bingning cook? What are you looking at? I like to cook. After all, today is our wedding day, and it's worth it for me to cook. Luo Bingning said in a sweet voice. Okay, I'll go move the house. I won't drive the car. Your car is not cheap. I'm a novice, so I don't want to crash your car. Lin Tian put down Luo Bingning's car keys and left quickly. Luo Bingning's car is a Porsche Panamera.
A car worth over $1 million is nothing special to Luo Bingning. But to Lin Tian, it is very expensive. If it is scratched or damaged, he cannot afford to pay for it.
He and Luo Bingning are not really married yet.
As he walked out of the community, Lin Tian was overwhelmed with emotion.
The world is truly a wondrous place.
Yesterday he was just an ordinary social animal, but today he has actually gotten a marriage license with Luo Bingning and has also become a martial arts master.
Li Xiao, I've sent you the photos. The 5,000 yuan you promised me.
As Lin Tian walked away, the security guard who had taken his photo sent it out.
Are you sure it's him? His clothes don't add up to 500 yuan. After receiving the photo, Li Feng quickly sent a message to question it. He knew that the Luo family had assets of 2 to 300 billion yuan, and that Luo Bingning was the only child in the third generation of the Luo family, so all of this wealth would go to Luo Bingning in the future. He didn't believe that Luo Bingning would choose an ordinary poor guy. And even if Luo Bingning was willing, how could her parents agree?
Mr. Li, there is absolutely no mistake.
I may not be educated, but I have good eyesight. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Mr. Li, or else how could I make a living? Li Feng quickly transferred 10,000 yuan. Keep an eye on this young master. If you do a good job, you will be rewarded. If you don't do a good job, you won't be able to survive in S City. After sending the message, Li Feng clicked on Lin Tian's photo. He looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about Lin Tian. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, and he was only a little handsome. He was probably not even 1.8 meters tall. There were a lot of people like that on the street. Could Lin Tian be the shield that Luo Bingning was looking for? Luo Bingning didn't dare to find someone outstanding, afraid that the other party would think about this and that, and find an ordinary person who could be sent away at any time? Li Feng thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was not low. He had started chasing Luo Bingning 3 years ago, and he had never seen her be intimate with any man. Find out as much information as possible about this person. But don't alert the other party. Li Feng contacted another person, a private detective with whom he had already worked together several times. Okay, Mr. Li. As always, the price depends on the difficulty of the investigation. How do you make money? On the subway, Lin Tian thought to himself. He had to quit his old job. 5,000 yuan a month was enough to support himself, but it was difficult to support a family in a place like S City. Moreover, he had told Luo Bingning that he would pay 40,000 yuan in rent.
If Luo Bingning doesn't accept it, he'd better be able to earn 40,000 yuan a month, which would be good for the family's expenses.
Water and electricity, property management, babysitter, food, the total expenses will not be small.
I am now a martial arts master, and I am more than qualified to be a bodyguard. I should be able to earn 100,000 to 800,000 yuan as a high-level bodyguard. But if I work as a bodyguard for someone else, people will definitely laugh at Luo Bingning in the future. The bodyguard was quickly eliminated by Lin Tian.
Open a martial arts school? Lin Tian thought. But he didn't know what kind of qualifications were needed. And what he knew was really not easy to teach others. How long does it take to practice internal strength?
Without internal strength as a foundation, palm techniques and fists are just showmanship. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes lit up.
He saw someone live streaming.
These days, those big anchors are making a lot of money, and he could definitely use live streaming to make money. As a martial arts master, it would not be difficult for him to attract fans. If he broadcasts a flying knife live, he can hit the target 100% of the time from 100 meters away. Within 10 meters, he is confident that he can cut the wings of a flying fly with a flying knife.
If he were an outdoor anchor, he could easily perform some extreme stunts.
But if he becomes a host, he will have to face the camera a lot. Although he is not socially anxious, he will feel uncomfortable when he is constantly in front of the camera.
Oh, I don't even need to show my face. I could wear a mask and maintain a sense of mystery. Lin Tian smiled. With his current ability, it shouldn't be difficult to accumulate millions of fans.
Even if he doesn't take products or accept advertisements, he can still earn a lot of money from simple rewards.
I'll move today and quit my job tomorrow. Lin Tian thought to himself.
His current job is hard, and not only does it pay little. If it weren't for the need to survive in the city, Lin Tian would have quit long ago. After 3 subway rides, Lin Tian finally arrived at the place where he rented a house. The house is in the suburbs, and it takes a lot of time to commute to work every day. Lin, your rent will increase by 200 yuan next month.
If you agree, you can rent it. If not, you should pack up and move out in the next 2 days. Just as he arrived at the front door, the landlord came out of the room. Lin Tian said with a dark face, "Landlord, you entered the room without my permission? What's wrong with me entering my own house?" The landlord said nonchalantly. Lin Tian took a deep breath, "I'm not renting the house. You can give me back my deposit, and I'll pack up and move out later." The landlord's face changed. He wanted to raise the rent, but he didn't want Lin Tian to move out. It might take a while for Lin Tian to find a new tenant. "You can move out, but if you move out now, you won't get a penny of your deposit back because of the damage to the room," the landlord said coldly.
"You tell me what I've damaged."
Lin Tian entered the room and said, "Here and here." The landlord casually pointed to 2 places. Lin Tian sneered, "These 2 places were damaged when he rented it." "Landlord, this wall is also broken."
Lin Tian pointed to a wall that was intact.
Boom!
The next second, Lin Tian punched the wall heavily. This wall is not a load-bearing wall, and the wall was directly smashed by him to make a hole.
"Landlord, how much do you think this will cost?"
Lin Tian said with a smile.
The landlord took a step back.
He looked at Lin Tian in horror. Lin Tian looked gentle and refined, but he was so terrifying when he punched. If he had been hit by this punch, he would have been sent away.
"Xiao Lin.
Brother, this is how the wall is supposed to look. And I just remembered that those 2 places were already damaged."
The landlord's face turned pale.
He was so scared that he quickly took out his phone to return the deposit.
Chapter 4 Mr. Lin, happy wedding. It smells good. When Lin Tian opened the door, he smelled a strong fragrance.
"Lin Tian, I'll just stir-fry some vegetables and we can eat."
Lu Bingning, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up. Lin Tian nodded.
He put his things away, washed his hands, and went to the dining room. There were already 3 dishes and a soup on the table, and they all looked very good.
"Luo Bingning, you're really good at cooking, much better than me," Lin Tian praised. He looked into the kitchen. Lu Bingning was wearing an apron and frying the food.
Her back was also very attractive, and the picture was very warm.
Lin Tian couldn't take his eyes off it.
If Luo Bingning could really become his wife,
That would be great. What are you looking at?
Luo Bingying turned her head and said with a slight blush.
Lin Tian coughed lightly. I was watching you cook.
I didn't expect you, a rich young lady, to be such a good cook. There's nothing to see, so hurry up and serve the rice. Luo Bingning knew that Lin Tian had just been staring at her, but she didn't point it out.
In name, they were now husband and wife. Lin Tian looked at her with a sense of legitimacy. Okay. Lin Tian quickly finished serving the rice.
Luo Bingning also served the fried vegetables, and she also took out a bottle of expensive red wine from the wine cabinet.
Drinking wine?
Lin Tian was a little surprised.
Luo Bingning nodded. Today is our wedding day, and this is our first meal after our wedding, which is quite memorable. Lin Tian smiled. It seems that I might be able to get a permanent position? Lu Bingying should not want that.
If they really get together, the memories of this special day will be pale.
Of course. I said I would definitely give you a chance.
But if we still don't have feelings for each other after 3 years, I'll leave.
Lu Bingning poured 2 glasses of red wine. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your marriage.
Lu Bingning raised her glass and smiled.
Happy wedding.
Lin Tian and Luo Bingning lightly clinked glasses, and both took a sip of the red wine. Lin Tian didn't know much about wine, but this red wine tasted pretty good.
Try it and see how it tastes. Lin Tian nodded.
He tasted all the dishes in turn, and Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was amazed. Bingning, your cooking is definitely chef level.
As long as you like it. I like to cook, but I can't eat much because I'm on a diet.
Luo Bingning smiled slightly.
Lin Tian laughed. Then I'm in luck.
After a while, Luo Bingning said, Lin Tian, there's something I need to tell you.
My father called and he cancelled my credit card. Does your father know that we have a marriage certificate? Lu Bingying nodded. I didn't hide it from my family. My father's point is that since I'm married, we have to live on our own.
The operation of my company will not be affected, but the company has not yet taken off, and I only pay myself 20,000 yuan a month. 20,000 yuan is a lot for ordinary people, but it's not much for Luo Bingning. She used to spend more than that on a single piece of clothing.
Your father seems to want you to experience hardship and turn back. Luo Bingning nodded gently. That's what my parents think. But since I promised for 3 years, I will definitely stick to it.
I was going to hire an au pair, but now I can't afford it. I'll take care of the house's property fees and utilities, and you'll pay for the rest of the living expenses. Lin Tian Dao, the property and utility fees add up to about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. You only have 20,000 yuan a month.
Will that be enough for you to spend?
Save a little.
I didn't expect my father to use this tactic. Luo Bingning was a little depressed.
In the past, she used her credit card to spend 100,000 to 200,000 yuan every month, but now the little money she has left is only 1/10 of what she used to spend.
Bingying, I will make money as quickly as possible.
Lin Tian said seriously.
Luo Bingning nodded, but she didn't expect it. Lin Tian had only just graduated from a mediocre university. How much could he earn a month?
An average college student earns a few thousand yuan a month.
Lin Tian, my father doesn't want me to find you a job.
If she can help, it would be easy for Lin Tian to find a high-paying job.
It's okay, I can handle it myself.
The two of them chatted, and before they knew it, the meal was almost over. Most of the dishes had gone into Lin Tian's stomach, and his appetite had increased a lot.
Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang.
From the video intercom system, Lin Tian saw a girl dressed in fashionable and delicate clothes. She was at the entrance of the lobby downstairs. Bingying, she is. Luo Bingying was helpless. Her name is Tang Yan, she is my best friend, she knows I live here, but I didn't expect her to come over at this time. She's not a bad person, but I live with you, and she's afraid she'll pick on you.
Lin Tian nodded slightly, normal.
It's no surprise that Luo Bingning actually lives with him. A true best friend wouldn't pick on you. If you still wish her well at a time like this, then you're definitely a fake best friend.
Swallow, the door is open. Lu Bingning clicked on the screen to open the downstairs door. Tang Yan came up soon after, and Luo Bingning opened the door.
Bingying, he is.
Tang Yan froze when she saw Lin Tian behind Luo Bingning. There is a man in Luo Bingning's house. What is going on? Swallow, his name is Lin Tian.
He is my boyfriend. Lin Tian, Swallow is my best friend. She comes from a martial arts family and is very skilled. She taught me all my martial arts.
Lu Bingning introduced with a smile. Tang Yan stared at Lin Tian with a fierce look.
She felt that Luo Bingning must have been deceived by Lin Tian.
Lin Tian looked ordinary, so how could Luo Bingning choose him as her boyfriend? Hello, Tang Yan. Lin Tian said hello. Tang Yan nodded, hello.
Lin Tian, I don't know where you're from,
what your parents do, or where you work. As Bingning's best friend, I'm a bit nosy, don't you mind? Bingning is sometimes smart, but sometimes she can be easily confused. Lu Bingning took Tang Yan's arm. Swallow, I'll tell you about Lin Tian.
Lin Tian, I'll cook the rice, but you'll have to wash the dishes.
No problem. Lin Tian went to wash the dishes. Tang Yan led Luo Bingning into the master bedroom. Luo Bingning told Tang Yan about Lin Tian's situation, and Tang Yan couldn't believe it. Bingning, have you gone crazy?
Your family has billions of assets, and you are the pride of the family. Lin Tian has nothing, and you are from two different worlds.
Tang Yan tried to persuade Luo Bingning. Swallow, don't persuade me anymore. Our family is rich. For me, the person I'm looking for doesn't need to be rich.
It's enough that he understands that I love him.
You, sigh. Tang Yan looked helpless. She had persuaded Luo Bingning for half an hour.
She was so desperate that she was dry of saliva, but Luo Bingning was still unmoved.
How did you two meet? How come I haven't seen him before? Tang Yan asked in confusion. Online dating. Tang Yan. She looked at Luo Bingning speechlessly. The daughter of the Luo family was actually playing online and was deeply involved in it. No, where's your phone? I have to install an anti-scam app on your phone.
I think Lin Tian is probably a liar, so don't let him trick you into giving him money or sex.
Tang Yan's face darkened. I still have to call Uncle Luo. If he gets conned, Uncle Luo will send him to work for the government. Chapter 5, Watching a Movie with Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning frowned. My father already knows. He has stopped my credit card. Swallow, don't do anything rash. You don't know Lin Tian. Tang Yan slapped her head. Bingning, you two are in an online relationship, so do you really know him?
You're a talented girl from Peking University, but you've probably been deceived by him.
I'll help you get rid of him.
Lu Bingning hurriedly said, I promised my father that I would not sleep with him for the time being. If you mess around, I will sleep with him today.
Tang Yan. Bingning, Uncle Luo must be furious. You said you were smart at business, right?
Although your company is not yet fully established, it is already valued at over 100 million.
What exactly do you like about him? Tang Yan persuaded her with great difficulty.
Luo Bingning, he may not be rich, his job is average, his family is average, and his looks are average, but as long as he loves me, that's enough.
You can say that to me, but don't tell your father. Tang Yan covered her chest, she was too weak to complain. Luo Bingning smiled, okay, Swallow, I know what I'm doing. There are many people around me who pursue me, but they basically only want my family's money. Lin Tian is not.
Lu Bingning really believed Lin Tian on this point. Lin Kai had never intended to marry her in the first place. It was she who wanted to fulfill her grandfather's wish and took the initiative to marry Lin Tian.
I'm defeated by you. Bingning, I'll just say one thing. You must lock the door when you go to bed at night, and you must never get drunk. Understand? Tang Yan said weakly. Luo Bingning blinked her eyes. Swallow, it seems to be 2 o'clock. Tang Yan gave Luo Bingning a cold look. I'm so angry with you. Bingning, even if you want to date him, you don't have to live together. If you really want to live together, how about I move in with you? Luo Bingning shook her head, not really. Don't worry, I can definitely protect myself. I'll listen to you and lock the door at night. Tang Yan sighed. If anything happens, just call me and I'll be there in 10 minutes. Tang Yan doesn't live in this neighborhood, but her home is very close. She can get to Luo Bingning's place on her motorcycle in 10 minutes. Okay, don't tell Lin Tian anything.
I won't say anything, but I'll catch him sooner or later. The two women came out of the room, and Lin Tian had finished washing the dishes by then. Handsome Lin, you met Bing Ying online and now you know she's a rich woman.
What do you think? Tang Yan looked like a curious child.
She wanted to make Lin Tian reveal his true colors in the conversation.
Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingying.
Online dating was something he and Luo Bingying had discussed over dinner, and he never thought it would come in handy so soon. His thoughts were that soft rice is really delicious.
I never thought that I would be able to eat soft rice again with my looks. Lin Tian joked. Tang Yan, knowing about Bingning's situation, don't you feel the pressure? Everything Bingning eats and uses is not cheap. She has many suitors, including many second-generation officials and rich people. If they knew that you had won her over, they would be very angry.
Lu Bingying quickly said, Swallow, don't deliberately scare Lin Tian. Lin Tian, the people who chase me are indeed second-generation officials and rich second-generation, but they are not that scary. They don't need to break the law. They also know that if they mess around, they won't have any hope, and if that gets out, they'll become a laughingstock in the circle.
Tang Yan rolled her eyes in secret. Luo Bingning actually undermined her.
It seems that I need to find an opportunity to talk to Lin Tian alone and let Lin Tian leave on his own initiative.
Bingying, I won't be a third wheel. Goodbye. Tang Yan left quickly. Lin Tian was with Luo Bingning, and she was not in a position to move.
Lin Tian, according to my understanding of Tang Yan, she will probably look for you in the future.
She may also deliberately say things to provoke you and make you leave. Lin Tian nodded, she seems to be genuinely concerned about you. I won't argue with her. There are some good movies recently. Do you want to go see them? Want to go to the movies? Sure.
Lu Bingying nodded slightly after some consideration. She had never seen a movie with a boy before, but she agreed to give him a chance. Lin Tian had never asked her to go to the movies before, so she couldn't refuse.
Moreover, today they were getting married, so it would be nice to go out and see a movie.
Both of them had drunk wine, and Lin Tian took a taxi to the mall. Brother, your girlfriend is so pretty. Buy her a bunch of roses. At the entrance to the mall, a little girl approached him and said in a crisp voice, You have a pretty girlfriend.
Then just one.
Lin Tian said with a smile.
He bought a rose for 10 yuan and gave it to Luo Bingying. Thank you. Luo Bingning smiled and said, This one is enough.
We're short of money now, so don't spend money on a big bunch of flowers.
Lin Tian nodded.
He didn't have much money on his bank card, so he wouldn't pretend to be rich. Soon, Lin Tian and the others arrived at the cinema.
Bingying, you go sit over there for a while, I'll go get the tickets in line. Okay. Lu Bingning nodded.
It didn't take long for Lin Tian to get the tickets.
A man appeared next to him. Lin Tian, right? Someone wants to talk to you. You'd better be smart. Lin Tian frowned inwardly.
He thought that the person who wanted to talk to him was probably Luo Bingying's suitor, but he didn't expect to be targeted by her suitor so quickly.
There must be someone spying on him in the community. Lin Tian thought to himself. If you want to talk, the movie is about to start. Let's talk after I've watched the movie with Bingying. You don't want Bingying to know, do you? Don't play tricks, or you won't have a good time. The man next to Lin Tian left, and Lin Tian went to Luo Bingying. Luo Bingying was just looking at her phone and didn't notice what was going on. Bingying, do you want some popcorn? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingying shook her head, popcorn makes you fat, I don't eat it. Then let's go in.
It was almost time, so Lin Tian and the others quickly checked in and entered the theater.
Mr. Phone, Lin Tian said that we can talk after the movie.
I didn't want to disturb Miss Luo, so I didn't dare to use force.
We may have to wait.
The man who threatened Lin Tian approached a young man. This young man is called Li Feng, and he is the young man that the security guard contacted. He had a private detective investigate Lin Tian, and within 2 or 3 hours the private detective gave him detailed information.
Lin Tian was ordinary, and the investigation was very easy. Seeing Lin Tian's information, Li Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Luo Bingning is the pride of the family, and in the future, the Luo family's tens of billions of assets will all be hers. Lin Tian's information shows that he is ordinary and ordinary. But now Luo Bingning is actually living with Lin Tian. What a bastard!
Li Feng cursed in his heart, and Lin Tian, an ordinary person, actually made him wait.
What movie are they watching? Go buy me a ticket. Okay, Mr. Feng. It didn't take long for Li Feng to get the movie tickets.
He entered the theater and soon found Lin Tian and Luo Bingning sitting together.
Let's switch seats. Here's my ticket.
Li Feng paid to change seats, and he could see Lin Tian and the others from where he was sitting.
Chapter 6, Another Treasure Chest.
The movie started soon after, and it was an action blockbuster.
In the past, Lin Tian loved watching this kind of action blockbuster.
The punches and kicks were very exciting and refreshing, but after watching it for a while, he frowned from time to time. Having become a martial arts master, many of the fights in his eyes were too childish and playful, and many of the actions were completely unreasonable.
If I were to become a martial arts director, I could probably make a lot of money.
But compared to making money from live broadcasts, a martial arts director would definitely make much less money. Lin Tian thought to himself, and his mind wandered.
Luo Bingning was watching the movie attentively.
She had learned martial arts, and unlike most girls, she liked action movies. In the back left, Li Feng kept staring at Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian had long known that Li Feng was staring at them, but he didn't care. Even if Luo Bingning is just an ordinary girl, there will be no shortage of men chasing after her because of her looks, not to mention the Luo family's staggering assets. Halfway through the movie, Luo Bingning noticed something unusual. She happened to turn her head and caught a glimpse of Li Feng staring at them. Li Feng quickly looked down. The cinema was dark. He hoped that Luo Bingning didn't see him clearly, but Luo Bingning recognized him at the first time.
Li Feng. Lu Bingying frowned.
3 years ago, by chance, Li Feng saw her and then pursued her in every way. Luo Bingning repeatedly rejected him, but he kept pestering her.
Lu Bingning had learned about Li Feng's background.
His family had assets of 350 million yuan, which was very, very rich for an ordinary person.
But 3.5 billion is far less than the Luo family.
Lin Tian will definitely have to hold hands in public in the future.
Why don't we try it now?
Lu Bingying leaned her head closer to Lin Tian and whispered.
Okay. Lin Tian nodded.
He would never refuse such a good thing. Lu Bingning held out her hand, and Lin Tian reached out and held Lu Bingning's jade hand. Lu Bingning's hand trembled slightly, and she was not used to this.
But they were married, so holding hands was normal. Could they not even hold hands in front of others in the future? It's just a handshake. It's fine.
We are married. If we don't even let our hands touch, that would be too ridiculous.
It would be better not to waste his time.
Lu Bingning silently said to herself, and her hand gradually relaxed. Lin Tian's heart was beating faster. Luo Bingning's small hands were soft and smooth, and it was very comfortable to hold them. This was the first time he had held a girl's hand. And the other person was a goddess like Luo Bingning.
Ha! A black treasure chest slowly appeared above Luo Bingning's head. This black treasure chest was not as exquisite as the silver treasure chest before. The original one was a silver treasure chest, and this one is a black iron treasure chest?
Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he began to observe the rest of the people. The others were watching the movie carefully, and the black iron treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head was obvious, but the people sitting behind didn't notice anything unusual.
I shook hands with Bingning.
This treasure chest appeared, and the previous treasure chest appeared when I first entered the house.
Is there a pattern to this? Lin Tian pondered, but he couldn't think of it. If Luo Bingning's emotions were affected, why didn't it appear on her head when she was getting her license?
If it was a close contact, it would have appeared when she first entered the room, before she hugged the treasure chest.
Bingning, there's a mosquito.
Lin Tian said, loosened Luo Bingning's hand and waved it towards her head. The black iron treasure chest disappeared the moment it touched his hand. He let go of her hand and took her hand again, clasping their fingers together. Lu Bingning looked down at her hands and Lin Tian's hands.
The difference between holding hands and clasping hands is not small.
This guy, he's got some nerve. Luo Bingning thought to herself, and after a moment of hesitation, she did not pull back her hand. After all, today was a special day for them to get married.
This is a one-time thing, not a habit.
Lu Bingning leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and forced her attention to refocus on the movie.
It's not bad that the black iron treasure chest actually has such a skill. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A flood of information about the arrow came into his mind. This black iron treasure chest opened up the arrow master skill. It took Lin Tian 10 minutes to digest the skills he had obtained. The arrow master skill gave him about 50 years of arrow experience. His current level of arrow playing is far beyond that of the average arrow enthusiast, and there are no more than 10 people in the entire country who are better than him. If I play a song in the park now, I think I can make a lot of old people cry. Lin Tian thought to himself. Before he knew it, the movie was over, and Lin Tian stood up, holding Luo Bingning's hand. Damn! Li Feng's eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't see it when they were sitting, but now he could see clearly that Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were holding hands and even interlacing their fingers. Lin Tian, I curse you! Li Feng cursed in his heart. He was furious. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning seem to be a real couple. They are probably already sleeping together. It is estimated that Luo Bingning's first time has already been taken by Lin Tian. Thinking about this, Li Feng's anger in his heart soared. Lin Tian, go outside and wait for me. I'm going to the bathroom. After leaving the theater, Luo Bingning said to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and left first. Li Feng came out and Luo Bingning walked up to him with a cold face. Li Feng, Lin Tian is my boyfriend. If you dare to mess with me, I will do everything I can to bankrupt your family within 6 months. If you don't believe me, we'll see. Luo Bingning threatened. Li Feng's face was unsightly. Bingning, Lin Tian is just an ordinary person, and his family is also ordinary. He doesn't deserve you. Luo Bingning said coldly, remember what I said. And if you tell the others that you want to use a knife to kill someone, I will also come after you. You have someone in the neighborhood, right? Tell him to get lost. If you spy on us again, you'll be responsible for the consequences. After saying that, Luo Bingning turned and left. Li Feng clenched his teeth. He really wanted to be tough, but he couldn't. The Li and Luo families were too different in strength. Kid, you're smart. You come with me, my boss will come talk to you soon. Outside the theater, the man who had threatened Lin Tian appeared. In his opinion, Lin Tian's first appearance with Luo Bingning was a sign of obedience. Lead the way. Lin Tian said calmly. The man led Lin Tian to a secluded place and sneered, Kid, you know what will happen if a toad tries to eat swan meat? I don't know. Can you teach me? Lin Tian's expression was calm. If the other party dares to attack, he promises to beat him so badly that his mother won't recognize him. Drip, drip. The man was about to teach Lin Tian a lesson when his cell phone rang. It was Li Feng calling, so he quickly took out his cell phone and answered the call. Have you finished teaching Lin Tian a lesson? Let him go. Li Feng hung up the phone after saying that. Kid, you're lucky. The man left quickly after saying that. Lin Tian was thinking, and Luo Bingning guessed that she had discovered the other party. The other party suddenly gave up, probably because Luo Bingning had put pressure on the other party. Gee, it feels good to have a wife to protect you. Lin Tian's face showed a faint smile. Chapter 7, we need to hurry and make money. Lin Tian, where did you just go? The two of them met up, and Luo Bingning looked up and down at Lin Tian. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian didn't look like he had been beaten up. I also wanted to go to the bathroom when I came out. Lin Tian explained that he didn't say anything about what had just happened. Lin Tian, I just got a call. I have to go to the office for something. I won't be back for dinner. You'll have to figure out how to get dinner yourself. Luo Bingning hurriedly left after saying that, as the company owner, even though it was Sunday, she still needed to handle some things personally. I also have to hurry up and make money. Lin Tian went to a store and bought a mask that suited him. The mask can cover his entire face, and he can also use his inner strength to change his voice, so that even acquaintances will not be able to recognize him. He opened the Huayin app and deleted all of his more than 10 followers. Then he turned on all the privacy settings. Huayin app is the largest short video platform in China, with super traffic, and the top anchors all earn a lot of money. Lin Tian didn't have such high expectations. He could earn a little money every month, which was enough to cover his and Luo Bingning's daily expenses. He has a wife, doesn't he? Where should he go? Lin Tian pondered. If he hadn't learned
the arrow, he would have gone into the outdoors or martial arts, but now he had another option.
I don't know which one has more fans.
Lin Tian quickly found several hosts who played the arrow well, and they all had millions of fans. Martial arts hosts had far fewer fans. This situation surprised Lin Tian very much. He thought the latter would have more fans. Could it be that because arrow is traditional culture and has a large following, while flying knives are more likely to corrupt children and have a much smaller following? Lin Tian pondered, and he felt that this possibility was not small. These people play the arrow well, but they are far from being masters. I think I can get a lot of fans if I develop in this direction. It should be no problem to earn a living. Lin Tian decided to develop in this direction first. He needs to travel around for martial arts and outdoor broadcasts, and needs to consider the content. He can just sit down and play the arrow anywhere. First, he bought an arrow. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at a musical instrument store. "Excuse me, sir, what kind of instrument are you looking for?" The owner came up to him. Lin Tian saw a number of arrows hanging on the wall. "Boss, do you have any arrow under 2,000 yuan that are still of good quality?" A cheap arrow can be bought for a few $100s, but his arrow is at least master level, so an arrow like that would be a shame for his level. As for the expensive ones, he couldn't afford them. "Of course, sir, there are. But if you are a beginner, I recommend you buy one for a few hundred yuan. There is no need to waste money," the boss said sincerely. Lin Tian smiled. "Boss, you open your door for business, and you actually advise your customers to buy cheap ones. Don't you want to make more money?" The boss shook his head. "Of course I want to make money, but I don't want to see good things being wasted. 99% of the time, they won't use it for more than 3 times after buying it. Some people buy it and don't know how to use it, and then they say it's a quality problem and return it." The boss sighed at this point. He likes traditional instruments very much, but now traditional instruments are declining. "Boss, I know a little about the arrow." Lin Tian smiled. The boss nodded. "Then I'll recommend one to you. Take a look at this Zeton arrow. It has a tight wood structure, a bright sound, no dead notes, and can be used for exams and competitions. The original price was just over 2,000 yuan, but it was sold and then returned. If you want it, you can take it for 1,500 yuan. Lin Tian said. "Boss, can I try it?" "Of course." Lin Tian took the arrow, and the boss's eyes lit up. From Lin Tian's movements, he could tell that Lin Tian was an expert. He had obviously never touched it before, but it was as if he had been playing it for decades. Lin Tian was moved. He sat down and slowly began to play. He didn't show master-level skills, but he was much better than the average arrow enthusiast. An elderly man in a Tang suit arrived at the top of the stairs. He listened quietly, and his eyes occasionally showed signs of approval. When the song ended, the old man in the Tang suit applauded. "Young man, I didn't expect you to be at such a high level at your age. I wonder who your teacher is." The boss quickly said. "Sir, this is an old master. He is a professor at the university and has a high level of arrow accomplishment." "I don't have a teacher, sir." Lin Tian stood up and shook his head. The old man in the Tang suit was even more surprised. It was rare to find someone of such a young age who could reach such a level without a teacher. "Boss, this is it. Please wrap it up for me." After playing a tune, Lin Tian felt that the arrow was not bad, and the boss was not fooling people. Okay. The boss took the arrow and quickly put it in his backpack. "Young man, let's add a WeChat. If you have any questions about the arrow, you are welcome to contact me at any time. My surname is Wu." The old man in the traditional Chinese dress was eager to show his appreciation. "Okay, Mr. Wu." Lin Tian added the old man's WeChat before leaving. "Old Wu, this young man is amazing. I have been playing the arrow for 20 years, but I am only at the same level as this young man," the boss exclaimed. The old man in the Tang suit shook his head. "Your level is not as good as his. He just got this arrow, and his level has not yet been fully realized. With his talent, given time, he might become a master." The boss's eyes showed shock. He didn't expect the old man in the Tang suit to have such a high opinion of Lin Tian. He laughed. The old man in the Tang suit paced off. Old Wu and the shopkeeper had no idea that Lin Tian was already a master.
He had just hidden his strength. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at an uninhabited place by the river.
Without recording a video immediately, Lin Tian first practiced. After 3 times, he had already become very skilled at playing the eru. A song about horse racing, for everyone.
Dai Shangmian, Lin Tian recorded a video. It was over quickly. Lin Tian checked it again.
The recording effect on the phone was not particularly good, but it was enough for a short video. The second spring reflects the moon, and I send it to everyone.
Lin Tian quickly began recording the second video.
After recording 10 videos in a row, Lin Tian finally finished. He uploads 2 videos every day, and these videos are enough for him to use for 5 days. I hope there will be some recommendations.
I don't have the money to buy data.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he quickly uploaded 2 of the videos. The video was quickly approved. The first level traffic pool is 300 views, and the big data quickly began to push Lin Tian's videos to people who like this type of video. 300 exposures would be cold if the data was junk.
Why is the era player wearing a mask?
Ling Shui is an arrow enthusiast, and she came across one of the videos uploaded by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was wearing a mask and the data was poor, so she wanted to delete it right away, but her curiosity made her stay a little longer.
Chapter 8, The number of fans skyrockets. Ling Shui looked at Lin Tian in the video.
She was just an arrow enthusiast, and she didn't play the instrument herself, but she had heard many of her performances and had some appreciation for her skill. Lin Tian's performance of horse racing made her blood boil. The majestic momentum made her feel as if she were really galloping on a horse.
He's amazing. The few anchors I follow aren't as good as him. Ling Shui quickly clicked on Lin Tian's avatar.
She saw that there was another piece of work inside and immediately looked at it carefully.
Amazing, this piece is also superb.
This is a treasure anchor. Ling Shui was excited. She quickly followed Lin Tian, and then liked, commented, saved, and forwarded everything, all for Lin Tian.
Everyone, I found a big shot.
Ling Shui had joined a group of arrow enthusiasts, and she quickly recommended it to the rest.
Is it true? Whether it's true or not, if it's recommended by the beautiful Ling, you definitely have to check it out. Yes, arrange it right away.
Several people in the group responded to Ling Shui, who had posted photos in the group, and she was a beautiful woman.
If this one isn't a big shot, I'll send you a photo of my benefits. When Ling Shui said this, some people in the group quickly clicked on the link she shared. After watching the 2 videos, they were all excited. I'm going to say that this guy is a real big shot. I feel that this big guy is better than the anchors I follow. You're right. Those anchors are far inferior to this big guy. This big guy is probably a master. It's a pity that I can't see the photos of Ling's big beauty. The group was abuzz with discussion, and some of them even added the rest of the group, and they quickly shared the video with the rest of the group. Grandpa, take a look at this video. Is this arrow anchor a master?
In a villa, a 16 or 17-year-old girl came to her grandfather, who turned out to be Wu Lao, whom Lin Tian had met before.
How can a master be so easily made?
Your grandfather and I have been playing the arrow for a lifetime, and only in the last 2 years have we barely become masters.
Old Master Wu laughed. Grandpa, look, I think he plays better than you. Wu Lao took the tablet and pressed play. After listening to the song, Wu Lao played it again. He couldn't believe it.
According to his judgment, the other person was indeed a master. The other person's recording equipment was average, and so was his arrow, but Wu Laosher could still tell that the other person was truly a master.
Ha! Grandpa Wu stared at Lin Tian's arrow in the video. This arrow is a bit familiar. Could it be Lin Tian? Wu Lao had this thought in his mind, but he quickly denied it.
Lin Tian's level was not that strong, and Lin Tian was too young.
Even if Lin Tian had started practicing from the womb, he might not have become a master. Grandpa, there's another video of him. The girl reminded him. Wu Lao clicked on the second video, which he had already watched twice. Xiao Yu, you were right. His level is higher than Grandpa's. Grandpa Wu admitted with a straight face. Masterpiece. It's so bad, it's just noise. I'm talking about myself. The knife has already been stabbed in, and the funeral is upstairs.
The data for the two videos increased dramatically after they were more widely promoted.
Lin Tian refreshes the data from time to time. 400,000, 500,000, 600,000.
The number of fans continued to rise, and in less than 2 hours, the number of fans had suddenly exceeded 1 million, and it was still rising. 1 million fans was reached so quickly. Lin Tian muttered to himself, with so many fans, it wouldn't be a problem to earn some living expenses, and he wouldn't have to live off his girlfriend's soft rice all the time. Soft rice is delicious, but eating it for a long time is bad for your teeth.
Drip, drip.
A call came in, from an unfamiliar number.
Hello? Lin Tian answered. Mr. Lin Tian, I'm from Hawaiian Company. We want to sign a contract with you. After signing the contract, you will receive stable traffic support. Lin Tian asked, after signing the contract, do I have to live stream for a certain amount of time every day as stipulated in the contract? Yes, Mr. Lin Tian, rights and obligations are equal. Broadcasting for a certain amount of time every day is also good for you.
Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, sorry, I'm not considering signing a contract for the time being.
If I have any ideas, I will give you priority. Mr. Lin Tian, then think about it again.
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian calmed down. It was impossible to sign a contract.
He could only muddle through.
For him, making money was not the most important thing. The most important thing is to get the wool from Luo Bingning.
Even if he gets a black iron treasure chest, it will be very valuable. The Luo family probably doesn't want Bingying to be with a net celebrity. I'd better keep the fact that I'm famous a secret for now, and get more treasure chests. Lin Tian thought to himself.
The Luo family is at least allowing them to live together now, but if they find out that he has become an internet celebrity, they might just forcibly separate them. It would be almost impossible to get the treasure chest from her if they left her.
Grumble, grumble. His stomach suddenly growled. Lin Tian touched his stomach.
He had been paying attention to the data and had not eaten dinner yet.
He went downstairs and went to a nearby ordinary restaurant.
He casually ordered 2 dishes, which cost 80 or 90 yuan. If it weren't for the fire, he would really not spend so much on a meal alone. Half an hour later, Lin Tian was almost finished eating.
Lin Tian, let's chat.
Someone pulled up a chair opposite Lin Tian and sat down.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Feng. I'm a suitor of Bingning.
I own several companies and have several 100 million in assets.
Li Feng looked somewhat condescending. Very impressive. So? Lin Tian looked very calm.
Li Feng sneered in his heart. He had made sure that his people had done their research, and Lin Tian was just an ordinary person, so he must be pretending to be calm.
Here is a check for 500,000.
Luo Bingning was just a little hot-headed, and she would soon come to her senses.
Take this money and leave her alone.
Li Feng pushed a cashier's check in front of Lin Tian.
Lin Tian smiled lightly. Li Feng, threats don't work, so you're resorting to this? 500,000 is really a lot.
Lin Tian, you make less than 5,000 a month, and it will take you 10 years to earn 500,000. Although the Luo family is rich, it is completely impossible for you to get 500,000 from Luo Bingning. Li Feng stared at Lin Tian and said in a low voice, I don't know what kind of sweet talk you used to deceive Luo Bingning, but you won't be able to deceive her for long. By then, if you don't get the money, you'll be in big trouble.
Lin Tian said calmly, Li Feng, forgive me for being blunt, even if you pay me to leave, do you think you can chase after Bingying? Take your money and leave my sight quickly.
Li Feng's face turned dark.
1 million.
Li Feng said coldly.
As long as Lin Tian is driven away from Luo Binging, it will be easy to deal with Lin Tian, and the money spent should be able to be recovered. Lin Tian, if you don't leave, I'll call Bingning.
Li Feng stood up with a dark face.
Lin Tian, here is my business card. Think about it. My promise is valid for 3 days. If you leave, I will give you 1 million. Li Feng put away the check and handed him a business card. Changsheng Group, Li Feng.
Lin Tian picked up the business card and looked at it. The information on the card was very simple. Apart from that, there was only Li Feng's mobile phone number.
Lin Tian picked up his phone and checked it.
Changsheng Group is in the catering business, with a registered capital of 50 million.
The company is not listed, so there is not much useful information to find. Mr. Lin, where have you been? When he got home, Luo Bingning was already back. She was wearing her pajamas and watching TV.
When she saw Lin Tian come in, she asked him.
Eating downstairs. Bingying, you are quite valuable. Li Feng offered me 1 million to leave you.
Lin Tian changed his shoes and laughed. When he came over this morning, he didn't have his slippers, but now he does, and they're neatly arranged at the door.
Li Feng actually came to find you again. Lu Bingying frowned. As long as Li Feng didn't do anything crazy, she couldn't do anything about it if he simply used money to lure Lin Tian away. If Lin Tian is lured away, it means they are not destined to be together. Chapter 10, Luo Bingning's Parents' Prejudice. Lin Tian, has Li Feng done anything else that is too much? Lu Bingning asked.
Lin Tian shook his head. No, it's just that he wants to use money to get rid of me.
A mere 1 million, doesn't that look down on you? I think you can sell for at least 100 million. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a white look.
After taking a shower, Lin Tian returned to the living room. Luo Bingning was curled up on the sofa watching a drama, and no new treasure chest appeared above her head.
Bingying, I'm going to find a new job.
What kind of jobs are your parents biased against?
I want to know what to avoid. Lin Tian sat down on the other sofa and asked. Lu Bingning thought for a moment and said, illegal work is definitely not allowed. In addition, they have some prejudice against the entertainment industry. Other than that, there's basically nothing. They're relatively open-minded in this regard, so you don't have to feel any pressure. Lin Tian. Internet celebrities are half of the entertainment industry. He is still a good person to hide his identity as masked man. Even if he and Luo Bingning don't work out, he can still make a lot of money and get a lot of treasure chests. Lin Tian, don't let your desire to make quick money affect your life plan. If we have money, we spend more, and if we don't have money, we spend less. Lu Bingning reminded Lin Tian. Don't worry, it won't affect you. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression.
Lin Tian smiled lightly. As long as there is no life plan, it will definitely not be affected.
Is that not the case? Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian speechlessly. It makes sense. She can't refute it at all. Bingying, ordinary people are not like rich people. You don't have to worry about money. Life is also planned by your parents.
For ordinary people, making money is the most important thing.
Getting married, buying a house, having children, everything costs money. It's not easy to live. What is a life plan?
Lu Bingning said in silence for a moment. Within a year, I will try my best to make the company profitable, and then I will be able to receive dividends. Even if the credit card is still blocked, we will still have money to spend.
Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning is really quite good.
When he said this, Luo Bingning didn't look down on him, but instead comforted him.
What are you looking at?
Luo Bingning said in a slightly unnatural tone.
Cough, nothing. You can continue watching TV. I'm going back to my room. I'll lock the door. If you need anything, just knock on the door. I'll be right there. Lin Tian got up and said.
His figure disappeared, and Luo Bingning's face revealed a faint smile. In her opinion, Lin Tian did this to make it easier for her to lock the door.
Although Lin Tian is not very handsome, he is not annoying. Luo Bingning thought to herself.
In the room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and began to practice.
Luo Bingning thought too much. He said that it was really necessary to lock the door.
He became a martial arts master and also obtained the cultivation method. Practicing according to the method can improve his strength to some extent.
The name of the cultivation method that Lin Tian practiced was Sanghai Ju.
The core idea of Sanghai Ju was that the universe was infinite, and that one could absorb the essence of the universe to enhance oneself. After practicing for half a week, Lin Tian finally felt a trace of power entering his body, and this power began to advance and refine within his meridians. After obtaining the treasure chest, Lin Tian became a martial arts master. His internal strength advanced at a relatively fast rate, and he could run a cycle of the body in an hour. He was improving very slowly.
3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian opened his eyes.
He felt that time passed quickly when he was practicing.
The effective training was actually not bad.
If he persisted in training for 20 years, Lin Tian estimated that he could become a martial arts grandmaster. In the fantasy world, martial arts masters are nothing, but in the city, he is already a very powerful martial arts master.
I wonder if I can get the golden martial arts treasure chest in the future. Lin Tian thought to himself.
Although the training effect is not bad, compared to the direct improvement of obtaining the treasure chest, the difference in his own training is not 1.5 stars.
He got up and turned off the lights to go to bed. He didn't know how many fans he had.
Lin Tian opened his phone and soon his eyes widened. When he was eating, there were only 1 million fans, but now there are over 2 million. At this rate, it's likely to reach 3 million tomorrow.
How did it improve so quickly? Lin Tian went to the comments section to find the answer. He soon discovered that there were actually 8 arrow masters who had praised him. But they alone could bring him many fans.
Moreover, the 8 arrow masters have joined forces, so Huayin will have to give them some face, and the traffic will definitely be arranged for them.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you, Mr. Zhong.
The posts of the 8 masters were all pushed to the front, and Lin Tian thanked them one by one.
He remembered their kindness.
Arrow is just a street-side beggar's trick, not worthy of a refined hall. When it comes to art, it's still the piano and violin.
Masters?
They are just rats who are afraid to show their faces wearing masks.
How can something so primitive be called art?
Lin Tian flipped down and found many positive reviews, but there were also disgusting comments, and these comments had quite a lot of likes. What era is this, still thinking that the moon is round in foreign countries?
Lin Tian shook his head.
Some people have been on their knees for so long that their bones have long since softened.
Let's upload 2 more songs.
It was already past midnight, so Lin Tian quickly uploaded the other 2 songs, and they were approved in just a few seconds. Huayin immediately pushed the news to Lin Tian's fans.
Hey, the master has a new video. It was worth staying up late, ha.
The number of views and likes for both videos quickly increased. Without continuing to stare at the data, Lin Tian turned off his phone and went to bed.
He just lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. Today was like a dream for him.
First, he and Luo Bingning got married, then they moved to such a high-end neighborhood. Then he got a treasure chest and became a martial arts master. In the afternoon, he went to the movies with Luo Bingning and became a master of the Eru. His fan base has also exceeded 2 million today.
He wouldn't wake up tomorrow and realize that it was all for nothing, would he?
Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he was a little panicked.
If I get all this and then lose it, it will be too heartbreaking.
After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, Lin Tian finally fell asleep.
The next morning, as soon as it was light, Lin Tian woke up. Phew! Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief.
He could clearly feel the internal energy flowing through his body, and he knew that his arrow level was still at the master level.
According to the Tsunhai Ju, practicing in the morning is more effective. Lin Tian began to practice.
The 2 cycles of the day were over at 7 p.m. Practicing 2 cycles in the morning was as effective as practicing 3 cycles in the evening.
Good morning, Bingning.
Lin Tian went outside and found Luo Bingning already up.
Good morning. Do you want some noodles? I'll make you some.
After saying this, Luo Bingning immediately realized that her words were a bit inappropriate.
Her pretty face turned red as a tomato. Lin Tian nodded, of course, thank you. It's nothing. After saying that, Luo Bingning hurriedly entered the kitchen. Chapter 11. This is my boyfriend. Luo Bingning, how can you talk like that?
I didn't hear it. Lu Bingning mumbled to herself over and over again.
Lin Tian's face broke into a smile. Luo Bingning could realize that how could he not hear it?
Unfortunately, they were only a form of marriage at the moment, and they could only eat the noodles that Luo Bingning made, and they couldn't eat some things for the time being.
Ha!
When he went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, Lin Tian was a little surprised to find that he had changed a little. There were only slight changes to his eyes, nose, and face shape, but when added together, his face looked more harmonious and handsome.
Could it be that it was brought about by cultivation? Lin Tian thought to himself.
When he became a martial arts master, there was no special change in his appearance. Logically, internal strength should have improved his body, and there should have been a significant change. Lin Tian guessed that it was his own cultivation that allowed the changes to manifest themselves little by little, so that others would not suspect anything. If I can have such changes every day, in 10 or 20 days, I will be able to transform from a handsome young man to a handsome middle-aged man. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. Men don't value their own appearance as much as women do, but if they can become more handsome, how many men wouldn't want to? With Luo Bingning's looks, they don't really match well together now. If he had the ability to make money, it would be fine, but the problem is that Luo Bingning has both looks and the ability to make money. If others knew that they were married, I guess a bunch of people would say that the flowers were placed on the cow dung.
Bingying, this noodle looks very appetizing.
Before long, the two of them were sitting face to face at the table. Luo Bingning had a small bowl of noodles in front of her, while he had a large bowl in front of him, with meat and eggs in it, and green onion sprinkles.
Then you eat more. I usually eat noodles in the morning, or buns and dumplings made by the chef at home. You can eat them when you get up at this time. If you get up late, you can make it yourself. Luo Bingning reminded Lin Tian.
She looked at Lin Tian a little surprised.
Lin Tian looked a little more handsome?
But a closer look showed that nothing had changed.
On weekdays, I don't go home at noon.
If there's nothing to do in the evening, I'll probably get off work at around 5 p.m. and be back at around 5:30 p.m.
If you're not coming home for dinner, send me a message in advance.
Luo Bingning said, eating noodles in small mouthfuls.
Okay. Lin Tian's face showed a faint smile.
It was nice to have a wife who cared about him, especially a goddess like Luo Bingning. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll be able to win Luo Bingning over. We can't afford to hire a maid right now, so whoever is free will do the cleaning in the common areas, and each person will take care of their own bedroom.
I won't enter your bedroom without permission, and you can't enter mine either. After finishing breakfast, Luo Bingning told Lin Tian some things that she hadn't thought of yesterday. Living together, some things must be made clear. Lin Tian, are you going to quit your job today?
The two of them went out together, and Luo Bingning asked.
Lin Tian nodded.
He was barely able to make ends meet at his current job.
Then I wish you a good job. If you really can't find a good job, don't be discouraged. You can find a way to get it done by using your connections for me. Luo Bingning smiled.
The elevator arrived soon, and the two entered.
The elevator stopped a few floors down, and a middle-aged woman came in. Auntie Wang. Luo Bingning cried out. Lin Tian naturally followed suit and called out. The middle-aged beauty asked in surprise, Bingning, who is he? Luo Bingning smiled and said, Auntie Wang, let me introduce you. He is my boyfriend, named Lin Tian. He lives with me. Bingning, when did you have a boyfriend?
The middle-aged beauty looked at Lin Tian, and she was a little suspicious.
Lin Tian's total outfit was estimated to be no more than 500.
The middle-aged woman did not know the specific situation of Luo Bingning's family, but the houses here were not affordable for just anyone.
Auntie Wang, we've been in a relationship for a long time, you just didn't know about it. Dear, come home early at night. Luo Bingning said this to Lin Tian after the last half of the sentence. The elevator arrived on the first floor. Okay. Lin Tian nodded and got out of the elevator.
The middle-aged woman also got out, and she was originally planning to go to the underground parking lot to get her car. The elevator door closed, and Luo Bingning frowned slightly. This middle-aged beauty has her eye on her, and wants her to be his daughter-in-law. Although she didn't say it explicitly, her words and tone of voice conveyed that meaning.
Lin Tian, are you and Bingning really a couple?
The middle-aged woman asked.
Lin Tian nodded, of course, Auntie Wang, are you trying to introduce someone to Bingning?
If so, there's no need to bother.
The middle-aged woman looked a little embarrassed. She wanted to introduce Luo Bingning to her son.
For this reason, she deliberately waited for the elevator every day and had run into Luo Bingning several times. Like today, she arrived at the elevator 10 minutes early and saw that the elevator had stopped on the 20th floor before pressing the down button.
Lin Tian, what kind of business do you do at home?
We are neighbors, so there may be opportunities for business cooperation in the future.
The middle-aged beauty asked about Lin Tian's family.
Lin Tian said frankly, my parents are farmers, and we have a few acres of farmland. I'm afraid there won't be any opportunities for cooperation with you, Auntie Wang.
Auntie Wang, I'll be going now. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he quickened his pace and left.
The middle-aged woman was puzzled.
If Lin Tian was a shield that Luo Bingning had found, why was Lin Tian dressed so ordinary? Isn't it easy to be exposed? If Lin Tian is Luo Bingning's boyfriend, is his family really farmers? Bingying has very high standards. Could it be that Lin Tian's family background is unfathomable, and that the powerful and wealthy have a bad taste in fashion, deliberately dressing very ordinary? The middle-aged beauty pondered. She turned around and went back.
Lin Tian, that Auntie Wang just now, don't talk to her too much. She always praises her son, and her thoughts are written on her face.
Lin Tian received a message from Luo Bingning.
Don't worry, we didn't talk much. But my parents are farmers, and she asked me about it, so there's no shame in it.
Luo Bingning.
Since Lin Tian said that, she guessed that Auntie Wang would definitely not give up, and might even try harder to sell her son. My grandfather was a farmer, and my parents were farmers before that.
She knows, so what?
I'll just show her my marriage certificate.
Lu Bingying thought for a moment and replied. Lin Tian's face showed a faint smile.
He was becoming more and more satisfied with his wife, who had fallen from the sky.
Trying to steal his wife? Dream on.
Drip. The phone rang, and Lin Tian thought it was Luo Bingning calling, but when he picked up the phone, it was a colleague.
Lin Tian, where are you?
The boss just came over and saw that you hadn't arrived yet and lost his temper.
He said that if you didn't show up in 10 minutes, you were fired.
Su Liang, a colleague, whispered. Su Liang joined the company at the same time as him, and the two of them get along well.
I got it. Thanks.
Su Liang hung up the phone after Lin Tian finished speaking.
He looked at the time, it was only 8:20. When he started working, he was told to come in at 9 a.m. But when he actually came in, he was marked as being late at 8:30 a.m. That's fine.
But sometimes the boss arrives before 8:30, and he looks at them very unkindly, wishing they could live and work in the company. If the salary is enough, it's okay to live in the company, but with a salary of only 4,000 yuan and a lot of demands, Lin Tian is speechless.
Chapter 12, The Power of a Martial Arts Master. Lin Tian, what do you think this company is? Is it your home? Look at the time, you're only just arriving. You're fired.
Lin Tian arrived at the company, and the boss Huang Ren yelled at him.
Is that so? Then pay me this month's salary and give me N+1 compensation. That's 3 months' salary. Thank you.
Lin Tian said calmly.
He had just completed his first year at the company after graduating. You're dreaming. You're lazy and unmotivated, and you want compensation after being fired? I'll be damned. Huang Shan scolded. Lin Tian sneered, the company's rule is to start work at 9 o'clock. Except for today, have I ever been to work before 8:30? We all have to work at least an extra hour in the evening. Do I need to apply for labor arbitration?
Anyway, now that I've been fired, I have plenty of time to play with you.
Huang Ren's face changed.
As the boss, he knew very well that if Lin Tian applied for labor arbitration, he would definitely win.
You go to work and you won't be late today. Huang Ren took a deep breath and said.
He planned to fire Lin Tian at a later date.
Or force Lin Tian to quit on his own. Lin Tian snorted, you can fire me if you want, but you can't keep me if you want. I'll give you 10 minutes to pay me 3 months' wages. If we don't finish by then, we'll go to arbitration.
You might have to pay me for overtime in the morning and at night.
Huang Ren glared at Lin Tian. He was a little puzzled. How had Lin Tian suddenly become so bold? Pay him off.
Once you receive the money, Lin Tian, you can get the hell out of here. 5 minutes later, Huang Ren said with a dark face and a fierce tone.
The finance department quickly settled Lin Tian's salary.
3 months' worth added up to more than 13,000 yuan, enough to last him for a while.
Huang Ren, to be honest with you, I came here today to resign, but you actually fired me and gave me an extra 9,000 yuan. You are a good person,
Lin Tian said with a smile.
Huang Ren's eyes widened. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 9,000 yuan was not a small amount. His company was not big, with only 20 to 30 employees. Everyone, if Huang Ren says he's going to fire you in the future, if you have the idea of leaving, it's better to go with the flow. Remember to get your compensation and goodbye. Lin Tian waved his hand and left in a flash. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Huang Ren said angrily. He was very angry with Lin Tian.
Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at a building that had been left unfinished. The weeds around the unfinished building were half a meter deep. It is rumored that the developer of this property had a tight cash flow and went to the high seas to gamble on a gambling boat, but ended up losing everything. The construction of this unfinished building has been suspended for more than a year. At first, people would come to take a look. Songs. Wu Lao sent a message to urge him to upload the video. After uploading the video, Lin Tian continued recording. Netizens are very resourceful, and it won't take long for them to find this place. He can record more without having to rush to find a new place to record. Old Wu, masked man Xiaoyu has uploaded a new video. The quality of the new video is good. Wu Lao received a call from an old friend. I'll watch it right away. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wu quickly found the video that Lin Tianxin had shot. Just listening to Wu Lao's eyes light up, the video quality has improved significantly, the noise has also been reduced, and the video quality has indeed improved significantly. Lin Tianxiao is indeed much better than me. After listening to Wu, he muttered to himself. With the improved video quality, he could judge more clearly. It's a pity that Lin Tian's arrow is not very good, otherwise the effect would be even better. Wu thought to himself. He had thought about giving Lin Tian a good arrow, but after careful consideration, he didn't. It's not that he is reluctant to do so, but Lin Tian has so many fans now, it's not hard to make money, and there is no need to take his things to owe others favors. Hey, these old guys, they're all so fast. Wu Lao was about to comment, but when he got to the comments section, he found several old acquaintances. Why hasn't the platform enabled the like function for the masked boss? I have the same top in my store. It's 79 yuan, and you can get 20% off if you buy two. Welcome to take a look in my store. Mask Man, do you want to come to our fast channel? If you do, we'll give you access to the appreciation function and you'll get 50% of the gifts in the live broadcast. After looking at the comments for a while, Wu Laoshir's eyes showed a look of relief. There were many more compliments than criticisms of Lin Tian. Xiao Lin is still young, and he shouldn't be affected by the many voices of criticism. Wu Lao thought to himself. The younger generation is only as good as Lin Tian's arrow. In his opinion, Lin Tian is already the leader of the future arrow inheritance. Director, the person from the fast tone is openly digging up the masked hero in the comments section. He said that as long as he goes over, he will immediately praise him, and the percentage of the reward will be adjusted to 70% for him. Reported by Zhang Hanhui, the third-level regional manager. His appreciation hasn't been activated yet? Zhang Han coughed lightly. Director, didn't you say that we should at least observe for 3 days? We're afraid that some anchors will get out of line. Hurry up and open it for him. The boss said that, but we still need to analyze the specific situation, don't we? Okay, Director. Zhang Han nodded quickly. The director said, also, call him. If he doesn't join the guild, we can still give him 60% of the gift. If he signs the contract, we can give him 70% of the gift. Zhang Han's eyes showed surprise. Joining a top guild is usually 55% at the most. Just do as I say. With 8 master certifications, he undoubtedly has the strength of a master arrow player. It is normal to give a higher salary to such a special talent. By the way, his identity information must be kept confidential. Don't let him leak it, or a competitor will get the information from us. The director said. Okay. Back in his office, Zhang Han called Lin Tian's phone, but it didn't go through. Lin Tian was recording and had turned off the internet. What's going on? Zhang Han was a little confused and a little nervous. Could it be that Lin Tian had contacted Kuai Yin? If Kuai Yin took Lin Tian away, it would be a big mistake for him. It's one thing if Lin Tian is gone, but there are 8 other arrow masters behind him, and many disciples who have learned from them. If he causes a mass exodus of these talents, he will be in big trouble. He will probably have to pay off his employees and find a new job. The number you have dialed cannot be connected. Zhang Han dialed Lin Tian's phone number every 10 minutes. After more than an hour, Zhang Han finally managed to get through to Lin Tian. Mr. Lin Tian, this is Zhang Han from Huayin. I contacted you last time, but I just tried to call you a few times and couldn't get through. Zhang Han said hurriedly.
Lin Tian was a little confused. What did Huayin want to contact him for?
He had made it clear last time that he did not want to sign a contract for the time being.
Zhang, I'm sorry, I just turned off the internet during the recording. You were looking for me in a hurry.
Zhang Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he's contacted Huayin and deliberately not answering his calls. The salary for this job is not low, and he doesn't want to change jobs. Mr. Lin Tian, there are many people in the comment section who want you to enable the appreciation function.
Considering your special circumstances, we are now inviting you to enable the appreciation function.
You will get 60% of the video appreciation or live broadcast gift split. If you sign a contract with us, you will get 70% of the gift split. After listening to Zhang Han, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. With the appreciation function enabled, he can also earn some income from gifts from his fans. This may not be useful for people with a small number of fans, but he has at least 3 million fans, so he may be able to earn enough to buy groceries.
Thank you, Zhang Gu. Zhang Han smiled and said, Mr. Lin Tian, you are talented, and we are the best platform. Our cooperation is definitely the best choice. If another platform contacts you, you should think carefully.
Lin Tian, brother Zhang, if that really happens, I will definitely tell you before I agree to another platform.
Okay, then I won't bother you anymore.
Zhang Han was relieved when he hung up the phone. Lin Tian, who is engaged in traditional art, should be reliable.
Although Lin Tian only has 3 million followers, these followers have increased in a day, and he has to be careful. I hope there will be some income.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he turned on the video appreciation function.
It's not easy to raise a goddess wife. Chapter 14, Your father and I are willing. Extra. Extra.
Huayin has enabled the video appreciation function for the big guy.
Let's pool some money and buy him a better arrow.
Xiaodan's arrow is really average, and he can't play to his full potential.
I've already raised the money. Even a copper coin is true love.
Lin Tian has more than 3 million fans. Many fans are watching the video, and it didn't take long before the news of the appreciation function being opened was discovered.
The creator's income is not high.
In Lin Tian's opinion, it's good to have $100 or $80 a day.
A courtyard in the imperial capital. An old man is sunbathing and watching short videos. Big data recommends videos of traditional art to him. But most of the recommendations didn't catch his eye. Hey, the masked hero has a new video?
The old man pushed his glasses up. He likes the era very much and has a collection of these instruments, but his level is very average.
It sounds good.
This level should be better than half of the masters.
If he used a better arrow, the effect would be even better.
The old man was amazed after watching the video. The performer is not very old, but he is already at this level.
Ha!
After watching the video, the old man flipped through the comment section. He had seen Wu Lao and the others leave comments on the first few videos.
Lao San, come here.
The old man quickly dialed the phone, and soon a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. Dad, what's the matter?
What do you think of this appreciation video?
The old man pointed to some of the comments in the comment section and asked.
Dad, it's simple. The creator of the video will get a portion of the proceeds if you reward the video with a gift.
The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. The old man's eyes lit up. I see, then give me $1 million to give to this young man.
Ha!
The middle-aged man was stunned.
What are you giving so much money for?
The old man said with a glare, your father is willing to do it.
You spend money on drinking and whoring, how much do you spend a month? Why are you so upset when I spend a little money? The middle-aged man quickly shook his head. Dad, I'll charge it for you. $1 million is nothing to them.
The courtyard they live in would sell for at least $1 billion.
Dad, there's a problem.
There are only 3 options for appreciation, 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin, which represent 10 cents, 1 yuan, and 10 yuan, respectively. There are no quantity options. The middle-aged man said.
The old man frowned. Can I send it more than once?
The middle-aged man nodded. Dad, that's possible.
The old man stood up. You're free, so take this. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to go back to bed. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded.
He had just charged $1 million, and he could only send $10 at a time.
Did he have to send out the entire million 10 times?
Dad, if he starts a live broadcast, you can reward him.
That's fast. You can give away 30,000 to 50,000 first.
The old man said this and went into the room.
The middle-aged man looked miserable.
He had to send 35,000 times for 35,000.
Alas! He sighed.
He could only comply with his father-in-law's request. His father-in-law was old, but he still controlled half of the family's assets.
Director, there is an anomaly with the Masked Hero account.
Someone keeps giving him praise, and the amount of rewards has exceeded 10,000.
Zhang Han reported to Director Fang Zhengming. Fang Zhengming's eyes showed surprise. Who was giving him the rewards? Was it a deliberate attempt to manipulate the data? Cough, Director, I can't find out with my authority. Fang Zhengming's expression became solemn. Zhang Han is a third-level supervisor with high authority.
The fact that he couldn't find it means that the other party is not ordinary.
Let me take a look. Fang Zhengming quickly started to check it himself.
He is a second-level director, and he was able to find out the other person's specific identity.
Zhang Han, no problem.
With his status, it is absolutely impossible for him to deliberately manipulate the data.
This person is a big shot, and you don't need to know more. Fang Zhengming ordered. Zhang Han nodded. Director, that's good. Director, won't it be bad if the other party needs to click like this again and again? Fang Zhengming rubbed his temples. There are requirements from above. This function is meant to be small-scale, so don't worry about it. Lin Tian didn't know that he had such a super old local tyrant fan.
He bought some vegetables in the supermarket and returned home. He had nothing better to do, so he started doing the housework. Luo Bingning had told him in the morning that whoever was free would do the housework, and Luo Bingning would cook the meals, but he would definitely have to do more of the other work.
Click.
Lin Tian was still busy in the room when he heard the sound of the door opening. Luo Bingning was back, and only she could come in directly.
Bingning, you're back quite early. Lin Tian walked out of the room. Lu Bingning looked at the mop in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian, you've already quit your job? You need to find a job.
I'll do the housework recently.
Lin Tian smiled and said, I've already found a job.
It's in sales.
If you work hard, you should be able to earn a good income. He can also sell by posting videos online.
That sounds right. Sales? It's hard work, but it's also good for training. Have you bought the groceries?
No, I'll go down and get some.
Luo Bing was changing her shoes at the door.
She didn't ask Lin Tian what he was selling. Sales work is not particularly respectable, and perhaps Lin Tian didn't want to talk about it. It's in the fridge. Okay. Luo Bingning quickly went into the kitchen and started working.
While she was picking the vegetables, Luo Bingning hummed a song in a low voice. Her voice was beautiful, and she had studied singing, so her singing was pleasant and beautiful. Lu Bingning closed the kitchen door, thinking that Lin Tian couldn't hear her, but Lin Tian was a martial arts master, and he could hear her clearly.
It seems that Luo Bingning really enjoys cooking. She is a woman who can be both elegant in the hall and capable in the kitchen. Lin Tian thought to himself. He felt that if he didn't win Luo Bingning, their divorce 3 years later would make his grandfather crawl out of his coffin. Wait a few months to get more treasure chests, and then pursue Luo Bingning. He had 3 years, so there was no need to rush. Compared to actually winning Luo Bingning, getting the treasure chest is more important. Ding dong. Just after mopping the floor, the doorbell rang.
Lin Tian opened the door and saw a man in his 30s standing outside, wearing a suit and tie and his hair perfectly combed. More importantly, he was holding a large bouquet of red roses. He was a little embarrassed when he saw Lin Tian.
Hello, is Luo Bingning here? I need to talk to her about something. The embarrassment on the man's face quickly disappeared. Although Lin Tian was at home, could he compete with him? Lu Bingning came out of the kitchen at this time. Seeing the man outside the door, she frowned slightly. Are you Song Kaifeng, the son of Auntie Wang on the 15th floor?
Please leave with the flowers.
Chapter 15 Super Local Tyrant Powder? Song Kaifeng nodded. It's me. Luo Bingning, we are neighbors. The more you know each other, the more ways you have, don't you think? Lin Tian, you don't mind, do you?
Lin Tian had not yet spoken, but Luo Bingning said coldly, I do mind.
You are affecting me as I cook for my husband. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Song Kaifeng's face was ugly.
Luo Bingning actually refused so harshly, and Luo Bingning actually directly called Lin Tian her husband. The moment he saw Luo Bingning, he was completely moved. Luo Bingning called Lin Tian her husband, which made him very unhappy.
Okay, I'll leave. Luo Bingning, don't be angry. This time I was rude.
After you calm down, I will apologize again.
Song Kaifeng left in a dejected manner. Lin Tian turned around and looked at Luo Bingning with a smile.
Luo Bingning had just called him her husband, and it sounded really good. Lin Tian, there are a few more people chasing after me, and this kind of thing may happen again in the future, but you can rest assured that I will definitely keep my promise within the 3-year period.
Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with beautiful eyes.
She was a little afraid that Lin Tian would misunderstand when other men came to her door with a big bouquet of roses. After all, they had now been married for 3 years.
Bingying, you just called me husband, it sounds nice. Lin Tian smiled.
The two were focusing on completely different things.
Luo Bingning's face turned red, it's just a name.
In front of outsiders, we have to act, but in private we call each other by our first names.
I still have some food in the pot. After saying that, Luo Bingning quickly returned to the kitchen. Mom, you're killing me. Song Kaifeng returned home with a rose in his arms and complained. The middle-aged woman that Lin Tian had met in the morning asked in a puzzled tone, why? Mom noticed that Luo Bingning should be at home.
Song Kaifeng said in a depressed tone, she was indeed there, and so was Lin Tian. The middle-aged woman was called Wang Shanglian.
She looked at her phone and saw that it was only 5:30. At this time, Lin Tian would have already finished work? Lin Tian's dress and appearance are very ordinary. His work is probably not that easy.
It's not bad for a job like this to be able to leave work at 6 o'clock. Luo Bingning came home early, and if Lin Tian got off work an hour later, in her opinion, that time would be her son's opportunity.
Son, don't be discouraged. You should have met Lin Tian. What grade are you, and what grade is he?
Luo Bingning could only be fooled by his smooth talk for a while. In front of Lin Tian, she definitely won't give you a good look. After getting to know each other better, you'll have a chance.
Wang Shanglian comforted.
Song Kaifeng nodded, Mom, you were right when you said that Lin Tian was just a poor loser. I don't know how Luo Bingning was fooled by him.
Wang Shanglian smiled and said, our family is in the clothing business. How could I not see at a glance what kind of clothes he wears? Luo Bingning's family should be richer than ours.
If you work hard to win her, our family business will reach a new level.
Then you'll have a double harvest of career and love. Song Kaifeng nodded slightly, Mom, I will pay attention to it.
I didn't want to get married at first, but when I saw Luo Bingning suddenly wanted to get married.
Wang Shanglian smiled and said, Mom believes in you.
My son is so outstanding, he can easily defeat Lin Tian.
With the moon at hand, sooner or later Luo Bingning will marry into our family. Bingning, you sing very well.
Have you studied before?
Lin Tian asked with a smile while eating.
Lu Bingning thought that Lin Tian had heard a little bit when he passed by the kitchen. She said, I used to study singing and dancing, and musical instruments.
Later, I wanted to enter the entertainment industry and become a star. My father was very opposed to this, so I didn't learn much.
Perhaps it was because of this that my parents were so disgusted with the entertainment industry.
Now that I think about it, my father was actually being good to me.
Lin Tian sighed to himself, there was actually such a thing.
Lu Bingying's father is a person like that, and he probably knows the dark side of the entertainment industry very well. It's no wonder that Lu Bingying is annoyed when she wants to enter the entertainment industry. What do you think of celebrities? Lin Tian asked.
When he has a few hundred or even tens of millions of fans, he will also be considered a half-star.
He needs to find out what Luo Bingning thinks in advance.
Lu Bingning thought for a moment and said, the overall environment of the entertainment industry is really not very good, but some stars are still very good.
I have a favorite female star.
Lin Tian smiled and said, in that case, we're the same.
I also have a favorite female celebrity.
Lu Bingying's beautiful eyes flashed a glance at Lin Tian.
Lin Tian, you're not going to be a loser, are you?
He felt that he had no hope at all, so he wasn't nervous at all and spoke very casually. Lu Bingning suddenly realized this problem. Lin Tian is very average in all aspects, and in theory, Lin Tian should be a little nervous when facing her.
But Lin Tian didn't have this situation.
Lin Tian spoke more casually, and his attitude towards her was not one of looking up, but of looking at her eye to eye.
No, why would I?
Lin Tian smiled lightly. He can look at Luo Bingning with equal eyes, of course, because of his current ability. As a pure martial arts master, he has a strong foundation.
Luo Bingning frowned.
Lin Tian gave her the impression that he was somewhat like a person who was strong because he has no desires.
As long as he doesn't have any expectations, then he doesn't need to be careful. That's good. You're still very promising. Lu Bingning smiled slightly.
She thought about it carefully, and in fact, Lin Tian was fine like this. If Lin Tian tried to please her every day, it would be very tiring to get along with him.
That's good.
Lin Tian smiled lightly.
Lu Bingjing, let's hurry up and finish eating. Later, we'll go to the mall and buy you some better clothes. High-end brands are too expensive now, but ordinary ones are fine. An hour later, the two arrived at the mall. Lin Tian didn't want to buy anything, but he didn't want to argue with Luo Bingning, so he was dragged along.
He didn't know how much he had given her as a reward. Lu Bingning was choosing clothes, and Lin Tian was muttering to himself. He hadn't opened the Huayin app for a few hours, and he appreciated having it open.
He couldn't even make enough money to buy groceries every day. Lin Tian froze.
The background suddenly showed that his reward had reached nearly 100,000.
How is this possible? Lin Tian couldn't believe it.
He quickly clicked on the details to check, and one of his fans had given him 50,000 rewards, and the other fans had given him more than 40,000.
It only costs 10 yuan to send a gold coin, so that's 5,000 times?
Lin Tian frowned slightly.
An adult should not be able to do such a thing.
It is probably a minor who used the account of an adult in the family.
Are you all going to chip in and buy me an arrow?
Lin Tian looked at the comments and felt a warm current of emotions well up in his heart.
These fans are quite cute.
Except for the little brat who gave him the most rewards.
Drip.
After a moment's thought, Lin Tian called Zhang Han from outside the store.
Master Lin, you're amazing.
We launched the appreciation function, and it was lukewarm, but in just a few hours, you actually got close to 100,000 rewards. Zhang Han said excitedly.
This amount of money is nothing to Huayin, but if this function is promoted, Huayin will make a lot of money in the future.
Zhang Gu, the person who gave me the most rewards, is probably a minor who was causing trouble.
Could you please contact the adult and ask them to return the money? Lin Tian Dao.
He can get 30,000 yuan out of 50,000 yuan, but he doesn't care about earning this money. Zhang Han was stunned on the other end of the phone.
Master Lin, don't worry, we've already checked it out. It's not a kid messing around. You've got a super rich fan.
Zhang Han's words were full of envy.
Lin Tian was stunned. It's not a child messing around, but he has a super local tyrant fan? Chapter 16, Master Level Driving Skills. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian was overjoyed.
He had received nearly 100,000 likes, and he would be able to split almost 60,000 of them. This would solve his immediate problem.
This money has to be used to buy a good arrow. The fans gave this money because they want to hear better music. Lin Tian thought to himself. His current arrow was unable to fully express his strength. Mr. Wu, I want to buy a better arrow. The price is between 30,000 and 50,000. Do you know if there are any channels for this? Lin Tian sent a micro message to Mr. Wu.
This level is already a performance level arrow, and ordinary stores generally don't sell them.
Even if the price is right, the quality may not be guaranteed.
Wu did not reply to the message right away, so Lin went to the store. Lu Bingning had already chosen a dress for him.
Lin Tian, try this on and see if it fits. Okay. Lin Tian quickly took the clothes to the changing room. He looked at the price.
The price of the shirt and pants was over 1,000 yuan. In the summer, his clothes usually cost no more than 200 yuan.
Lin Tian's heart warmed.
Lu Bing's credit card was frozen, so he had to spend less on himself to spend more on others.
Bingning, how is it?
Lin Tian quickly changed into his clothes and walked outside.
Lu Bingning's eyes lit up. Clothes make the man.
Lin Tian changed into a better-looking outfit, and the whole person looked much more handsome.
It looks good. It seems that you are suited to their clothes. Try this one on. Luo Bingning handed Lin Tian another set of clothes. Okay. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian had tried on 3 different outfits. These 3 sets of clothes are all suitable, and Luo Bingying is very satisfied. These 3 sets will do. Wrap them up. Lu Bingning ordered. Lin Tian was stunned.
He thought that Luo Bingning was only buying 1 set, but she actually wanted to buy all 3 sets of clothes and give them to him.
Bingying, just buy 1 set. Lin Tian whispered to Luo Bingning, these 3 sets add up to 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Luo Bingning only has 20,000 yuan a month. How can 1 set be enough? The property fee is prepaid until next month. After buying new clothes, I still have more than 10,000 yuan this month, which is enough for me to spend. After saying that, Luo Bingning walked over to the cashier. Her credit card was frozen, but she had a bank card. It just so happened that she didn't have the habit of saving money, so there wasn't much money in her bank card. Never mind, I'll buy it. I should be able to make 30,000 to 50,000 a month. Lin Tian thought to himself.
Today's reward is more than usual, which is an unexpected situation in Lin Tian's opinion. After he changes his piano, it should return to normal levels in the future. But even if he falls, even if he doesn't take goods or accept advertisements, with his number of fans, it won't be difficult to earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. Then I'll buy a few more pairs of shoes. Lu Bingying called Lin Tian and went to another shoe store. After half an hour, Luo Bingning had bought Lin Tian 3 pairs of shoes, and spent another 5,000 yuan, which was more than half of her monthly salary.
Let's go home. She'll have to eat dirt this month.
Lu Bingning secretly calculated that there were still 25 days until the next month's salary, and she had less than 10,000 yuan in her bank card. For her, who usually spends more than 100,000 yuan a month, 10,000 yuan is tight.
I won't starve to death. I have food and drink, don't I?
I can't make big money, but I should be able to make a little. Lin Tian smiled lightly.
The two quickly drove home.
Lin Tian sat in the passenger seat, looking at Luo Bingning's profile and smiling faintly.
Lin Tian, what are you looking at? Luo Bingning blushed and said.
Most people can't tell at night, but Lin Tian can see it clearly.
I'm looking at a beautiful woman. Experts say that looking at beautiful women can make you live longer.
Lin Tian said with a smile.
You believe what the experts say? Luo Bingning said with a pout. At this moment, a treasure chest slowly appeared above Luo Bingning's head.
The treasure chest was bronze in color and looked very good.
Lin Tian was overjoyed.
A treasure chest had appeared again. He and Luo Bingning had not been together for long, and if the frequency of treasure chests appearing in the future remained as high as it was now, it would be great. But even if there is only one a month, it's still very good.
Soon, Lin Tian touched the treasure chest. Ding, the bronze treasure chest is open.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level driving skills. A flood of information rushed into Lin Tian's mind.
He gained access to countless driving information, including motorcycles, cars, trucks, and even tanks.
And his driving skills had reached the master level. Martial arts masters are very strong, and with his master-level driving skills, Lin Tian estimated that even if he was not at the level of a car god, he was definitely world-class.
Luo Bingning's driving skills were originally quite good in Lin Tian's eyes, but now he sees many problems. Of course, just ordinary driving, Luo Bingning's driving skills are enough. Master-level martial arts is a silver treasure chest, and master-level driving skills are just a bronze treasure chest.
It seems that the treasure chests are not related to level. It is the difficulty of the upgrade, or the value of the item.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
Similarly, master-level driving skills are much worse than master-level martial arts skills. The difficulty and value of the two are not on the same level.
Luo
Bingning suddenly groaned. She showed signs of pain on her face.
Bingning, what's wrong? Lin Tian hurriedly asked. Luo Bingning pulled over and stopped the car.
Her hand was clinging to the steering wheel tightly. I have a stomachache.
You drive. It's okay if you bump into something. You're insured.
Lin Tian nodded and the two quickly got out of the car and switched seats.
Lin Tian sat in the driver's seat and started the car with a skilled ignition.
His masterful driving skills made him extremely familiar with every aspect of the car.
Going to the hospital? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning shook her head. No, this is an old problem. I'll go back and lie down for a while.
I'll feel much better after a rest.
Lin Tian nodded.
He accelerated, and the car moved smoothly and silky through the traffic, much faster than the other cars.
Luo Bingning was feeling unwell, but she also noticed this.
Lin Tian drove fast and steady.
This is not like a novice. But she knew Lin Tian's information, and he was definitely a novice. After getting his driver's license, Lin Tian should not have touched the steering wheel.
In 10 minutes, Lin Tian drove the car back to the community. Lin Tian, you're actually a very good driver.
Aren't you a novice? Most veteran drivers don't drive as well as you do. Lu Bingning said in surprise. After a short rest, she felt a little better. Lin Tian smiled and said, if I can't find a good job, I guess I can become a driver for Didi or deliver food.
Lu Bingning said with some regret, you are very talented in this area. If you had been trained from a young age, you might have become a racing driver.
But racing drivers are dangerous, so it's better not to do it. Back at home, Luo Bingning lay down on the sofa.
Lin Tian, please pour me a glass of warm water.
Okay. Lin Tian quickly poured some water for Luo Bingning, who drank it and then lay down again.
She frowned and her stomach hurt even more.
Bingying, let me take your pulse.
Lin Tian said, and pressed his right hand on Luo Bingning's wrist. As a martial arts master, taking someone's pulse is a basic skill.
How could one become a martial arts master without understanding the human body? Lin Tian, you can do pulse diagnosis?
Luo Bingning was very surprised.
In traditional Chinese medicine, only 1 in 10 practitioners can diagnose a pulse. Many things from our ancestors are gradually being lost. I read books and taught myself. Lin Tian replied. Luo Bingying.
If another man had said that, she would have pulled her hand back. She had only taught herself from books.
Was he taking her pulse or trying to take advantage of her?
Lin Tian frowned slightly.
The result of his pulse taking was that there was something inside Luo Bingning's lower abdomen. Chapter 17 Bingning, I'll check your body. Ordinary people should have nothing in their lower abdomen, like an abandoned well.
There is cold air released from Luo Bingning's lower abdomen. This cold air is not much, but it is enough to stimulate Luo Bingning's internal organs and make her stomach hurt. If you sit or lie still, the cold will release more slowly and it won't hurt as much.
Bingning, you must have been to many hospitals for tests, right? Lin Tianxuan asked.
Luo Bingning said helplessly, I have been to the best hospitals in China and even the Mayo Clinic in the United States, but I have found nothing. The old Chinese doctor has also seen many, and there is no discovery.
Lin Tian thought to himself, Luo Bingying's problem is with her lower abdomen. In Western medicine, meridians and lower abdomen simply don't exist, so how can they be detected?
When the disease occurs, a Chinese medicine pulse diagnosis may find a little abnormality, but ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners can only know the result, not the cause.
Has it always been like this, or is it getting worse? Lin Tian asked.
Lu Bingning said, I felt occasional stomach pain. When I was 14, but it was relatively mild.
Now it hurts a lot more than before.
When she said this, Luo Bingning frowned slightly. She always keeps painkillers in her bag, and she takes one when she is in severe pain.
But if the pain gets worse, maybe painkillers won't help in the future. Lin Tian coughed lightly. Bingying, can I press your stomach so that I can examine it more accurately?
He had just tried to channel his inner strength into Luo Bingning's body, but the strength had not reached her lower abdomen before it was cut off at her wrist. If he presses his hand on her stomach, he can directly probe from the acupuncture points on this side, and should be able to probe the situation of Luo Bingning's lower abdomen.
No. Do you have a medical license? Luo Bingning glared at Lin Tian and said. Lie down and rest.
She felt much better already.
Do we need a medical license to massage and examine each other as husband and wife?
Lin Tian shrugged.
I'm already feeling much better, Luo Bingning said in a bad mood. She could accept holding hands or a simple hug, but she couldn't accept Lin Tian putting his hands on her stomach. Okay, then you rest. After I finish showering, I'll get back to work and try to earn more money so we can eat well and drink well. Lin Tian went back to his room. Since Luo Bingning didn't allow it, he had to give up. After all, Luo Bingning had this old problem, and it wouldn't be a problem for a while. He can practice more and his internal strength control will be better. After taking a shower, Lin Tian began to practice. If there were no particularly important matters, he would not miss his evening and morning practice. Binging, you may have to endure pain again in the next 2 days. You have to be careful not to be too weak to resist and let Lin Tian take advantage of you. Lu Bingning received news from Tang Yan. Her pain is relatively regular now, and it basically comes once every 2 weeks. At first, it only came once every month or two. I just had a pain. Lin Tian is doing well. Don't be hostile to him, Luo Bingning replied. Tang Yan sent a sighing expression. I didn't say he was bad, but he's just so ordinary, he's not good enough for you. You're so smart, how can you be so brainwashed by love? Oh, and you should save your money. Auntie texted me and said she can't lend you any money. I already promised her. Lu Bingning. I just bought some clothes and shoes for Lin Tian today, and it cost more than 10,000 yuan. I was going to ask you to help me out quietly. Tang Yan sent a speechless expression over. In her opinion, Luo Bingning's love brain is hopeless. Her credit card is frozen, and her monthly salary is only 20,000 yuan, but she spent more than 10,000 yuan on Lin Tian today. Binging, when you rejected other men in the past, you had a lot of reasons, but why are you so stupid with Lin Tian? You're the one who's stupid. You're stupid. After 3 weeks of training, Lin Tian felt relaxed all over. He concentrated his energy on his ears, and he could hear Luo Bingning's gentle breathing from the master bedroom. She had already fallen asleep a long time ago. 4 million fans. He also earned 150,000 in rewards. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app and took a look. The number of fans is not increasing as fast as before. Arrow is a niche instrument, so even if Lin Tian is a master of arrow, he estimates that he will only be able to get a few million fans in the end. I can split 90,000 of the 150,000 gifts. Should I withdraw the money now or wait a few days? Lin Tian thought to himself. The Huayin app does not have a fixed time for withdrawing money, but you can only withdraw money once a month. He had to wait a month before he could withdraw money again. I wonder if Wu Lao has seen the message. Lin Tian opened WeChat and soon saw a message from Mr. Wu, who said he had a treasured arrow that he could sell to him. He will sell it to you for 30,000 renminbi, the original price. Thank you, Mr. Wu. But it's not appropriate for you to transfer the original price of 30,000 to me. I'll buy it for 50,000. If you don't agree, it's fine. Lin Tian replied to Mr. Wu. Prices are rising fast these days. If Wu Lao accepted 30,000 yuan, even if he bought it for 50,000 yuan, Wu Lao might still lose money. Okay, 50,000 it is. You're making money now, so I'll take advantage of you a little. Come to this address tomorrow. It was already 12 o'clock, and Wu Lao was still awake. Lin Tian sent the message and received Wu Lao's reply shortly after. Old Wu, see you tomorrow. Before long, it was the next morning. Lin Tian's reward amount had reached 170,000, an increase of 20,000, which was not small, but the growth rate of rewards had also slowed down significantly. According to his agreement with Huayin, he could get 60% of the total, which was 102,000 yuan. This money was after-tax income. Soon Lin Tian withdrew the money. He still had nearly 10,000 yuan on his card, and after spending 50,000 yuan on the arrow, he still had 60,000 yuan left. It was not a problem for him and Luo Bingning to eat well and drink well. Even if he has a lot of money, he can't spend it recklessly. If the Luo family knew that he had become an internet celebrity, they would probably oppose them. Mr. Wu, thank you for your help. I will never forget your kindness. Lin Tian saw Wu Lao and bowed to him. If it wasn't for Mr. Wu taking the lead in pushing him, and if it wasn't for Mr. Wu calling all the arrow masters, he would never have become so popular. Even if he is good, he is not famous, and it would be great if he could reach half of his current number of fans in a month.
Shaolin, the arrow is on the decline, and we old folks are worried. The younger generation needs talented people who can carry the torch. When a genius like you appears, we must of course give you our full support," Mr. Wu said with a smile. Then he took a bag from the side and took out an arrow from it. This arrow is a famous artist's last work. I have only used it a few times in private after collecting it. Let it shine in your hands. Lin Tian took the arrow. Compared to the one he had bought before, it was clearly of a higher grade. "Mr. Wu, I'm afraid this is worth more than 50,000 yuan. I'll add another 50,000 yuan," Lin Tian said. Mr. Wu glared at him. "Old man, I'm a retired employee, and I can't even spend my pension. Do I need your 50,000 yuan? If you want it, take it. If not, give it back." Lin Tian hurriedly said, "Old Wu, I want it. Don't be angry, just do as we agreed. I'll transfer you the 50,000 yuan right now." "That's more like it." Mr. Wu nodded. He was a master of the arrow, and although he was not particularly wealthy, he still completely ignored the mere 50,000 yuan. "Lin, why don't you play a tune?" Mr. Wu looked at Lin Tian and said expectantly. Chapter 18. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Tian smiled and said, "Old Master Wu, I'll play a piece of music for you." Wu Laoshi did not respond. "Teach me?" He guessed that he didn't have the ability to teach Lin Tian at all. Soon Lin Tian began. Wu Lao closed his eyes, and soon he was transported into a state of mind, deep in the mountains and valleys, birds singing, a scene of vitality. Ordinary people may not have the ability to appreciate the level of the music and may not be able to fully appreciate the mood of the music, but Wu Laoren could clearly sense it. When the song ended, Wu felt that it was full of aftertaste. "Lin, I am not as good as you," Wu said sincerely, looking at Lin Tian as if he were looking at a monster. Lin Tian was in his 20s and had such a level. The original arrow did limit Lin Tian's ability to perform, but after listening to Lin Tian play this piece, Wu Lao estimated that Lin Tian's arrow level was among the top among all arrow masters. They didn't rank who was first or second, but Wu Lao estimated that Lin Tian's level would definitely be in the top 3. "Old Wu, this arrow of yours is good." Lin Tian smiled. Mr. Wu laughed, "I don't have this level even with a better arrow. Your level is really a lot better than mine. At such a young age, you have already reached such a level, and your future is limitless." At this point, Wu let out a sigh. He has a granddaughter, but she is only 16 or 17 years old and is still a minor. "How old are you, Xiaolin?" Mr. Wu couldn't help but ask. 23. Wu secretly calculated in his mind that the 6-year difference was actually not bad, and his granddaughter would be an adult in a little over a year. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Wu asked with a light cough. Lin Tian nodded. Wu Lao said with some regret, "I'm getting old and confused. With your talent, it would be strange if you didn't have a girlfriend. Lin Tian, can you give me some pointers on my playing? I really want to learn, and there are some things that no one can teach me." Lin Tian hurriedly said, "Mr. Wu, you are too kind. Let's exchange and learn from each other." Time passed by, and in the exchange with Mr. Wu, Lin Tian gained a lot, and he learned more about the industry. Wu Laoshi gained even more. He is highly skilled and humble and courteous, which is rare. An hour later, Lin Tian left, and Wu Laoshi was full of emotion. "I have to record it again," Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he went to the river where he had originally recorded, but from a distance, Lin Tian saw that there were some people by the river. Netizens are really very powerful. In such a short time, this place has been exposed. Lin Tian shook his head in secret. There were so many people in the city, and after 2 hours of searching, Lin Tian finally found another suitable place to record. Why hasn't it been updated today? In the courtyard of the imperial capital, an old man lay in the shade of a tree. He clicked on Lin Tian's avatar for the 3rd time, and it was still the same videos. "Father, shall I invite him to your home?" The middle-aged man next to the old man said. He had some resentment in his heart. He had given 50,000 rewards before, and had given 5,000 rewards a total of 5,000 times. Now he was annoyed that his father had given Lin Tian a reward. The old man glared at the middle-aged man. "It's not good to lock yourself in and listen to it alone. The other masters couldn't bring themselves to be internet celebrities, but this young man is good.
The more people know, the better the era culture can be passed on. The middle-aged man said, "Dad, he probably didn't think about it at all. He's young and probably doesn't have any money, so he just wants to make some money."
The old man narrowed his eyes. He probably really needs the money, otherwise why is he dressed so poorly and playing the arrow so poorly?
Middle-aged man. "Dad, please spare me. I can only give 10 yuan each time. I gave him 50,000 yuan in tips before, and my fingers are cramping up. I won't do it."
The old man sighed slightly. "If you don't want to do it, then don't.
I'm almost in the coffin, and I can't even order you around. I don't need you here. You can go." Middle-aged man. "Dad, can't I just give you a reward?"
The old man handed him the phone. "Hurry up, before I wake up from my nap. I hope you've already taken care of things." The middle-aged man reluctantly rewarded him.
He really wanted to call the CEO of Huayin, but couldn't change it? It's done.
Lin Tian quickly recorded 2 new songs and uploaded them.
Ha!
The middle-aged man saw the new video uploaded by Lin Tian. At first glance, he noticed that Lin Tian had changed to a new arrow.
It sounds great. His level has improved a lot. Compared to Master Ouyang, this level is probably not much worse. The middle-aged man's eyes showed surprise.
He watched the second video that Lin Tian had uploaded, which was also of a very high standard. The masked man is no more than 35 years old, and he has such a high level at such a young age.
No wonder his father likes him.
The middle-aged man thought to himself. He continued to reward him. Compared to before, he wasn't as depressed. Worried that the new place would be exposed again, Lin Tian recorded 20 videos at a time, and 2 videos a day would be enough for him to post for 10 days.
Phew! Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief.
He had recorded some videos 3 times. He changed his cell phone and recorded again, and then he changed his arrow and recorded again. Now he should be able to relax a little, as he won't have to record again. Originally, Lin Tian planned to livestream once every 2 days, but now that he has withdrawn the money and does not lack money, he can postpone the livestream. After all these 20 videos are posted, he will have more fans. The more anticipation there is, the better the first live broadcast will be.
What's going on? Lin Tian was stunned. He clicked on the Huayin app background to check, and there were actually another 50,000 or so rewards, and 50,000 of them were from that one diehard fan. Lin Tian thought about sending a private message to thank him, but the other person refused to accept the private message and could not thank him. He has money and can do whatever he wants. Lin Tian thought to himself.
Since the other person is not a child but a real local tyrant, Lin Tian naturally accepted the reward with a smile.
Dad, masked man uploaded a new video.
Shen Chunyuan rubbed his fingers in the courtyard of the imperial capital.
The old man took the phone and quickly opened the video. When the song ended, he was surprised. Amazing.
At such a young age, his level is comparable to that of a top-notch arrow master.
Dad, I don't think I'm much worse than Master Ouyang, am I? Shen Chunyuan asked.
The old man nodded. Compared to the level in the video, there is still some gap compared to Master Ouyang, but his surroundings are ordinary.
The recording was only done with a mobile phone.
In fact, his level is probably on par with Master Ouyang.
Shen Chunyuan was amazed.
He really had such a level of skill. He still believed in his father's ability to appreciate art.
Lao San, Siki is a sophomore now. Has she found a boyfriend yet?
The old man suddenly asked.
Shen Chunyuan shook his head. As far as I know, she hasn't. Dad, you don't want Siki to find him as a boyfriend, do you?
He covered his face with a mask, and it was unlikely that he would be able to live up to the audience. And he is so good, he must be over 30.
Siki is only 19. Don't make a mistake.
The old man coughed lightly. That's a bit far off. If the masked hero is not yet 25 years old, that would be more likely.
Dad, do you think that's possible? Asked Shen Chunyuan.
The old man shook his head.
Chapter 19, maybe you're a lucky charm for your husband. Alas.
On the subway back home, Lin Tian sighed. After recording the video, he went to the busiest commercial street in the city, where he met thousands of people of all kinds in an hour. But none of them had a treasure chest on their heads. The treasure chest system has been activated. If he could get a treasure chest from the others, he would have seen a treasure chest appear when he saw so many people. No, it means that the treasure chest can only be obtained from Luo Bingying, or from a very few people who meet the conditions.
System.
Lin Tian called out to the system again. As before, the system still didn't respond. This system of his only appeared when there was a treasure chest.
Lin Tian's phone vibrated. Son, have you met Luo Bingning?
The Luo family is too high for us to climb.
It's normal that you didn't get together. Don't be sad. Mom Chanwan sent a message.
Lin Tian knew that his parents knew that he had met Luo Bingning, and that his parents knew about his engagement to Luo Bingning, but they didn't take it seriously.
Their family is ordinary, while the Luo family is a first-class noble family.
And unlike other families, the Luo family has only one daughter, Bingning, in 3 generations. Whoever marries her will definitely reap the benefits of both wealth and beauty.
Mom, why are you asking about this?
You haven't sent any news for 3 days, and we're worried about you.
Lin Tian's face showed a hint of a smile. Although their family is ordinary, their parents are in good health and the family is harmonious.
Lin Tian feels very good in such a family.
Mom, I've been busy these days.
I've changed jobs and luckily I've just closed a big deal. I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan, so you can eat well and drink well.
Lin Tian thought for a moment and replied. He decided to keep the news about him and Luo Bingning a secret for now.
They had gotten married, but they were only living together.
If his parents knew about their separation, they would be disappointed. Luo Bingning found you a new job?
Yes, it's quite good.
Lin Tian smiled.
His main job was to get treasure chests from Luo Bingning.
Son, don't tell your father about this. Your father is just like your grandfather. They don't accept any help from the Luo family. You keep the money. Your father and I don't need your help. Lin Tian thought for a moment. Their family and the Luo family are not close. Is there something else going on? When he returned home, Lin Tian could smell the aroma of the food. Lin Tian, you're back. Wait a little longer, the food will be ready soon.
The melodious voice of Luo Bingning came from the kitchen. Lin Tian arrived at the kitchen door, and Luo Bingying was skillfully frying the food.
Bingying, I'm lucky.
I just got a big contract with the company, and I think I'll get a commission of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan.
Should we hire a nanny? Lin Tian said.
Luo Bingning turned her head and said in surprise, You just joined the company and you already got a big deal?
Lin Tian smiled and said, Maybe you are lucky for your husband. Luo Bingying blushed. You haven't even got the Chengdu deal yet, and it's too early to talk about hiring a nanny. Besides, sales are hard to predict. You might get 3 deals a day, or you might not get a single deal for 3 months. You should save up for 2 months first. Lu Bingning thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Tian left from the kitchen door after saying that. Luo Bingning let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian looked at her from behind, a little nervous. Lin Tian, let's eat. Not long after, Luo Bingning shouted. Lin Tian walked out of his bedroom. He had finished his shower and put on the new clothes that Luo Bingning had bought for him the day before. Luo Bingning was a little surprised. Has Lin Tian become a little more handsome? Lin Tian wore the same clothes yesterday, but today and tomorrow seem to be a little different. Strange. How could this be? Is it because I've seen this guy so much that I've grown to like him? Lu Bingning thought to herself. She didn't think it was because she was in love with him, and that she had bought him clothes and shoes, but that didn't mean anything. Bingying, my grandfather and your grandfather were sworn brothers, so logically, our 2 families should have been in contact more often. Is there something going on here? After sitting down and eating for a while, Lin Tian asked curiously. Luo Bingning hesitated a little. It seems you know. Tell me. Luo Bingning whispered, When they were fighting together, my grandfather didn't have a girlfriend yet, but Grandpa Lin did. The engagement was made at that time. Later, Grandpa Lin went to fight in the south, but Grandpa Lin didn't. One day, news came back that Grandpa Lin had been killed in battle. Grandpa Lin's girlfriend was very sad, and Grandpa Lin often comforted her. Lin Tian. He said with a strange look, Your grandmother was my grandfather's girlfriend? Lu Bingning nodded awkwardly.
Grandpa Lin didn't return for 3 years, and by then my grandparents had already gotten married.
Lin Tian frowned and said, my grandfather hasn't heard from him for so long?
I heard that Grandpa Lin went undercover at the time.
Lin Tian sighed.
His grandfather had gone undercover and news of his death had been passed back. In fact, it was not the fault of Mr. Luo. It can only be said that fate plays tricks on people. On this matter, Grandpa always felt that he owed Grandpa Lin, but he wanted to help Grandpa Lin, but Grandpa Lin didn't accept it.
Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian rolled his eyes in secret.
Although it was a twist of fate, if something like this happened to him, he wouldn't accept help either. When the marriage was arranged, and then this happened, Grandpa took the marriage between us very seriously. My parents opposed it, and he had several arguments with them. I didn't want to see them fight, so I proposed a 3-year engagement.
Lin Tian nodded, and he finally understood. Under normal circumstances, even if their grandfather was a good friend, how could Mr. Luo be so stubbornly persistent?
It turns out that there was such a hidden reason. Lin Tian, your grandfather is gone, and my grandmother is also gone.
There is no need to mention the older generation.
As I said, if we develop feelings for each other, we won't need to divorce after 3 years, and we can stay together forever.
Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian smiled and said, if we can't win you over after 3 years, then I'm too incompetent. When we are really together, I will take you to your grandfather's grave to pay respects to your ancestors. Luo Bingning nodded, no problem.
After finishing the meal, Lin Tian quickly washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen.
Lin Tian, let's go for a walk.
Luo Bingning said with a slight blush. On the surface, they are a couple, and secretly, they are even married. They went downstairs for a walk, and they must have held hands and been intimate.
Okay. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. The two quickly changed their shoes and went downstairs.
When they got downstairs, Lin Tian reached out his hand, and Luo Bingning hesitantly handed her hand to Lin Tian. Luo Bingning's hands were definitely soft and delicate, and her skin was as smooth as butter, making them very comfortable to hold.
Bang, bang.
Lin Tian is a martial arts master, and he can tell that Luo Bingning's heartbeat has accelerated a lot.
Son, you come downstairs. Luo Bingning and the others are taking a walk downstairs.
Wang Shanglian saw Lin Tian and the others. She quickly sent a message to her son, Song Kaifeng.
Mom, they are walking together. Should I go and find excitement? Are you stupid?
If you walk with Lin Tian, Luo Bingning will have a comparison in her heart. If you behave well, you will have a chance.
Chapter 20, Can you make money by running? Song Kaifeng quickly went downstairs and jogged over to Lin Tian and the others. Miss Luo, I was really rude last time. Lin Tian, I don't have much fun running alone. Why don't we run together and compete? Song Kaifeng said. Luo Bingning frowned. Song Kaifeng, don't bother us while we're walking.
Song Kaifeng quickly said, Miss Luo, as an apology, I and Lin Tian will run for a prize.
He can only win and never lose.
The track in our community is 800 meters around. Lin Tian, let's run 5 laps.
If you win by 1 second, I'll give you 100 yuan. Song Kaifeng sneered in his heart.
He often ran, and ordinary people simply couldn't run as fast as him.
Lin Tian probably couldn't even run 5 laps.
A run would not only show Lin Tian's incompetence, but also show off himself, which was very good in Song Kaifeng's opinion.
100 yuan per second, that's good?
Lin Tian said with a smile. He used to be an average runner, but now he is a martial arts master. If he runs at full speed, his speed is comparable to a tiger.
Isn't this like picking up money? Song Kaifeng said sincerely, I was a bit presumptuous last time. I apologize for that, and I want to have a running partner.
Lu Bingning took Lin Tian's hand.
She knew that Song Kaifeng definitely had an ulterior motive.
Song Kaifeng was definitely good at running, and Lin Tian would probably be abused if he compared himself to him.
Brother Song, 5 laps is too little. It's not interesting.
I usually start with 10 laps when I run.
You can run by yourself. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. Song Kaifeng wanted to laugh.
In his opinion, Lin Tian was afraid to compete, and he wouldn't even be able to finish 5 laps. He was just saying that to pretend to be tough in front of Luo Bingning.
Ha ha. Lin Tian, you like long-distance running too? If that's the case, then let's do 10 laps. It's the same as before. You beat me by 1 second, and I'll give you 100 yuan. Song Kaifeng looked like he had found a soulmate. Luo Bingning hugged Lin Tian's arm. Dear, don't compete with him. Even if you're 5 minutes ahead, it's only 300 seconds. It's only 30,000 yuan. We don't need to make such a small profit. Song Kaifeng's anger was rising. Lu Bingying was holding Lin Tian's arm, and her softness was almost touching Lin Tian's arm.
In his eyes, Lu Bingying would be his in the future.
Miss Luo is right.
5 minutes ahead is only 30,000 yuan, which is really just a small amount of money.
In that case, 1,000 yuan per second is fine. If you can get 5 minutes ahead of me, you'll have 300,000.
Song Kaifeng said with a smile, as if 300,000 was not even money. In fact, he didn't think Lin Tian could win at all.
If that's the case, what's the difference between 100 and 1,000? He mentioned 1,000, and Lin Tian still didn't dare to do it, which was the same as Lin Tian saying that he couldn't do it.
Bingning, he said that, if I don't compete with him, it will seem that I am afraid of him.
Don't worry, I will definitely win. Lin Tian smiled and said, Brother Song, you won't go back on your word, will you?
Song Kaifeng said with a big voice, Lin Tian, don't worry, as long as you win, 1,000 yuan per second, I will definitely not short you a penny.
Miss Luo will be the witness. Lin Tian nodded. Shall we start then? Bingning, you go over there and take a rest.
It won't take long for 10 laps.
Luo Bingning. 10 laps is 8 kilometers.
If you don't exercise regularly, it's definitely not easy for the average person to run 8 kilometers.
Lu
Bingning sat down on the wooden chair next to her.
Since Lin Tian insisted, she couldn't object anymore. Lin Tian, shall we start with a little stretching? Song Kaifeng said. Lin Tian shook his head. No stretching, let's just start. Song Kaifeng sneered in his heart.
He had never stretched before a long run, and he guessed that Lin Tian had never run long distances at all.
If I don't beat you by 10 minutes, my name is not Song. Song Kaifeng thought to himself. Miss Luo, my mother is also taking a walk.
I'll call my mother over. Later, please time us with my mother.
Song Kaifeng smiled at Luo Bingning.
He was confident that he could finish the 8 kilometers in 35 minutes, which was pretty good for an amateur runner.
Soon, Song Kaifeng called his mother, Wang Shanglian, over. Go!
Lu Bingning and Wang Shanglian pressed the stopwatch on their phones at the same time. Song Kaifeng and Lin Tian rushed out.
Lin Tian immediately overtook Song Kaifeng by several meters. Are you stupid? This is a long-distance race, not a sprint. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Song Kaifeng's eyes revealed a mocking expression.
Luo Bingning sighed in her heart. She also knew that Lin Tian was too fast for a long-distance race, and would soon be exhausted and unable to continue.
Phew! It didn't take long for Lin Tian to complete the first lap.
His figure rushed past Luo Bingning, still very fast.
1 minute and 50 seconds. That's fast. Luo Bingning's eyes showed surprise.
She quickly checked online and found that this speed met the national standard for first-class athletes. Lin Tian doesn't look very strong, but he's still in good shape.
Luo Bingning thought to herself. Wang Shanglian said, Bingning, Lin Tian is quite fast, but they are long-distance runners, not sprinters, so it's not wise for him to do this.
Auntie Wang, sprinting so fast is also quite amazing.
Lu Bingning smiled and said.
For minutes later, Song Kaifeng finished the first lap, and at that time, Lin Tian had just finished the second lap, which took 2 minutes.
How is that possible? Song Kaifeng's face was not very good.
He had just completed 1 lap, and Lin Tian had actually pulled him around the entire course.
Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's 1,600 meters also met the standards of a first-class athlete.
Even if he couldn't hold on after sprinting so hard, it was still a great result for Lin Tian to run 1,600 meters in the first place.
3 laps, 4 laps, 5 laps. After 10 laps, Lin Tian deliberately stopped panting. 22 minutes and 35 seconds.
Lu Bingning pressed the stopwatch and showed it to Wang Shanglian.
Wang Shanglian's face was a bit ugly.
Song Kaifeng had only completed 6 laps, and it would take more than 10 minutes to complete the remaining 4 laps.
Bingning, I'm going to walk around to relax. Lin Tian walked forward with a heavy breath.
Auntie Wang, I didn't expect Lin Tian to be so physically fit.
Song Kaifeng needs to step up his game. It's 1,000 yuan per second. Lu Bingning smiled and said. Wang Shanglian.
She didn't expect her son to lose, and to lose so badly.
Who?
14 minutes had passed, and Song Kaifeng had only completed 10 laps. His pace was slower than usual because he was influenced by Lin Tian's rhythm.
36 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Tian was 22 minutes and 35 seconds, 14 minutes and 12 seconds faster. Lu Bingning smiled. Song Kaifeng had a long face. He wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it.
His result was actually not bad, but compared to Lin Tian's, it was nothing.
Son, it's only a few 100,000, a small amount of money. Wang Shanglian smiled and said, but to Lin Tian, it should be a huge sum of money. We can't afford to lose him. Song Kaifeng nodded.
Wang Shanglian had just asked Lin Tian for his bank card number, and soon she transferred 852,000 yuan to Lin Tian. This amount of money is actually not small for her, but it is not a big problem to give it away. Their face is worth more than this amount of money. If they don't give this money, Song Kaifeng and Luo Bingning will definitely not get the job.
Auntie Wang, then we'll leave first. Lu Bingning smiled.
Soon, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning left holding hands.
Song Kaifeng's eyes seemed to be about to burst into flames.
He had suffered a great loss.
Son, you learn from your mistakes.
In the future, if you want to target someone or a company, you must find out clearly.
Wang Shanglian said in a low voice.
Song Kaifeng was extremely annoyed. I haven't seen him running for the past 2 days, and I didn't expect him to be so perverted in this regard.
Chapter 21 Lin Tianchi gets a new car. Mom, do you think Lin Tian took a shortcut and cheated? Song Kaifeng frowned.
The track in the housing estate goes around the buildings, so there is indeed a shortcut.
If Lin Tian takes the shortcut, he can save some time on each lap. No. Wang Shanglian shook her head. I asked the nanny to check upstairs. More than 800,000 yuan. Do you think I would give it to him without checking?
Don't tell your father about this, or he'll scold you.
As long as you can win Luo Bingning, the money won't be wasted.
Song Kaifeng said with a dark face. Luo Bingning didn't seem to know Lin Tian's ability in this area, but now she knows.
I've actually given Lin Tian extra points for spending money. Wang Shanglian shook her head. Don't think like that.
Lin Tian has such a specialty, and Luo Bingning will know sooner or later. We gave away so much money so easily, and you also got extra points. And this is also a kind of pressure for Lin Tian.
Song Kaifeng's face brightened a little. Mom, do you think I still have hope? Wang Shanglian nodded, of course, and the hope is great.
You find someone to check out Lin Tian's information, and you will be invincible in 100 battles.
Yes. Song Kaifeng nodded solemnly.
It turns out that he never really considered Lin Tian a worthy opponent. Now that he has been given a wake-up call, he knows that he can't be careless.
Back at home, Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian strangely.
Lin Tian, you can run so fast, reaching the level of a national first-class athlete.
How come I didn't know about this before? Luo Bingning said in surprise. She had people collect information on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's information can be described in 4 words, unremarkable.
If Lin Tian had shown off his amazing speed in school, he would have been a star in junior high school, and college.
Lin Tian spread his hands. I haven't met such a fool before. 1,000 yuan per second, my little universe can't explode? Puff. Luo Bingning was amused, and Song Kaifeng was probably very angry. His speed was actually okay, but you crushed him. You actually earned 850,000 yuan just by going downstairs for a walk.
Lin Tian smiled and said, it's not that I earned 850,000 yuan, it's that we earned 850,000 yuan together.
This is the couple's joint property. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a wide-eyed glance. Who is your joint property?
Before we are really together, yours is yours and mine is mine. You worked hard to earn this 800,000 yuan, and you don't need to share it with me. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, then use the money to buy a car.
Money that falls from the sky, you don't feel bad spending it all.
With a car, I can pick you up from work occasionally. Luo Bingning nodded with a smile. At this price, you can consider a BMW X5. The 3.0T price should be around 800,000 yuan.
Lin Tian was surprised. You know so much? Tang Yan likes cars and often talks about them in my ear.
I don't care about cars, just having a car for daily transportation is good enough.
Lu Bingning said. Lin Tian thought of the Porsche Panamera that Luo Bingning used as a daily car. He was overwhelmed with emotion. A daily car costs $1 million or so. Just listen to you and buy an X5. I'll go to the 4S store tomorrow. Lin Tian smiled. Time passed and it was the next day.
After uploading 2 videos, Lin Tian went to a BMW 4S store. The X5 was in stock, and Lin Tian liked one of the black ones.
Mr. Lin, you can come to register the license plate in 3 days. The temporary license is valid for 15 days. The salesperson enthusiastically helped Lin Tian into the car. Okay. Lin Tian left with the accelerator to the floor. Driving on the road in his new car, Lin Tian was a little excited. He had previously thought that he would be lucky to buy a used car for tens of thousands of yuan. He never imagined that he would be driving such a luxury car. An 800,000 renminbi car is not considered a luxury car in the comments section of Huayin, but it is definitely a luxury car for ordinary people. Calm down, calm down.
After all, he is a martial arts master, and a car is just a car.
Lin Tian thought to himself. After driving the car back to the community, Lin Tian took a picture and sent it to Luo Bingning. Is it handsome? Yes. Swallow knows about yesterday's incident.
She said she wants you to treat her to dinner, and you just mentioned the new car.
Let's treat her to dinner tonight.
Lu Bingjing quickly replied.
Okay, you guys decide on a place. Lu Bingning, are we going to a food stall? It's cheaper.
Besides, I've never been to a food stall before, so I'd like to try it. I'll go home first, and we'll leave together.
Lin Tian looked strange. Taking Luo Bingning to a food stall? Isn't it a bit incongruous for a rich girl like Luo Bingning to go to a food stall? Mom, I had someone look into Lin Tian.
Our judgment was correct. He is just an ordinary loser. His parents are both farmers, and his family is ordinary. He and Luo Bingning have never met, probably met online. Luo Bingning is a talented woman from Peking University, and she has her own company with a valuation of over 100 million.
Song Kaifeng excitedly called his mother, Wang Shanglian.
Lu Bingying is so young and has a company valued at hundreds of millions of yuan. Her family must be very well off, much better than the Song family.
If he can win Luo Bingying's heart, what good will it do him?
Son, Luo Bingying is so well off, it won't be easy for you to win her over.
You need to be persistent and patient.
Oh, by the way, there is an X5 parked next to Luo Bingning's car. It is a high-end model, and I estimate that it costs 800,000 yuan.
Wang Shanglian said. Song Kaifeng gritted his teeth.
He guessed that the car must have been bought by Lin Tian.
He won yesterday and today he is happy to mention the new car. Is this to make him die of anger?
Mom, if he eats my food, I'll make him pay back the money with interest.
He's just a poor loser. What makes him think he can compete with me?
Song Kaifeng said coldly. As long as you have confidence, go for it, son.
Wang Shanglian hung up the phone. Song Kaifeng's eyes flashed with cold light. Lin Tian, let's see who wins. After winning a game, I don't believe you won't fall into the pit.
He thought of a drinking buddy of his, who was not a good person and specialized in setting up schemes to get money in various ways.
La Wei, busy? Song Kaifeng sent a message to the other party. What's the big deal? Brother Song, can you take care of me?
The other person replied soon.
Song Kaifeng's family is very wealthy, and the other party is well aware of this. La Wei, it's been a long time since we last got together. How about a barbecue at Joe's tonight? The food there is pretty good. Okay.
He put down his phone and sneered. The person he contacted was Wei Jun, and it was definitely not difficult to set up a trap for a young man who had just graduated and had little social experience. Lin Tian, you poor little shit, you actually dared to provoke me.
You're like a fly on a tiger's head. You're not living long. Song Kaifeng's eyes revealed a mocking expression. This is not the first time he has asked Wei Jun for help. It was definitely not the first time Wei Jun had done this kind of thing, and he was absolutely handy at it. Chapter 22 Luo Bingning protects her husband. Bingning, how about we go to this Zhaoji barbecue? I've eaten there a few times. It's not a particularly large restaurant, but the food is delicious. Lu Bingning returned home, and Lin Tian handed Lu Bingning a cell phone. The reviews seem pretty good, let's go to this one. Lu Bingning looked at it and said with a smile, let's go pick up Yanzi and go together. By the way, don't compete with her in drinking. She can drink at least a caddy of white wine and 10 bottles of beer. Lin Tian smiled. He used to be a lightweight, but now he is a martial arts master with a strong inner strength. Even if he doesn't use his inner strength to refine the alcohol, he should be able to drink 2 or 3 gin of liquor without any problems. Let's go. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian and the others received Tang Yan. Luo Bingning sat in the front row, and she could only sit in the back row. Bingying, what are you saving money for Lin Tian? He made so much money yesterday, and you actually let him take us to a roadside stall. Even if you want to help him save money, you should wait until after you get married. Tang Yan said with a pout. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning's face turned red. She and Lin Tian had already received their marriage certificate. Swallow, do you want to eat? If you don't want to eat, Lin Tian and I will go eat, and I'll give you 20 red envelopes to go eat fast food. Luo Bingning said in a bad mood. Of course I want to eat. I'll eat at a roadside stall. Lin Tian, can you drink? We'll drink later. Tang Yan thought about getting Lin Tian drunk, maybe he would tell the truth after drinking. I can drink a little. Lin Tian smiled and said. It was less than half an hour before Lin Tian and his friends arrived. Night had fallen, and all kinds of signs were lit up, signaling the start of the nightlife. Let's go, that's the restaurant. After parking the car, Lin Tian and the others quickly entered the restaurant. Luckily, there was an empty table inside. If we had arrived a little later, we would have had to eat outside. Lin Tian smiled. The 3 of them sat down, and some of the men in the restaurant looked envious. Luo Bingning's looks were extremely high, and Tang Yan's looks were also very high. But despite the envy, no one came to cause trouble. Boss, a case of cold beer. Tang Yan ordered the drinks first, before the barbecue. Swallows, you should drink less. Luo Bingning advised. Tang Yan said in a low voice, you are all in pairs, so I can only drink alone. If Lin Tian doesn't drink, I will drink it all by myself. Boss, let's start with these. Lin Tian quickly ordered the food. Lin Tian, shall we drink first? Tang Yan handed Lin Tian a bottle of wine and, without waiting for Lin Tian to say anything, she quickly finished her bottle of wine. Tang Yan, you should slow down. Lin Tian quickly finished the first bottle of beer. Half an hour later, the 2 had each finished 5 bottles of beer. At first, Luo Bingning was quite worried about Lin Tian, but gradually she felt relieved. Lin Tian's drinking capacity seemed to be more than just a little bit. Ha! Luo Bingning was stunned. She touched Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian, look outside. Song Kaifeng is here too. The guy at his table has a tattoo. He doesn't look like a good guy. Lu Bingning leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered. Lin Tian looked outside and saw Song Kaifeng and the others sitting outside. Brother Song, is there anything I can help you with? The person sitting next to Song Kaifeng was naturally Wei Jun, who said with a smile. Song Kaifeng whispered, Lao Wei, it's the same. I want you to help me get someone. The other party has no background. First, find a pretty girl from the outside to seduce him, take some pictures, or something. If that doesn't work, seduce him for drunk driving. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Song Kaifeng must be trying to get him. Wei Jun said, Brother Song, it's possible, but is it really necessary to go to such trouble? I can just get a few of my brothers to beat up a little punk like him. Song Kaifeng shook his head. I've got my eye on a girl, and I'm afraid beating him up will backfire. If you can't get him with these 2, then seduce him into gambling. I want him to lose everything. Wei Jun smiled and said, Brother Song, that's easy. You know my methods. I'll definitely make it clear to him. After the job is done. Song Kaifeng said, 100,000. The job has to be done well. Thank you for your help, brother Song, Wei Jun said with a smile. Song Kaifeng took out a photo. This is the target, his name is Lin Tian, he lives in the same building as me, 20th floor. Don't worry, he's just a poor loser. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. Song Kaifeng is quite a vicious guy. From the way they talked, it wasn't the first time Song Kaifeng had done this. As time passed, Tang Yan's eyes gradually became unfocused. Too much beer can be intoxicating. Lin Tian was fine, but he pretended to be a little drunk. Brother Song, I'm going to the bathroom. Wei Jun arrived at the restaurant. He habitually scanned the room with his eyes and saw Luo Bingning and Tang Yan. His eyes lit up. After going to the bathroom, Wei Jun walked straight to Lin Tian's table. Two beautiful ladies, why don't you come sit at our table? My brother is a rich man. If you accompany us for a few drinks, we'll be happy, and you might each get a few thousand yuan. Wei Jun smiled and said. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Wei Jun. Wei Jun froze for a moment, and he immediately recognized Lin Tian. Lin Tian was the one that Song Kaifeng had him fix, right? Song Kaifeng really picked a high-quality girl this time. No wonder he only paid 30,000 to 50,000 before, but this time he paid 100,000. Wei Jun thought to himself. Kid, what are you looking at? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Wei Jun sneered, and he seemed to be ready to attack as he clenched his fists. Watch out. Lu Bingning stood up, and the two chopsticks in her right hand were thrust into Wei Jun's eyes. Wei Jun reflexively raised his hand to block. Ha! Lu Bingning withdrew her right hand and punched Wei Jun in the waist with her left fist. Luo Bingning and Tang Yan had studied martial arts, and she knew exactly where to hit to be effective. Wei Jun immediately felt a sharp pain in his waist. Binging, quickly, the crotch kick. Tang Yan was still not completely drunk, and she cried out excitedly. Wei Jun retreated in pain, and if Luo Bingning hit him with another roundhouse kick, he might lose his sexual pleasure for the rest of his life. You guys. Good men don't fight women. Wei Jun quickly retreated. He often fought, and from the kick that Luo Bingning had just given him, he knew that Luo Bingning had practiced, and that she had practiced all kinds of fierce moves. He was alone against the three of them, and he probably would have lost. Binging, you really have practiced. Lin Tian said with a smile. If Luo Bingning hadn't rushed in, he would have definitely struck. If he had, Wei Jun would have felt more than just a little pain. Of course. Luo Bingning nodded proudly. Tang Yan said with a drunken haze in her eyes, Lin Tian, don't mess around, I taught Bingning martial arts, you definitely can't beat her. Lin Tian stared at Luo Bingning. A black iron treasure chest slowly appeared above Luo Bingning's head. Is it easier to conjure a treasure chest when you are excited? Lin Tian thought to himself. Lin Tian, let's go back, or we might get into trouble. Luo Bingning said with a hint of worry. If Tang Yan hadn't drunk so much, she wouldn't be worried. Tang Yan is very skilled and can fight 5 or 6 people at once. Now Tang Yan's combat power has been greatly reduced. As for Lin Tian, Luo Bingning didn't count him in. Lin Tian hadn't practiced, and Lin Tian had also drunk a lot of wine at this time. Then let's go back. Binging, you have something on your head. Lin Tian's hand swept over Luo Bingning's head. Ding, the black iron treasure chest is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skills of a master sommelier. Chapter 23, Tang Yan's family background. Lin Tian was a little sad that it was actually wine tasting. Skills. He basically can't use this. Fortunately, at least this skill is self-aware. The black iron treasure chest opened up a master-level wine tasting skill. The arrow skill from the black iron treasure chest is a master level, and this is a grandmaster level, so this ability is 1 level lower in value. Don't go back, I can still drink. Lin Tian, I haven't finished the second box yet. Tang Yan said with a somewhat dazed look in her eyes. Luo Bingning said, swallow, let's take the wine back and drink it. You can drink with Lin Tian as much as you like, and when you get drunk, you can sleep at my place. Okay. Tang Yan agreed. Luo Bingning helped her to her feet. After Lin Tian paid the bill and left, Song Kaifeng hid outside. When Wei Jun told him about it, he knew that Luo Bingning must be there. Hoof. Lin Tian snorted.
Song Kaifeng actually found someone in society to prepare to move him.
This matter cannot be ignored. Song Kaifeng can run away, but he cannot escape the temple.
Tang Yan, sit properly and fasten your seatbelt. Luo Bingning sent Tang Yan to the back seat, and Lin Tian sat in the passenger seat.
You bastard. Song Kaifeng's face was gloomy.
As soon as Wei Jun said it, he quickly found Lin Tian's car and hid to watch Lin Tian and the others leave.
Brother Song, what's the story with that pretty little bitch?
She seems to be a martial arts expert, practicing vicious moves like eye gouging and crotch kicking.
Shang Jundao was next to Song Kaifeng.
He was holding his waist.
Luo Bingning had hit the pressure points.
It took a while to recover, and now he felt a dull pain in his waist. I only know that her family is very wealthy, but I don't know anything else. Brother Song, you can handle Lin Tian, but you must not touch her. If you touch her, you might be eating government rations in a minute.
Song Kaifeng warned. Luo Bingning is the woman he likes, so he can't let Wei Jun do anything. Wei Jun's methods of dealing with women are sometimes very despicable.
Okay.
Wei Jun nodded.
He dares to move against ordinary rich people, but he really dares not move against the very rich. If the other party makes a phone call, he might become an important target of the campaign against organized crime.
Lao Wei, they didn't see me, did they? Song Kaifeng was a little worried.
Let's go sit at the table where they were just sitting. Soon, the two arrived at the store. Song Kaifeng sat in the seat where Luo Bingning had just sat. He looked out the window and his face looked a bit ugly. As long as Luo Bingning paid attention to the outside, she must have seen him. Brother Song, don't worry too much. At most, they saw us, but they definitely didn't hear what we said.
Wei Jun said in a low voice. Damn it. Song Kaifeng cursed in his heart.
If Luo Bingning saw him and Wei Jun drinking together, and considering what Wei Jun had done, his impression of him would definitely be much lower. Lao Wei, let's not contact each other for a while. If you succeed, I'll give you the money in 2 months. If Luo Bingning investigates seriously, we'll all be in trouble. Song Kaifeng said in a low voice as he came out of the store.
Okay. Wei Jun nodded. He knew all about Song Kaifeng.
If he succeeded, Song Kaifeng would never refuse to pay him the measly 100,000 yuan. Lin Tian, the guy who drinks with Song Kaifeng, is not a good person.
Song Kaifeng probably met him to deal with you. And with what just happened, the other party will definitely look for an opportunity to deal with you.
Lu Bingning said with some concern. Lin Tian smiled, I will be careful, don't worry.
What about you? If he brings people against you, can you handle it?
Luo Bingning blushed, I don't just know the moves I just used in the store to quickly resolve the situation. Generally, 2 or 3 strong men are really not my match. If it weren't for that, my family would definitely have arranged for a bodyguard for me.
Tang Yan was in the back row.
She took out her cell phone from her pocket.
Uncle, just now Bingning and I were eating at Joji Barbecue, and someone was being a jerk to us. Can you help me get back at them? Tang Yan dialed her uncle's phone.
Swallow, have you been drinking? Uncle, if you don't help me, I'll go to my grandfather.
Okay, I'll help you. Put Bingning on the phone. Tang Yan handed the phone to Luo Bingning. Uncle Tang, someone just wanted us to drink with them. We didn't suffer any loss.
I didn't mean to trouble you with such a trivial matter. We are on our way home, and Swallow will sleep at my place tonight,
said Luo Bingning. Bingning, then I'll trouble you.
On the other end of the phone, Uncle Tang Yan, Tang Pengyuan, hung up the phone. Swallow, you've even bothered your uncle with this little matter.
Luo Bingning returned the phone to Tang Yan. Tang Yan said angrily, that guy is no good.
Lin Tian, don't worry about drinking later,
I'm sure I'll win. Luo Bingning shook her head in secret.
She could see that Lin Tian was sober and definitely had a better tolerance for alcohol than Tang Yan.
Bingning, Tang Yan's uncle is.
Her uncle is the deputy director of the municipal bureau.
Lin Tian was surprised. This position is not low.
You have to know that they are not in an ordinary city, but in the city of Shanghai. Lin Tian, you mustn't bully Bingning, or I'll have my uncle arrest you.
Damn it, that little bitch is really ruthless. Wei Jun went home.
When he lifted up his shirt, he saw that the place where Luo Bingning had hit him was slightly bruised. When he pressed his finger on it, Wei Jun's mouth twitched in pain.
Knock, knock. Half an hour later, Wei Jun's door was knocked on.
He opened the door without asking and saw 2 policemen standing outside.
Wei Jun was shocked.
If the police knew about the many things he had done, he would be sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison, and if he was not careful, he would have to serve more than 10 years.
What's the matter, 2 big brothers?
Wei Jun said with a smile on his face. As long as the police don't have any evidence against him, he has nothing to fear. Even if he is arrested, he will be released within 24 hours at the most.
Wei Jun, you're a hooligan in public, come with us.
One of the policemen said coldly.
Brother, are you talking about what happened tonight?
I just told those 2 girls to let me drink a few drinks with them, but they refused.
They even hit me. I'm the victim here.
Wei Jun looked aggrieved. The other policeman sneered, you're quite capable of getting the niece of Deputy Director Tang to drink with you.
I advise you to come with us voluntarily. Wei Jun was dumbfounded. One of them is the niece of Deputy Director Tang?
He does some shady things, so he naturally knows some people in the higher echelons.
Security is under the charge of Deputy Director Tang.
I'll go with you,
Wei Jun said dejectedly.
He knew very well that he had provoked the niece of Deputy Director Tang. It was better for him to admit his guilt voluntarily, otherwise he would suffer even more.
Not long after, Wei Jun was taken back.
Director Tang, this Wei Jun has some evil deeds, but there has never been conclusive evidence before, and detention can only be for 24 hours.
This time may be a rare opportunity.
Tang Pingyuan went outside the interrogation room, and a man next to him reported.
Investigate thoroughly according to the law and give the country and the people an explanation. Tang Pingyuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 24 Song Kaifeng goes to jail. Drink, Lin Tian. Let's continue drinking.
Tang Yan shouted, she was already 7 or 8 parts drunk.
There's no more wine. I'll drink with you next time.
Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning and said helplessly. Lu Bingning also advised, swallow, you're not in a good mood.
Today.
Next time, when you're in a good mood, you can drink with Lin Tian again.
Who says there is no wine? Bingying has white and red wine in the wine cabinet. Who says I'm not in a good mood? I'm in a very good mood right now.
Bingying, I will definitely get him drunk and help you find out the truth.
Lu Bingying's heart warmed.
Tang Yan was so drunk, but she was still thinking about helping her ask questions, afraid that she would suffer at Lin Tian's hands.
Bingying, I'm going back to my room first. Can you handle her? Lin Tian asked.
Luo Bingning nodded, don't worry, swallow is not heavy, and she's not completely drunk, I'm sure I can handle it.
Lin Tian quickly returned to his room.
If he brought out more liquor, Tang Yan would definitely get drunk, and it would not be easy for Luo Bingning to take care of a completely drunk person. In the room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and began to practice.
The alcohol in his body was quickly refined.
Lin Tian discovered that the alcohol made his training speed faster.
In novels, many heroes like to drink. Could this be the reason? Lin Tian thought to himself. Ice, next time. I'll definitely drink with Lin Tian. We'll drink white wine then. He usually drinks more beer. Tang Yan outside was a little dissatisfied.
Lu Bingning persuaded her to go to the bathroom. Lin Tian is a deep-seated talent, and he can drink so much.
Luo Bingning thought to herself.
Her curiosity about Lin Tian had increased a lot. In just a few days, she had already discovered several advantages. First, he has a good body and can run at the level of a first-class athlete. Second, he doesn't drive much, but he's a good driver. Third, he can drink a lot and he is a good drinker.
This is definitely an advantage for a man.
In China, many business deals are made over a glass of wine. Fourth, he knows how to behave.
This is very important. After all, they are not really a couple now. If Lin Tian loses his sense of proportion, Luo Bingying will have to consider living apart.
Before they knew it, it was midnight, and Lin Tian went to bed. In the police station, Wei Jun was still up.
Two big brothers, please be kind. I'm really thirsty. I didn't know that one of them was Tang's niece.
If I had known, I would have treated her like a grandmother.
Wei Jun said helplessly. He hasn't had a drink of water since he came in.
It's summer, and the interrogation room is not air-conditioned. Wei Jun had drunk some wine before, and now he felt like his throat was on fire.
Wei Jun, tell us the truth. Do you think we brought you in here for this one thing? If you confess, you can reduce your sentence, otherwise you'll be in jail for the rest of your life.
One of the two interrogators said in a stern voice. The other one said, Wei Jun, after more than 24 hours, your wife and your brothers will all be very worried.
Deputy Director Tang has instructed that a thorough investigation be carried out in accordance with the law.
You can be detained for up to 10 days this time, and we have time to slowly find evidence.
Wei Jun groaned inwardly.
Normally, he would have just given him a verbal warning, but he had offended the wrong person, and he couldn't say anything even if he was detained for 10 days.
This is very dangerous.
Of course, he didn't do all of this on his own. He'd been detained for so long that others must have suspected that he had confessed. His wife knew that there was money hidden at home, and he couldn't account for the millions of yuan. Some of his brothers knew about the various scandals he had been involved in. For example, he ran a private gambling den.
Wei Jun, let's change the subject. What was the purpose of your meeting with Song Kaifeng tonight? Don't say it was to catch up, you two aren't that close. Song Kaifeng.
We found out that he was a drug addict.
Did he get his drugs from you? Do you know what the consequences of drug trafficking are?
One of the interrogators said calmly.
Song Kaifeng's drug use is a lie.
No, I didn't sell drugs.
Wei Jun quickly said.
He didn't dare to wear the drug trafficking label. For other crimes, he might get 5, 6, 7, or 8 years.
If he didn't confess, he might get 10 years.
If he is convicted of drug trafficking, he will probably be sentenced to life in prison. He only had contact with you, a member of society. Where did his drugs come from if not from you?
Wei Jun, if you confess, you might get off with life imprisonment. Wei Jun was scared. He had offended Tang Pangyuan, but would he be charged with drug trafficking?
It wasn't worth taking the risk for Song Kaifeng's 100,000 yuan.
I'll confess. Song Kaifeng asked me to deal with Lin Tian. He had his eye on Luo Bingning and wanted me to find an outside woman to seduce Lin Tian into taking some photos. Wei Jun said. What else? Don't tell us that's the only way.
Wei Jun said in a hoarse voice, if that doesn't work, try to get him to drink, and then wait for him to drive drunk.
As long as he is driving drunk, report him. Officers, I don't think this is illegal.
One of the interrogators said, Wei Jun, tomorrow we will call Song Kaifeng over for questioning.
He must know a lot. Do you think that, given your friendship, Song Kaifeng will cover for you? He comes from a wealthy family.
If he confesses and tells them that you helped him, he will be able to go home soon. You, on the other hand, will probably spend the rest of your life in prison. You will miss your son's wedding and your daughter's wedding.
Wei Jun thought to himself, it's unlikely that Song Kaifeng would cover for him. I'll confess. Wei Jun said with a dejected look.
If he confesses, he can still attend his son and daughter's weddings.
You say it.
The two interrogators breathed a sigh of relief.
Before they knew it, it was the next morning. Ding dong.
The doorbell rang at Song Kaifeng's house.
The nanny opened the door and saw two policemen standing outside. We are looking for Song Kaifeng. We need his help with an investigation. One of the policemen showed his ID.
Song Kaifeng heard the sound at the door. His face turned pale.
Son, what is it that you need to go to the police station to help with the investigation? Wang Shanglian asked, holding Song Kaifeng's hand. Mom, it's a small matter. I'll take care of it. Song Kaifeng quickly followed the two policemen and left.
He felt that even if Wei Jun was detained, he would not say anything.
Less than an hour later, Song Kaifeng was sitting in the interrogation room.
Song Kaifeng, tell us, how did you and Wei Jun meet? What did you ask him to do? Tell us everything. I remind you, confess and you will be leniently treated, resist and you will be severely punished. One of the two interrogators said sternly.
We are just ordinary friends. We just get together and drink a little. Is that a crime? Song Kaifeng said coldly, he was not very worried because he had money. Song Kaifeng, we remind you that Wei Jun has already confessed. You have half an hour. If you confess, you can be considered to have confessed. Song Kaifeng sneered in his heart. Wei Jun is a veteran, and he hasn't confessed in 24 hours. He doesn't believe Wei Jun has confessed, and he thinks they are lying to him. Officers, we are just ordinary friends. Song Kaifeng insisted. Chapter 25 Binging, are you married? Half an hour later, Song Kaifeng still insisted that he and Wei Jun were just ordinary friends and that he had not committed any crime. Song Kaifeng, you have lost the opportunity to confess. Wei Jun confessed. You have visited him 3 times. The first time you offered him 30,000 yuan, the second time 40,000 yuan, and this time you promised him 100,000 yuan. Am I wrong? One of the interrogators said. Song Kaifeng's face suddenly turned very ugly. He had paid in cash for the first 2 times, but not this time. If Wei Jun hadn't confessed, the police would never have known. Song Kaifeng, tell us, what happened on those 3 occasions? Also, what kind of relationship do you have with Wei Jun? The other interrogator said in a low voice. Song Kaifeng thought for a moment. His own problem was actually not that serious, and his own positive compensation would not be a big problem. I said. Song Kaifeng took a deep breath and said, by the way, if I report Wei Jun, will that be considered a meritorious act? One of the interrogators said, Wei Jun has already confessed, but if you say something new, you can be considered a meritorious service. Okay. Song Kaifeng told everything. He was extremely annoyed and told everything he knew about Wei Jun, including a small amount of information that Wei Jun himself had concealed. In the morning, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were having breakfast with Tang Yan. Tang Yan glared at Lin Tian, you said you could only drink a little, but you're not honest. Binging, I don't think such an unfaithful person is suitable to be a boyfriend. You'd better break up with Lin Tian. Luo Bingning said in a bad mood, swallow, Lin Tian has told you many times that he doesn't want to drink, but you insisted on persuading him to drink. Tang Yan said sullenly, who let him lie in the first place? Lin Tian, next time we drink white wine, I'm better at white wine. Lin Tian chuckled, then I have to tell you in advance, I can drink a lot of white wine, and 3 or 5 gin is not a problem. Tang Yan rolled her eyes. You're just blowing smoke. Lin Tian said 2 caddies, but she didn't believe it. At this moment, Tang Yan's phone rang. It was her uncle calling, swallow, you should be up by now. Wei Jun confessed last night. He has committed a bunch of crimes, and the preliminary estimate is that he will be sentenced to 7 or 8 years. He won't be able to harass you anymore. Song Kaifeng's problem is not very serious. If he makes a good compensation, he can probably leave the police station this afternoon. Tang Yan said confusedly, Uncle, what is Song Kaifeng? Tang Peng said from the other end of the line, Song Kaifeng was drinking with Wei Jun yesterday and planned to frame Bingying's husband, Lin Tian. How did Bingying get married without saying a word? Lin Tian. He is a martial arts master, and clearly heard what Tang Peng Yuan said. Tang Yan hung up the phone and stared at Luo Bingning. Bingning, my uncle said that you and Lin Tian are already married. We are good sisters. How could you hide this from me? Lin Tian got up. Binging, I'm done eating. You two chat. Soon, Lin Tian left. Luo Bingning took out her marriage certificate with Lin Tian. Tang Yan slapped her forehead, you really got married. Swallow, my relationship with Lin Tian is a bit complicated. You continue eating breakfast, and I'll explain it to you slowly. A few minutes later, Luo Bingning finished talking. Swallow, Lin Tian and I had a marriage contract before, and our family owes the Lin family. Grandpa is very old, and he was injured on the battlefield in his early years, so his health is not very good. What would you do? Lu Bingning asked. Tang Yan was silent. If it were her, her choice might be the same as Luo Bingning's. She knew that Luo Bingning's grandfather had been very good to her. The incident from that year was a knot in Luo Bingning's grandfather's heart. Lin Tian's grandfather was already dead. How could the knot be resolved? Swallow, in 3 years I will only be 24 years old. Are you still worried that I will be divorced and no one will want me? Luo Bingning smiled and said. Tang Yan shook her head. Of course that's impossible. Not to mention that Luo Bingning is beautiful, even if she were ugly and divorced 10 times, there would still be a lot of people who would want to marry her. The Luo family has tens of billions of assets. Binging, you must protect yourself.
Lin Tian has such a good drinking capacity, so you should not drink with him on a regular basis. I'm not worried when you're sober, but I'm afraid you'll get drunk.
Tang Yan said to Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning smiled. After these few days, I think Lin Tian is actually not bad. He can be a friend. Tang Yan looked at Luo Bingning blankly. Binging, you won't really marry Lin Tian, will you? Luo Bingning smiled. If we develop feelings, and I really marry him, what's wrong with that? But he is just so ordinary. Which of the young talents who pursue you is not better than him? Tang Yan said helplessly. Bingning, don't be silly when the time comes. You and he probably won't have anything in common.
Luo Bingning said seriously. Swallow, you are my best friend. Lin Tian is now my husband in name only.
Don't look down on him. Tang Yan. She sighed and nodded. She knew Luo Bingning very well. Luo Bingning was serious when she spoke like that, and she didn't want to make Luo Bingning angry. Binging, I'll listen to you on this, but you have to listen to me on martial arts. You have to spend more time practicing. Okay. Lu Binging nodded. Swallow, have you reached the level of dark power? Almost, he. Tang Yan said happily. She is now at the level of Ming Jin.
In the martial arts world of China, the martial arts realm is divided into the following levels from low to high: bone forging, bright power, dark power, master, and grandmaster. Tang Yan is a girl, and she has less strength than most men, but she has reached the level of Ming Jin, and she can easily defeat 7 or 8 strong men. She can fight more than 10 people at the dark energy level. In the early stages of dark energy, you can feel the energy in your body. If you reach the middle stage of dark energy, the energy can form real internal strength.
Ice, you're actually quite talented.
I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and you've been practicing for a short time, but you're almost at the level of Ming Jin. You should hurry up and reach the level of Ming Jin.
Tang Yan said.
Lu Bingning nodded. I will try to go to your place to practice every day and strive to reach the level of Ming Jin within 6 months.
Swallow, is there any suitable training method for Lin Tian?
Tang Yan shook her head. The training methods practiced by the men of our Tang family cannot be passed on to others, and he is already too old.
That's fine. Luo Bingning gave up the idea.
It is not easy to achieve success in martial arts, and in this era of weapons, even a grandmaster can be killed by a single shot. Lu Bingning had no idea that Lin Tian was now a martial arts master. And he is a martial arts master certified by the system, with absolutely no adulteration, and he has very pure and powerful internal strength.
Swallow, I'm married to Lin Tian. You have to keep this a secret. Lu Bingning thought of this idea.
Tang Yan nodded. Don't worry, I hope this can be kept secret for 3 years, and then you can quietly divorce Lin Tian.
My second brother still has feelings for you, and you're actually married.
He'll be very depressed when he finds out about this.
Luo Bingning shook her head. I have no feelings for your second brother. Chapter 26 Lin Tian's first live broadcast. Wearing a mask and not daring to go live, are you afraid of being exposed to the light? Tradition is dead. Burn paper if something happens. These traditional dregs of the Chinese nation are so vulgar that they are not fit for the Hall of Elegance. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app.
He already had 4.5 million followers, and there were many discordant voices in the comments section.
There are really a lot of people who are weak at the knees. Lin Tian frowned. Arrow is vulgar and lowbrow, while piano, violin, etc. are elegant.
Lin Tian doesn't like people who belittle traditional art like this. In his opinion, there is no difference between high and low art.
The live broadcast will be at 9 a.m. the next morning.
Lin Tian uploaded 2 new videos and posted a message at the same time.
He didn't plan to go live so soon, but if he didn't go live, the Black Hat would probably get more and more excited.
Live broadcasts cannot be faked, but recorded videos can.
He had to buy 2 sets of better Hanfu.
I also need to rent a venue and prepare special live streaming equipment.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
It's not appropriate to broadcast live at home.
God knows if Luo Bingning's parents will come over. What if they run into each other and immediately break up him and Luo Bingning? The marriage was short, and it would be nonsense to say that he had a deep affection for Luo Bingning now, but where else could he go to open treasure chests if he left Luo Bingning? Hanfu was easy to find, and Lin Tian was ready in no time, but a suitable live broadcast venue was not so easy to find.
The next day, Lin Tian asked Wu Lao for help and found a suitable venue. With only half an hour left before the broadcast, Lin Tian was ready. He was in a room that had been decorated in a quaint style. The rent for this house is not cheap, costing 20,000 yuan a month. The live broadcast equipment also cost a lot. Fortunately, Song Kai-fun's sponsorship still had a little left, otherwise he would have spent most of his tens of thousands of dollars, and how would he have lasted until next month? 5 million fans. Master Lin is really patient, broadcasting live with so many fans. It's going to start in half an hour. Many fans are commenting in the comments section. Time is passing by, and Lin Tian is making a final check. In the courtyard of the imperial capital. This Lin, he won't stand me up, will he? Shen Lao muttered, with only a few minutes left until 9 o'clock. Lin Tian's surname was revealed by Wu Lao, and many people called him the Mask Master, which Wu Lao thought was not a good name. Father, it shouldn't be that bad. He has 5 million followers, and many people will definitely be watching his first live broadcast. It will have a big impact on him if he lets them down the first time. Shen Laorun was accompanied by Shen Chunyuan. Shen Lao's nodded slightly. There is a large high-definition screen in front of them, so they can see more clearly. Here it comes. The studio suddenly lit up. The screen shows Lin Tian dressed in a traditional Chinese outfit in an antique room. The whole picture gives a good impression. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared rapidly. Lin Tian is a master, and behind him are a group of arrow masters. Hua Yin also gave him a lot of traffic. Everyone, welcome to my first live broadcast. If you have a song you want to hear, you can leave a comment in the chat box. If not, I will play freely. Lin Tian starts the broadcast directly, and the melodious music starts playing immediately. It's beautiful. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. Lin Tian used professional audio equipment, and the environment was free of noise, so the live broadcast was much better than the previous video. Wow, this is even better than the recording. Who said that Master Lin would die from exposure? Is this an arrow? It doesn't look like the arrow I remember. Countless barrage of comments quickly appeared. The popularity of the live broadcast continued to soar, and the number of viewers also rose steadily. Good. This level is definitely not inferior to Master Ouyang. After the song was over, Shen Lao praised, this is absolutely not inferior to Master Ouyang. Lao San, what are you doing? Didn't you say you would reward me during the live broadcast? Now you don't want to reward me until the live broadcast is over? Shen Lao looked at Shen Chen. Right away. I was just so absorbed in the music, right? Shen Chunyuan hurriedly said that he didn't want to wait for the live broadcast to end to reward. Now he can reward tens of thousands of dollars at a time, but after the live broadcast ends, he can only reward $10 at a time. Fan Old Playboy sends a spaceship. Fan Old Playboy gives away spaceships. Gorgeous special effects appear, and spaceships rise one after another. It costs 28,888 to reward a spaceship. I'm going, I've just seen a local tyrant. A spaceship costs more than 20,000 yuan. Many people in the live broadcast room were stunned. These are all flying banknotes. Master Lin is really amazing, but I'm not that generous. I'm just sending a small token of my appreciation. It's definitely a top-notch master performance, so I'll pay a little tuition. The barrage of gifts became even more frantic, and many others also sent gifts. Lin Tian didn't care about the number of gifts, nor did he yell for gifts or attention. He just played quietly. But even so, Lin Tian's fans and gifts continued to soar. Dad, I've finished giving out the million rewards. Xin Chen came from afar. Every time Lin Tian played a song, he would reward 4 or 5 spaceships, and the rate of reward was much faster than before. Shen looked at Shen Chunyuan, third brother, you like to listen to it too. Aren't you going to give Lin Tian a reward? Shen Chunyuan. Dad, I have such a plan. Under his father's gaze, Shen Chunyuan said in a low voice. Use your own phone to reward him. Shen Laoda. Shen Chunyuan logged into his account and started giving out rewards. He gave out 10 spaceships in a row, spending nearly 300,000. For him, 300,000 yuan was not a lot of money. With the family shares he owned, his assets were worth tens of billions of yuan.
Of course, this is nothing compared to Shen Lao.
Shen Lao also controls half of the entire family's assets, which are close to 100 billion, and there is a lot of money in the annual dividends.
Crazy, crazy. Master Lin is really making a fortune. The total amount of rewards has already exceeded 2 million.
Many of the other anchors were attracted to it, and they were envious, thinking that simple rewards could actually generate such high income. Although this is the first time, it is also very exaggerated to have so many rewards.
2 hours passed without him realizing it. Lin Tian put down his arrow and looked at the gift value.
It had reached 2.4 million, with each gift worth $1.
Thank you all for your generous donations.
Now there are 5.8 million fans, and we're approaching 6 million.
The host will show you a special skill. It's limited to 3 minutes.
Lin Tian said with a smile. When he first started live streaming, he had 5 million followers. After 2 hours of live streaming, his followers have increased by 800,000.
Everyone, hurry. Master Lin actually has a secret skill. Follow him.
Many people in the live broadcast room who had not followed him before started to follow him, and Lin Tian's fan base skyrocketed.
In just 2 minutes, Lin Tian's fans exceeded 6 million. Chapter 27, Master Lin's unique skills are on display, and netizens have broken through the defense.
Master Lin, your fans are here, so show them your special skills.
That's right, show off your skills.
Countless barrage of comments quickly appeared, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room now exceeds 1 million, and the heat in the live broadcast room is very, very high.
Countless gifts keep coming.
Although most of these gifts are relatively low in value, there are also many gifts of higher value. People who like Arrow are older, and many of them have considerable financial resources, but it is difficult for ordinary anchors to make them feel tempted to reward them.
Lin Tian is different.
His Arrow level is top-notch, and he deserves their rewards.
The more rewards he
gets, the more likely he is to broadcast live. Although Lin Tian has only been posting videos for a short time, his fans have already seen through his true nature as a salted fish. There have been many compliments from die-hard fans, but Lin Tian has only just started streaming, and if it weren't for the many haters, he probably wouldn't have started. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Everyone, I have to tell you that Arrow is actually just one of my hobbies.
I'm not a professional Arrow anchor. Fan."
The millions of fans in the live broadcast room were all confused.
Lin Tian is a top-notch Arrow master, but he's not a professional Arrow anchor? Anchor, what do you mean? Are you also good at other things? Anchor, are you going to show off other instruments?
Countless people frantically swiped the screen, and the screen was moving too fast.
It wasn't easy to see the ordinary screen. Lin Tian smiled, "I won't be showing off my musical instruments.
I'll show off my one-handed push-ups instead.
If you're interested, you can challenge me." After Lin Tian finished speaking, many people watching the live broadcast were disappointed.
Although it is difficult to do push-ups with one hand, there are many people who can do it. Compared to the Master Arrow, this is not a stunt. At this moment, Lin Tian fell straight down. At the moment he was about to touch the ground, his right palm firmly supported his body. Then, in the shocked eyes of millions of people in the live broadcast room, Lin Tian bent 4 of his fingers, and he was able to support his upper body with just one finger, his index finger.
What the heck?
This is not a one-handed push-up, it's a one-finger push-up.
How is this possible?
The barrage of comments increased, and a large number of gifts were sent.
1, 2, 3. Lin Tian is doing push-ups, and he's doing them well. 19, 20.
After doing the 20th, Lin Tian got up.
"Everyone, just do 20 push-ups.
You are welcome to challenge yourself, but you should also do what you can," Lin Tian said with a smile.
"I'm numb. Is this something we can challenge?"
"Xiaoyu, I can't even do 20 push-ups with both hands." "Master Lin, you are called the masked hero, so you must know martial arts." Lin Tian said, "Everyone, the 2 hours are up, the special skills have been demonstrated, and it's time to say goodbye to everyone." When Lin Tian said this, there were countless barrage of people trying to persuade him to stay. "Master Lin, we haven't finished our gifts yet."
"Yes, Master Lin, don't rush off. Show us some more of your amazing skills."
The millions of fans showered him with more gifts of all kinds. Many people were just watching the Arrow performance, but Lin Tian's amazing skills really surprised them.
Lin Tian said, "Everyone, there will be a live broadcast every week. I will definitely bring you other amazing skills next time. See you next week at the same time."
After that, Lin Tian ended the live broadcast directly. The live broadcast room turned into a black screen. But even so, there were still many people in the live broadcast room sending gifts. According to Huayin's rules, the live broadcast room can be blacked out for 10 minutes before the official broadcast and can also exist for 10 minutes after the broadcast.
My goodness. Lin Tian was dumbfounded.
His gift value had actually reached 3 million. Before the live broadcast completely stopped, it should have reached 3 million. According to his agreement with Huayin, he would get 1.8 million. He wouldn't be able to earn as much in the future, but he couldn't believe that he had earned so much from just one live broadcast.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
He had only broadcast for 2 hours, and if the broadcast had been longer, it would have been possible for his gifts to exceed 5 million.
Drip.
The phone rang. It was Zhang Han calling.
Master Lin, congratulations on your successful debut.
Master Lin, your fans have a high rate of paying for your products, and if you sell merchandise, you can expect even higher profits. The phone connected, and Zhang Han said enthusiastically. Lin Tiandao, Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm not considering carrying goods for the time being. Zhang Han was stunned on the other end of the phone.
Master Lin, it's very stable to bring goods. The income from rewards will definitely decrease. Zhang Han reminded him.
The high income this time is inseparable from the fact that Huayin has given a lot of natural traffic. If Lin Tian does not bring goods, the income will decrease, and the natural traffic given to him will also decrease. Brother Zhang, the supply of goods is difficult to guarantee.
I don't want to get too tired for a little money. Lin Tiandao said. His goal is clear, to earn a living. Let his wife make the big money. He's too busy with the goods to fly, so where does he have time to open treasure chests on Luobingning?
Compared to treasure chests, money is nothing.
Okay. Zhang Han did not persuade him again. He thought that when Lin Tian's income decreased, Lin Tian would definitely consider carrying goods. With Lin Tian's popularity, the income from carrying goods would be very high. It's numb. It's numb. Try one-finger push-ups.
Haha, I've already followed a lot of fitness bloggers.
Then I'll follow some martial arts bloggers.
The live broadcast had more than 1 million viewers, and many people recorded it.
Soon, all kinds of news spread across the internet.
Compared to the arrow skills Lin Tian showed off, the amazing skills he showed off later were even more popular and spread even further.
Before long, the relevant news was trending on Weibo.
And there was more than one.
Challenge to do 20 push-ups with one finger. Arrow Master Lin's amazing live debut, performing amazing stunts. Master Lin's 2-hour live broadcast earned more than 3 million rewards.
On Huayin, various push-up challenges also appeared, and many bloggers would not miss this popularity.
There is no doubt that almost no one has successfully challenged it.
Even someone as accomplished as Tang Yan has a hard time doing push-ups with one finger, and there is a bit of hope for reaching the level of dark power. Those who can reach the level of dark power are generally not young, and they basically don't play Huayin or participate in this kind of challenge.
Lin Tian quit the Huayin app.
He didn't know that as the news spread like wildfire, his number of followers grew rapidly, even faster than on the first day. At this rate, it won't be long before it reaches 10 million.
Lin, I want to invite you to join a group chat.
The 10 or so people in this group are all masters of the Eru.
Wu Lao sent a message to Lin Tian. Mr. Wu, is this appropriate? Of course it is. Although you are a little younger, your level is comparable to that of President Ouyang.
Soon, Wu sent an invitation to Lin Tian.
Lin Tian thought about it and chose to join.
The group of Arrow Masters had provided him with a lot of help, and he had to thank everyone.
Chapter 28, Going to Luo Bingning's company.
Soon, Lin Tian joined the group. There were a total of 11 people in the group, and with him, there were only 12.
The name of the group chat was Smooth Sailing. Welcome, Master Lin. Master Lin, welcome.
As soon as Lin Tian joined the group, the other 11 people sent him messages one after another. They were all online at the moment, waiting for Lin Tian to join.
I've met all the masters.
Thank you for your help, you can just call me Lin Tian. Lin Tian hurriedly sent a message in the group. In front of these masters, he could not be proud.
If he had not received the system, what would he be in front of these masters? Shaolin, you're not even 35, right? Today's performance was perfect. Perhaps the future of the era will depend on young people like you.
Mr. Wu, Xiaolin, the person speaking is our chairman, Mr. Ouyang, the president of the Chinese Aero Association. Lin Tian quickly replied, President Ouyang, I am indeed not yet 35 years old.
My exact age and name are confidential for the time being. Let's work together to promote the Aero.
Time passed by minute, and Lin Tian chatted with the group of masters for 10 minutes.
They were all curious about Lin Tian. But now, Lin Tian would not disclose his identity. Shaolin, you should join the group when you have time. I'm just a small university professor. Some of them are very powerful. It would be good for you to get along with them.
Wu Lao sent Lin Tian a private message.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Lin Tian replied. But he didn't plan to deliberately flatter anyone.
He had the system, and there was no need to deliberately flatter anyone.
Drip. Packing up, Lin Tian was ready to go home when Luo Bingning called. Lin Tian, are you busy today? No, I have a lot of free time.
As long as I meet my performance targets, which I have already done this month, I'm fine. Lin Tian's goal is just to earn a few tens of thousands of dollars in living expenses. With this live broadcast, his share will reach 1.8 million. There is nothing wrong with saying that his performance has reached the target.
Lin Tian, can you accompany me to a drinking party?
The drinking party at night is for a very important client who likes to drink a lot. In the past, I would ask Swallow to help me with this kind of thing, but this client is probably a much better drinker than Swallow. Lin Tian smiled and said, no problem.
What time and place? Pick me up at 5 p.m.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian's face revealed a faint smile. He was quite happy to accompany Luo Bingning out, and with a bit of luck, he might be able to get a treasure chest.
Black iron treasure chests are extremely valuable. At 4:30 p.m., someone knocked on the door and entered Luo Bingning's office. Boss, is there anyone to accompany you to the drinking party tonight? If there is no one to accompany you, how about I accompany you? I'm still a good drinker.
As long as Mr. Chow from Tianmu Group is happy, our company's Series F financing will definitely be no problem. The man who spoke was in his late 20s. He invested 10 million yuan in the pre-A round of financing, which accounted for 10% of the company's equity, and also got a position in the company.
No need. Luo Bingning shook her head.
My boyfriend will be here to pick me up soon. I'm going to a drinking party with my boyfriend tonight.
Ha! The man in front of Luo Bingning's face changed. Bingning, when did you have a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Luo Bingning frowned and said, Guo Liang, business is business.
I welcome you investing in my company, but I don't have to report my private life to you.
You can leave now. By the way, please call me boss. Bingying is not your business. Guo Liang left Luo Bingning's office with a somewhat unpleasant look on his face.
He was willing to invest 10 million, but it wasn't because he thought highly of Luo Bingning's company, but because he wanted to get Luo Bingning.
He wanted to be close to the water and get the moon first.
He invested, got a position in Luo Bingning's company, and often saw Luo Bingning, so maybe he could get together with Luo Bingning.
Damn it. When did Luo Bingning have a boyfriend?
Guo Liang cursed in his heart.
He had never seen Luo Bingning get close to any man, so how could she have a boyfriend?
More than 10 minutes had passed.
Drip. Lin Tian dialed Luo Bingning's phone. Bingning, I'm here. Do you want me to come get you or should I come in and get you? Lu Bingning thought for a moment. Lin Tian, you come in and pick me up.
It's just right for someone in the company to know that I already have a boyfriend.
Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. There are still people in Luo Bingning's company who want to take advantage of her? Okay. Lin Tian quickly parked the car in the parking lot. Lu Bingning's company has a 5-story building in the business park.
Lu Bingning had ordered it, and Lin Tian quickly passed through the gate.
Mr. Lin, the boss is in the 5th floor office. The boss told you to go straight to the 5th floor. The elevator is there. Lin Tian went to the front desk, and the little girl at the front desk quickly said, Okay. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the elevator. Who was that? He didn't look like a client,
probably a friend of the boss.
Some people whispered. Lin Tian soon arrived on the 5th floor. A girl stood next to the elevator.
When she saw Lin Tian, she quickly said, "Mr. Lin, the boss's office is this way, please."
Soon Lin Tian arrived outside Luo Bingning's office. "Mr. Lin, please." "Bingying, you have a big office here." Lin Tian smiled as he entered the office.
Luo Bingning's company is not very big yet, but it has a building like this in the city, which is very good.
This building may be worth more than the company. The company is currently using only a portion of it, leaving room for development.
Lin Tian, please wait a moment, I'll be right with you.
Lu Jing, you can go out first. Luo Bingning said.
Lu Jing is the girl who brought Lin Tian here. She is Luo Bingning's assistant. When she heard Luo Bingning say this, she quickly closed the door and went out.
Shit. Guo Liang saw Lin Tian enter Luo Bingning's office. Lin Tian should be Luo Bingning's boyfriend. He doesn't look that great. What's wrong with me? Guo Liang was unhappy.
In terms of family background, looks, and knowledge, he felt that he should not be weaker than Lin Tian.
Okay. 5 minutes later, Luo Bingning raised her head and said, "Are we going alone?" Lin Tian asked.
Lu Bingning nodded, "Yes, the company is now in the process of a round of investment. We will meet with Mr. Chow from Tianmu Group later. He is interested in investing 50 million. The specific shareholding will have to be discussed."
Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone, "Bingning, your family only gives you initial support, and you have to raise the rest yourself?" "Yes." Luo Bingning nodded. She smiled and said, "Are you wondering why my family doesn't directly invest the full amount? Any project is risky. And accepting some investment is also a way to leverage the company. Tianmu Group is very professional in the manufacture of high-end cosmetics. Let's go, we can talk on the way."
After Luo Bingning finished speaking, she leaned closer to Lin Tian and put her arm around his.
Chapter 29, accompanying Luo Bingning to talk business.
When the two came out of the office, many people were stunned.
Luo Bingning was actually holding Lin Tian's arm.
They knew very well that there were many men who were after Luo Bingning, including many young masters of wealthy families, but Luo Bingning never paid any attention to them.
Lin Tian looked ordinary. Soon, Lin Tian and the others took the elevator down. No wonder the boss ignored those suitors.
It turns out she has a boyfriend.
But I think the boss boyfriend seems to be average.
The boss has high standards, maybe he has advantages that we don't know about. Some people whispered, their gossiping spirits burning furiously, and some quietly sent out the news.
What a bastard.
Guo Liang watched Lin Tian and the others get into their car and leave from the window. He slammed his fist on the windowsill. If he had lost to a young master of a big family, Guo Liang would have been able to accept it, but Lin Tian, Guo Liang judged, was not a young master of a big family.
"Bingying, don't you have a suitor in the company? I thought someone would jump out, but there's no one."
Driving away, Lin Tian said in surprise.
Lu Bingning ran her hand through her hair, "Because they know my personality, they wouldn't dare to jump out, so they won't have to come tomorrow." Domineering. Lin Tian gave a thumbs up.
Luo Bingning does have the capital to be domineering. Even if she had the capital to invest in the company, Luo Bingning would not be afraid at all, because the Luo family behind her was already a very strong capital.
"Does Mr. Chow of Tianmu Group know your identity?" Lu Bingning nodded, "Of course he knows. If he didn't, he probably wouldn't even consider investing in the A round.
Tianmu Group has a market value of 20 billion, and Mr. Chow has personal assets of several billion.
He doesn't have to give us the Luo family face if he's not in the same industry."
At this point, Luo Bingning turned to Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, it's normal to drink a little wine in the business world. But don't worry, I never get drunk, and I never go out drinking alone."
Lin Tian nodded slightly. "In the future, if there is anything like this, you can call me."
"I can't say anything else, but when it comes to drinking, I'm now invincible."
Lu Bingning burst into laughter. "You're still the best, don't fall over drunk tonight. Mr. Chow of Tianmu Group, he's good at nothing else but drinking.
He has a very good tolerance for alcohol, and many business deals are made over a drink.
Reading people through the table is Mr. Chow's specialty." Lin Tian nodded slightly.
The company has grown so large, with personal assets of billions, and it must be more than just a good drinker. If you have a good drinking capacity, you can probably avoid a lot of risks by reading people at the table.
Some people are very good at pretending, but after a few drinks, they reveal their true colors. Binging, are you going to drink later? Lin Tian asked. Luo Binging nodded, of course, but I drink less, you are the main force.
When the drinking party is over, find a designated driver to drive you home.
Yes.
Half an hour later, Lin Tian and his friends arrived at a private restaurant. This kind of private restaurant looks very inconspicuous, but the ingredients are top-notch, and some of the chefs have even hosted state banquets.
Welcome.
Lin Tian and the others were quickly ushered into a private room. The private room was quite large, with a wine cabinet on one side of the wall, and a dazzling array of fine wines on display above it.
Lin Tian, don't worry about it later, the company will pay for it. Lu Bingying whispered. Lin Tian laughed. If the company doesn't reimburse them, they'll have to live on their own expenses.
They'll probably have to eat wind and drink wind if they eat here.
Knock, knock.
Lin Tian and Luo Bingning waited for a while, and then the sound of knocking came. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning got up, and two people came in.
Mr. Luo, sorry for the wait.
I plan to let my son practice a little. He will be in charge of this project.
He is a little delayed. Don't be offended, Mr. Luo.
The middle-aged man who came in smiled.
He looked to be in his 50s.
This person is Qiao Haisheng, the president of Tianmu Group. The other person is a young man, and when he saw Luo Bingning, his eyes lit up.
Hello, Mr. Luo, please give me your advice. Qiao Haisheng's son, Xiao Ziming, reached out his hand.
Luo Bingning apologized. Mr. Qiao, I'm sorry, I have a serious case of cleanliness, and I never shake hands with people. Mr. Qiao Jr., let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lin Tian.
Mr. Qiao likes to drink, so I dragged him along.
Lin Tian can hold his liquor.
Xiao Ziming withdrew his hand with some regret.
His gaze fell on Lin Tian. Qiao Haisheng also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, Mr. Qiao, I don't have any other merits, but I'm not bad at drinking.
I hope I can drink with you.
Qiao Haisheng laughed and said, Xiao Lin, you are being modest.
Mr. Luo's judgment is notoriously high. You must have something special. Mr. Luo, let's sit down.
The food was ordered long ago, and since everyone was here, it was quickly served. The dishes looked appetizing. Mr. Luo, you have gone to a lot of trouble. I know you don't drink white wine, so I asked Ziming to bring you a nice bottle of red wine.
Xiao Lin, let's just have some white wine. Xiao Haisheng smiled. Xiao Ziming took a bottle of red wine out of his bag.
Lin, you are a connoisseur of fine wine.
Do you recognize this wine? Xiao Ziming looked at Lin Tian with a hint of provocation.
He had only returned to China a short time ago, and originally he had wanted to goof around and not do anything. But when he saw Luo Bingning, he became very interested. But Luo Bingning actually had a boyfriend.
Lu Bingning frowned.
Lin Tian had a good drinking capacity, but he probably didn't know about these things, so Qiao Ziming was being a bit rude by asking. Lin Tian smiled and said, Chateau Lori de Moulin, Grand Cru, red wine, market price is about 90,000 yuan per bottle.
Impressive, Lin, you really seem to know a lot about wine. Xiao Haisheng exclaimed in amazement.
Lu Bingying was a little surprised that Lin Tian actually knew about this. Lin Tian thought to himself, he had thought that wine tasting skills were useless, but he never thought that he would actually use them. Wine tasting skills include a lot of knowledge.
He now knows everything about all the wines in the world. Mr. Qiao, Bingning's intention is that you will pay 50 million and take a 20% stake. I know that you have a lot of money, so let's compare. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Bingning frowned in secret. Lin Tian had actually revealed her secret. Oh? How can we compare?
Qiao Haisheng said with a smile. Lin Tian said, I heard Bingning say that you have a great capacity, so let's compare who has the better drinking capacity.
The losing party will give up 5 points.
If you win, you will have 25 points.
If you lose, you will have 15 points. What do you think?
Xiao Haisheng laughed and said, Xiao Lin, it seems that you are quite confident in your drinking capacity.
I am also confident in my drinking capacity. I have no problem with it. What about you, Mr. Luo?
Lu Bingying looked at Lin Tian and nodded. Lin Tian is my boyfriend, and he said it, so of course I agree. Lu Bingying was a little worried. But at this point, she could only choose to believe in Lin Tian. Then we're settled.
Xiao Haisheng smiled. He felt sure he had one. The valuation of Luo Bingning's company has now increased. 50 million for 20% of the company is reasonable. If they can get 25% of the company for 50 million, they will make a lot of money. Now, 5% of the equity is worth more than 10 million. In the future, this 5% stake will probably be worth even more. Zimming, there is a box of Mao Tai in the trunk of my car. Go get it. Xiaolin, is it okay for us to drink Mao Tai?
Xiao Haisheng smiled and said, he was used to drinking this. After all, it's a matter of tens of millions of dollars in business, so he has to be careful.
I'm sorry to have caused you to spend so much money. Soon, Xiao Ziming brought in a box of Flying Dragon Mao Tai. Chapter 30, The Scale of Luo Bingning. One case of 6 bottles, 53 degrees, 500 milliliters each. Most people would probably vomit if they drank one bottle. Mr. Chow, I am young and have the advantage. I will first toast you, Mr. Chow, and this toast will not be counted. The two poured wine, and Lin Tian smiled and said. After he finished speaking, he quickly drank the first glass of wine. The wine glasses they used were not small, and one glass could hold 3 or 2 glasses of white wine. Xiao Lin, you're so heroic. Xiao Haisheng praised.
If both of them are strong drinkers, the outcome may be decided by a difference of 3 or 2 cups.
Lin Tian has the advantage of drinking 3 or 2 more cups.
Xiao Haisheng had no idea that even if he drank one more glass of wine, or even one more bottle, it would have no effect on Lin Tian at all.
Mr. Chow, this glass is to wish you and Bingning smooth cooperation. Lin Tian smiled.
The two clinked glasses and then both drank them in one gulp. In just 1 minute, Lin Tian had already drunk more than half a gin of liquor. Luo Bingning was a little nervous. She was afraid that Lin Tian would damage his health by drinking like that. As for the business, Luo Bingning was not too worried. Since the deal has been settled, there is no point in worrying, and for the Luo family as a whole, 10 million is not a lot.
Xiaolin, it seems that today I have met my match. Xiao Haisheng laughed heartily.
After drinking 6 taels of liquor, Lin Tian's face did not change at all. What kind of wine does Mr. Chow like best?
Lin Tian guided the topic. If it's about business, he can't talk about it. He likes wine, and he's very good at it.
As time passed, Xiao Haisheng and Lin Tian became extremely close, and Xiao Haisheng knew a lot about wine.
The two talked about everything under the sun. Lu Bingning was amazed.
Lin Tian's parents were both farmers, and according to the information she had received, Lin Tian was just an ordinary person, but he actually knew so much about wine.
It seems that the information I have can be thrown away. Lu Bingning shook her head in secret.
Lin Tian's physical fitness meets the standards of a first-class athlete, but there is no information about it in the data. Lin Tian's alcohol tolerance is also very strong, but there is no information about it in the data.
What other secrets does this guy Lin Tian have? Lu Bingning thought to herself.
Her curiosity about Lin Tian is now growing stronger and stronger.
But even if she is curious about Lin Tian, she will never fall for him quickly. Xiao.
Lin, I rarely admit defeat when it comes to drinking.
I admit defeat to your drinking ability. I can only drink 1 more glass. You only need to drink 2 more glasses and you win.
Xiao Haisheng was already 7 or 8 parts drunk. He and Lin Tian had both finished 2 bottles of white wine, and Xiao Haisheng knew he would fall over if he drank anymore.
Mr. Chow, you should stop drinking. You win. Lin Tian smiled and said, I'll drink 2 more glasses cleanly and neatly.
In total, Lin Tian had drunk 3 bottles.
If you want to bet, you have to accept the consequences. 50 million, we have a 15% stake. Mr. Luo, it's been a pleasure working with you. Xiao Haisheng stood up unsteadily. Happy cooperation. Luo Bingning also raised her glass and clinked it.
She was drinking red wine, but it wasn't the bottle that Xiao Ziming had brought over.
A bottle of wine at 91,000 yuan is quite expensive.
She can buy her own wine if she wants to drink it, she won't drink it if it's brought by Xiao Ziming.
Ms. Luo, Xiaolin, if we stay any longer, I'll make a fool of myself. Let's leave first.
Tomorrow, when I've sobered up, I'll have Ziming come over to sign the contract.
Xiao Ziming helped Xiao Haishang leave. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with concern. Lin Tian, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. Let's go home now that Mr. Qiao has left. Luo Bingning nodded. She quickly finished paying the bill. This meal cost the average person half a year's salary. The taste was really good, and the price was really expensive. Mr. Luo, Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Lin Tian and the others didn't need a designated driver. The restaurant provided a designated driver service, and they were safely sent home. Lin Tian, although you have a good tolerance for alcohol, you should stop drinking like this in the future. I'm afraid you'll hurt your body if you drink too much. Luo Bingning helped Lin Tian into the house. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning's head with a smile. A bronze treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head. With this bronze treasure chest, the wine tonight was not wasted. Bingning, are you worried about me? Let's hug. Lin Tian said, and slowly opened his arms. Luo Bingning walked up to Lin Tian and gave him a light hug. She had already been hugged before, so she could accept this hug. Ding, the bronze treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skills of a master-level Guqin player. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind, and a large amount of information quickly flooded in, making Lin Tian's head dizzy. Bingning, the wine is starting to take effect. I'm going to go to bed. Lin Tian took the initiative to let Luo Bingning go. Luo Bingning hurriedly said, wait, bring 2 bottles of water in. You drank so much wine, you will definitely be thirsty in the middle of the night. Okay. Lin Tian staggered back to his room with the water. 3 bottles of wine didn't have much of an effect on him, but the amount of information contained in the master-level Guqin skills was quite a lot, and it made him feel quite uncomfortable. After returning to his room and locking the door, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the floor. He quickly began to practice. As the internal energy flowed through his body, the alcohol in his body was quickly refined. He felt that practicing after drinking white wine was much better than drinking beer. Time passed by in seconds, and the information in his mind was quickly digested. Lin Tian clearly felt that his Guqin skills had reached the master level. And he was at the pinnacle of the master level. Good boy. The arrow master is already very good, but the Guqin has actually reached the level of a master. Lin Tian marveled in his heart. There are always a dozen or so masters in a country of 1 billion people, but it may take 100 or 80 years to produce a grandmaster. Of course, this refers to the same field. There is no master of the arrow, but according to Wu Lao, there is a master of the Guqin, and the other party is a virtuoso of the Guqin. Such a figure, even the top political leaders would have to be polite. First, there was the master-level arrow, and now there is the master-level Guqin. Is the system trying to encourage me to develop more in traditional instruments? Lin Tian thought to himself. He was very willing to promote traditional musical instruments and culture. He could also make a lot of money in the process, so why not? Gradually, it was getting late at night. Lin Tian finished his 3 weeks of training and took a shower. Knock, knock. Lu Bingying tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so she knocked on Lin Tian's door. Bingying, do you want to sleep here? Lin Tian opened the door and said with a smile. Luo Bingning blushed, you wish. You drank so much, I was worried you would have an accident and I would have to explain it to your uncle and aunt. Don't worry, I'm fine. I have a good metabolism. I'm already half awake now, and I'll be completely fine in the morning. Good night. Luo Bingning quickly returned to her room. She was relieved to know that Lin Tian was fine. Lin Tian's face showed a happy smile. Luo Bingning was wearing pajamas and probably not wearing underwear. His initial judgment was that Luo Bingning's size should be between C and D. This size is very good. Chapter 31, SS Class Contract? Bingning, good morning. The next morning, Lin Tian came out of his room with a smile. Lin Tian, are you feeling okay? My dad gets headaches every time he drinks, and you drank so much last night. Lu Bingying said with some concern. Lin Tian smiled and said, I'm fine. I even want another bottle. Luo Bingying. You really can drink a lot. But you should still drink less. Drinking too much is bad for your health. Lin Tian nodded, I understand. When we are ready to have a child, I promise not to drink for 6 months before the child is born. Lu Bingying gave Lin Tian a flirtatious glance. Lin Tian. I have to thank you for yesterday. If the negotiation had gone normally, it would have been a deal at around 20 points. 50 million only accounts for 15% of the shares, so I got a good deal. Luo Bingning said seriously. Lin Tian smiled and said, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Lu Bingning thought for a moment and said, if you are very confident, you can make the decision. I don't like people who are always yes men. But if you're not sure, you should be more cautious. Don't wait 3 years. My parents are strongly opposed to it. Lin Tian nodded, I understand. Do you want to eat noodles? Yes. Since Luo Bingning said the wrong thing last time, he hasn't eaten Luo Bingning's noodles for a few days. She still makes good noodles. After breakfast, Luo Bingning went to the company. It was Saturday, but she still had to go to the company to sign a contract. Xiao Ziming seemed to have feelings for Luo Bingning. But Lin Tian was not worried. With her looks and family background, there are too many people who have thoughts about her. Xiao Ziming is only average among those people. He had no chance of winning Luo Bingning's heart. Go buy a better Guqin? Lin Tian muttered. He had acquired the skills of a master of the Guqin, and now he was a bit itchy, and he wanted to experience the skills of a master of the Guqin. Alas! After looking at the balance of his bank card, Lin Tian gave up in frustration. After losing more than 800,000 yuan to Song Kaifeng, he only had a few tens of thousands left after buying a car, renting a house, and buying live broadcast equipment. He only had a few tens of thousands of dollars on his card. This is the living expenses for him and Luo Bingning. Oh, I don't know how many fans I have. Lin Tian logged into the Huayin app. He practiced last night after he came back, and then fell asleep without looking at the number of followers. He didn't know how many followers he had. Lin Tian looked at the phone interface blankly. Yesterday, he had more than 6 million followers, but now he was shocked to discover that his followers had already reached nearly 10 million. Since the live broadcast ended yesterday, it has increased by more than 3 million. What's going on? Lin Tian was a little confused. He started to investigate. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to figure it out. It turned out that it was his single finger push-up that had gone viral, bringing him an astonishing amount of traffic. If it were just Arrow, it would be difficult for his fans to exceed 10 million. The total number of people who like Arrow in the whole of China is limited. I have almost 10 million fans. Am I a big internet celebrity? Lin Tian thought to himself, he didn't expect that a single finger push-up yesterday would bring him so many fans. Master Lin, you said you weren't a professional Arrow host, but all the videos you posted were Arrow playing videos. Master Lin, how about a video of you doing one-finger push-ups? Single finger push-ups are possible, but it's too easy for the anchor to do 20 of them. The anchor uses his index finger, not his thumb. Lin Tian looked at his comments section. There were many fans who asked him to record a video of him doing push-ups with one finger. Some people also questioned yesterday's live broadcast. Someone really succeeded in the challenge. Lin Tian looked up some information on Huayin. Some people had successfully challenged it, but the most successful one had only done 5 single-finger push-ups. This is already very impressive. This is super popular, let's make a video about it first. Lin Tian thought to himself. He estimated that if he made a video, Huayin would definitely give him a lot of traffic, and maybe his fans would rise again. He went out and arrived at the rented house. He changed into Hanfu and put on a mask. Everyone, some people think I faked yesterday's push-ups with one hand, some say the floor wasn't a floor, and some say the anchor's shoes were problematic. Today, I'll do it again. Lin Tian's deep voice rang out. He used internal strength to change his voice, so that even Luo Bingning or even his parents would not be able to tell. Lin Tian poured a glass of water on the ground. The water stayed in a small area. Everyone, this is the floor, not the wall. Lin Tian took off his shoes and said, I don't have any traps on my feet, do I? Today, I'll do 100 push-ups. Lin Tian quickly got up. In less than 2 minutes, he completed 100 single-finger push-ups. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to cut the video and upload it. Master Lin has posted a video. It's a video of single-finger push-ups. Huayin building, one of Huayin's operating loudspeakers. Let me see.
Zhang Han leaned in, and the rest of the people also leaned in. It didn't take long for them to finish watching the video that Lin Tiangang had uploaded.
I'm going, can this be done by a human? It's true, Master Lin is a martial artist and very powerful.
He can do 100 push-ups with one hand so easily.
Yesterday I tried it and I could only do a dozen with both hands. The people around him were talking about it. Push the stream, immediately. I'm going to find the director. Zhang Han hurriedly left to the office of the director, Fang Zhengming. Director, Master Lin has posted a new video. Soon, Fang Zhengming also finished watching Lin Tianfa's new video.
He is a master of the arrow, and he must be good at martial arts as well. Lin Tian has the potential to become a big star, so we must not let him be poached.
Fang Zhengming said in a low voice.
Zhang Han said helplessly, a director, but he doesn't want to sign a contract.
Fang Zhengming walked back and forth for a while, then he said, I'll talk to the higher-ups and give him a more lenient contract. As long as he is not restricted too much, he should agree.
If they agree, you can go and talk to him on behalf of the company. It would be best if you could confirm his strength.
Zhang Han nodded, Director, I have no problem. As long as the higher-ups confirm that I can leave immediately, the streaming of this video. I will arrange it immediately.
Fang Zhengming quickly contacted the higher-ups at Huayin.
Zhang Han, you leave immediately.
When you arrive in the city where Lin Tian is, you call him and ask him for his address. The higher-ups promised him a special contract at the S level.
Zhang Han was surprised. He thought he would be given an S-level contract, but he didn't expect to be given an S-level special contract. Huayin's top anchors generally sign S-level contracts. An SS-level contract is a privilege that only top stars can enjoy. As for the SSS-level contract, Huayin does not have one yet. Director, will it be bad if I go alone to sign the SS-level contract? After all, I am only a third-level manager. Zhang Han said hesitantly. You have a point. Book my flight as well. I'll go with you. Fang Zhengming thought for a moment and said. Chapter 32, The Shock of the Huayin Visitor. Where are the spitters? Come out, Master Lin is going to slap you in the face. Master Lin, please accept my knees.
Master Lin, please do more live broadcasts. Huayin pushed the stream, and Lin Tianben already had nearly 10 million followers, so the number of likes and comments on the video skyrocketed.
Before long, the relevant news once again topped the hot search list. Many people who had been spewing yesterday couldn't spew anymore when they saw today's video. Yesterday, some of them suspected that the ground was actually a wall, but today there is a puddle of water on the ground, so the wall must be flowing down. Some people also said that Lin Tian's shoes were problematic. Lin Tian simply wore his bare feet today. He did 100 push-ups with one hand. Tang Yan also saw Lin Tian's video and was amazed. Yesterday she tried it, and she could do 4 or 5 push-ups with one finger, but after she broke her finger, she could only do 10 or so. 20 is impossible for her with her level of internal strength. As for 100 single-finger push-ups, even people with the level of dark energy perfection may not be able to do it, and the difficulty of this has increased a lot. Tang Yan silently added a follow. She also pushed Lin Tian's video to Luo Bingning. Bingning, with your qualifications, you can definitely find someone better than Master Lin. He is much more powerful than me. Tang Yan also left a message for Luo Bingning. He must be much older than you, probably in his 30s or 40s. He probably practices martial arts to keep his skin looking young. I'm done with my work, I'll come find you later. Lu Bingning replied to Tang Yan's message not long after. She promised Tang Yan that she would find time to practice martial arts more often. 10 million fans. Lin Tian was amazed. The number of fans was growing at a really fast rate. In just 1 week, he had 10 million fans. He knew that his 10 million fans were not all fake, they were all real fans who had recently become fans of his. Drip. At noon, Lin Tian's phone rang. Zhang Gu, what's the good news? Lin Tian answered the phone and laughed. It was Zhang Han calling. Zhang Han said on the other end of the phone, Master Lin, I have already arrived in City S, along with one of our Huayin's operation directors. We have brought you a S-level contract.
The contract has few requirements for you, but many benefits.
Lin Tian was surprised. An SS-level contract? Yes, an SS-level contract.
Top internet celebrities only have S-level contracts, and S-level contracts are not public.
Only top stars can enjoy S-level contracts. Zhang Han now. Lin Tian was very surprised. Zhang Ge, I am now a little famous, but I'm not worth the top SS-level contract you guys are offering me, right?
Master Lin, your value has not yet been fully revealed.
This is the decision of the higher-ups. Zhang Han now. Master Lin, where are you now? Lin Tian thought for a moment.
Zhang Han and the others were here, so he definitely had to meet them.
Hua Yin's sincerity in offering him an S-level contract was also enough. Brother Zhang, add me on WeChat and I'll send you my location.
It didn't take long for Zhang Han to add Lin Tian's WeChat. They had already arrived in the city, and in about half an hour, Zhang Han and Wen Zhangming arrived at the house that Lin Tian had rented. It was actually a shop. It used to sell tea, catering to high-end customers, which is why it was decorated in a quaint style.
The original owner went bankrupt some time ago.
The landlord didn't want to ruin the decoration, but the circle of high-end tea sellers was not large, and no one dared to rent the shop after the previous owner had gone in. As a result, Lin Tian got a bargain. But even so, it still costs 20,000 yuan a month.
This is still a special price given by the owner because Wu Lao knows him. Master Lin, it's better to meet in person than to hear about someone. You really are young.
Seeing Lin Tian, Feng Zhangming extended his hand and said warmly.
Hello, Director Feng. Lin Tian smiled and said. Zhang Han had already sent a message saying Feng Zhangming's name and identity. Director Feng, Brother Zhang, please sit down. Lin Tian sat down and poured a cup of tea for both Feng Zhangming and Zhang Han. The landlord gave him the tea. The original owner was arrested, and the landlord couldn't pay the penalty, so he used some tea to pay it off. The landlord had a headache with all the tea. Lin Tian knew Wu Lao, so the landlord gave him 2 cakes of tea. Master Lin, is this where you shoot your videos? I wonder if we can see Master Lin's special skills. Feng Zhangming said. An S-level contract is extraordinary and cannot be given out casually. With the strength Lin Tian has shown, if it were just an S-level contract, Feng Zhangming and the others wouldn't need to be so cautious.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Director Feng, let me take a look at the contract first.
If I'm not satisfied with the contract, there's no need to show it, right? That's fine. Feng Zhangming nodded.
He handed Lin Tian a contract. Lin Tian couldn't read 10 lines at a time, but with his cultivation, he could read 4 or 5 lines at a time, and he quickly finished reading the entire contract. The contract was really very good.
The contract is very loose and the requirements are very low. There are many benefits to signing this contract.
Hua Yin will guarantee a minimum monthly stream push, and there will also be traffic rewards. The gift split is 70%, which is 10% higher than Lin Tian's original split. You have to know that this 70% is after tax.
Hua Yin bears the tax and operating costs.
On the S-level contract, Hua Yin not only does not make a profit, but may even lose a little.
Of course, Hua Yin as a whole will not lose money. The people who sign a S-level contract with Hua Yin are not simple.
Binding these people can bring huge traffic to Hua Yin. With such a contract, it seems that I have no reason to refuse.
Lin Tian smiled and said. Feng Zhangming smiled and said, SS-level contracts used to be exclusive to top stars. Even first-class stars didn't get this kind of treatment. Master Lin, do you really know ancient martial arts?
Zhang Han coughed lightly and said, Master Lin, we are purely curious.
Among our male compatriots, who doesn't have a martial arts stream? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Hua Yin showed sincerity, and I can show sincerity too. He said, and then he extended his index finger and pressed it against the tea table. Soon, a 1 centimeter deep fingerprint appeared on the tea table. Master Lin, you.
Feng Zhangming and Zhang Han were both stunned. This coffee table is not cheap, and it is not made of ordinary wood. It is impossible to make a fingerprint like this with less than 100 kilograms of force.
Would you like to try?
Lin Tian smiled lightly.
Master Lin, I'm sorry.
Feng Zhangming said, and reached out his hand. He pressed next to the fingerprints that Lin Tian had made, using all his strength, but there was not the slightest trace on the wood. Zhang Han tried to lift the tea table.
The tea table was made of solid wood and weighed over 200 kilograms. He didn't budge it.
Lin Tian smiled slightly, and his hand pressed down on the tea table.
Up!
Lin Tian exerted himself and the heavy tea table was lifted by him with one hand. Fong Zhengming and Zhang Han were both stunned.
Director Fong, brother Zhang, single-finger push-ups are unnecessary, right?
Lin Tian smiled lightly.
Fong Zhengming and the others shook their heads repeatedly.
Lin Tian weighs no more than 150 kilograms, and the force of his finger press is probably more than 150 kilograms.
Master Lin, shall we sign the contract? Right, we still need to talk about the signing bonus. There are two ways to pay the signing bonus, one is to pay cash, and the other is to pay in terms of traffic. In addition, whether or not you bring goods, whether or not you accept advertising, etc. will all affect the signing bonus. Fong Zhengming said. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. There's also a signing bonus? It's not in the contract. He thought there wouldn't be any. I'll take the goods, but I'll decide on the advertising. If I'm short of money, just give me the money. How much signing bonus can you give? Lin Tian asked.
Fong Zhengming said apologetically, Master Lin, if that's the case, the signing bonus is only 5 to 15 million. I can give you up to 15 million directly.
Lin Tian was stunned. 15 million, that's a lot of money. Fong Zhengming thought that Lin Tian was not satisfied, so he quickly said, Master Lin, 15 million is a bit less. But if you want complete freedom, this is the only signing bonus we can offer. Chapter 33, The $1 Million Guqin. Lin Tian. Strong. If I directly show off my master-level piano skills, I'm afraid that my identity will be exposed in no time. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He decided to hold back a little and only show off his master-level skills. He is a young man, a top-notch era master, and his musical skills are also top-notch. This is enough to shock the world. Chapter 34, Top Guqin Master? A piece of high mountains and flowing water for everyone. Soon Lin Tian began recording videos. He has the skills of a top master, but he only shows off his top master level, and even so, the sound of the instrument is extremely pleasant and beautiful. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to record 2 videos, one of which was High Mountains and Flowing Water and the other Fisherman's Song at Dusk. Go, Pikachu! After editing, Lin Tian quickly uploaded the 2 videos. He now has nearly 11 million followers, and many of them saw his video as soon as it was uploaded. Oh my, a Guqin? Why is it the Guqin instead of the Eru? The difference is huge, but Master Lin's Guqin seems to be just as good. The video has already received a lot of comments in a short time. Many fans were shocked. After working hard for a lifetime, you can become a top master. Lin Tian is a top arrow master, and the Guqin seems to be no weaker. He should also be very good at martial arts. You should go and watch the new video from Lin Tian. Is he also a master of the Guqin? In the group chat, there was a master of the era speaking. A Guqin master? Laoshu, are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Xiaolin is a top arrow master, so he can't also be a Guqin master, right? 2 people in the group responded quickly. They quickly opened Huayin and watched the video that Lin Tianxin had just posted. I'm 80% sure that Xiaolin has reached the level of a master of the Guqin. I have a friend who is a Guqin master. I just called him. The 2 masters who had watched the video quickly responded in the group. A place in southwest China. A top arrow master who is also a Guqin master. Lu Yuemei hung up the phone and shook her head. She didn't think it was very likely. It is difficult to become a top master in one field. She is a Guqin master, but she is not yet a top master. Not long after, Lu Yuemei found a video of Lin Tian and started watching it. After watching the video, Lu Yuemei's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. Lin Tian's recording was very clear, and she could clearly tell that Lin Tian's level of Guqin was definitely above hers. At the same time, a top arrow master and a top Guqin master. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable. Lu Yuemei muttered to herself. After a short pause, she dialed the phone. Sister Hu, I just watched the video, and I can confirm that Master Lin is a Guqin master, and he is better than me. After hanging up,
Master Hu immediately sent a message in the group chat, "Everyone, it's confirmed, Lin is a top-notch Guqin master."
What's going on?
Wu Lao had just seen the message and was very surprised.
He quickly went to watch the video. After watching the two videos, Wu Laoshi didn't know what to say.
He knew that Lin Tian was only 23 years old, which was too young. He is already a top-notch arrow master, and now he is also a top-notch Guqin master.
Shaolin, you are a top master of the Guqin?
Wu couldn't help but send a message to Lin Tian.
I'm not.
Lin Tian replied soon after.
Wu sent a voice message angrily, you still don't admit it?
Master Hu has a very good relationship with a Guqin master. She has already confirmed with the other party that you are a top Guqin master.
You're mistaken, Mr. Wu. What I meant was that I am a little stronger at the Guqin.
But it's not good to show off too much, so I hid some of my strength.
Please keep it a secret, Mr. Wu. After reading the message from Lin Tian, Wu Lao's eyes bulged. Better than a top master.
Then he must be a master.
Wu Lao muttered to himself.
He couldn't believe it, but he believed that Lin Tian wouldn't lie to him about something like this.
A 23-year-old Guqin master. This is a demon.
Wu felt that he had lived 60 years as a dog. He had worked hard his whole life, and now he was only a master of the Eru.
Shaolin, it is correct for you to hide some things. Wood is beautiful, and the wind will blow it.
You can first plump up your own wings. Wu Lao thought for a moment and sent a message to Lin Tian.
The airport in the imperial capital. Fong Zhengming and Zhang Hang just got off the plane. Zheng Han's phone rang shortly after. What's the matter? Boss, Master Lin has posted a new video.
This time he's playing the Guqin, and he's a top-notch master at it too.
Zheng Han was stunned. Are you sure?
Yes, he has already been confirmed by 3 Guqin masters in the comment section. And they are already helping Master Lin promote him. Zheng Han hurriedly told Fong Zhengming about it.
Before he could watch the video, Fong Zhengming's phone rang.
Zhengming, Master Lin is a Guqin master.
Did he tell you? The person who called Fong Zhengming was his top boss, Liang Hui.
Liang Hui is the general manager of operations.
Mr. Liang, no. Master Lin only showed us his martial arts ability.
We estimate that he has reached the level of a master in martial arts.
Fong Zhengming hurriedly said.
Liang Hui took a deep breath and said, Eru, Guqin, and martial arts, all at the master level.
We underestimated him when we offered him the contract. Master Lin is not a genius, he is a demon.
You are still at the airport, right? In that case, you should go to Shishir again.
We will give Master Lin an additional 10 million yuan in signing bonus.
Fong Zhengming coughed lightly. Boss, with an additional 10 million, it will be 25 million.
Isn't it a bit too much for 10 idiots? Liang Hui. He hadn't thought of that. You're right to remind me.
Then add another 5 million, for a total of 30 million.
His future is limitless.
Liang Hui hung up after saying that.
Fong Zhengming said helplessly, we still have to go to S City. Master Lin is too low-key.
He is also a master of the Guqin, but he didn't say so.
That would definitely have secured a higher signing bonus. Director, I'll buy the tickets right now. Fortunately, there are many flights between the imperial capital and S City.
Lin Tian never imagined that by revealing his ability in this area, he would be able to get another 15 million signing bonus.
3 or 4 hours later, Fong Zhengming and the others were in front of Lin Tian again.
Director Fong, Brother Zhang, you're back so soon.
Could it be that the Huayin executives didn't agree to give a signing bonus of 15 million? Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone.
He had been recording a Guqin video in the afternoon, and his phone was turned off.
Fong Zhengming and Zhang Han went directly to the house he rented. How could this be?
The contract has been signed, so it must have legal effect. Master Lin, you said yourself that you are a top master of the Guqin, so we can definitely get you a higher signing bonus.
We wouldn't have had to make this trip. Fong Zhengming said. Lin Tian. He didn't even have a Guqin at the time, so how can he prove it? If he didn't even have a Guqin, who would believe that he was a top master? Director Fong, did you come back to increase the signing bonus?
Fong Zhengming nodded. You are a master in the Eru, Guqin, and martial arts.
15 million yuan is too little. If word gets out, people will say that we at Hua Yin are stingy. The decision was made to increase the signing bonus by another 15 million. Not long after, Lin Tian and the others signed a supplementary agreement. Fang Jiangming and the others left, and less than half an hour later, Lin Tian's card had another 8 million yuan added to it, for a total of 16.5 million yuan. A lot of small change. Looking at the balance on the bank card, Lin Tian was a little excited. Chapter 35 Song Kaifeng Sphere. Buy this store? Lin Tian had this thought in his mind. The shop was nicely decorated, and although the location was not very good, he was not opening a shop, and he did not need a shop in a good location. When he rented it, the owner jokingly told him that if he bought it, he could get a discount, as long as it was 15 million. This made Lin Tian a little worried. He had less than 100,000 yuan in his account at the time. Landlord, are you really going to sell this shop? Lin Tian dialed the landlord's mobile phone. Yes, do you have a friend who wants to buy it? If your friend buys it for 14.88 million, the surrounding shops are probably worth 14.7 million, and my shop is worth at least 3 million in renovations. The landlord hurriedly said. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. He had said that it would be cheaper, selling it for 15 million, but now he was saying 14.88 million. It seems that the landlord really wants to sell this shop. Landlord, you're not offering a discount, you're actually charging more than the market price. It's useless if no one likes the decoration, and it costs money to tear it down. And the previous tenant has already moved in, so it will have some impact. Lin Tian said. On the other end of the phone, the landlord said after a long pause, Shaolin, if your friend can buy it within 3 days, 14.68 million will do. He should also like the shop's decoration before buying it. If not, I'll keep renting it and wait for the right person. Lin Tiandao, landlord, if you're in a hurry to sell, this price may still be a bit high. If you're sincere about selling, think about it again. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian went to a nearby real estate agency to inquire about the market as a seller, and the price was roughly the same as the landlord's. The landlord had probably asked about it as well. The original tenant was inside the shop trying on a sewing machine. He probably thought that if the news spread, it would affect the rent for his shop. There are many shops on the market, and this shop is not in a very good location. People who do business are likely to consider feng shui issues. Drip. After eating something, Lin Tian drove home. Before he arrived home, the landlord called. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Lin Tian, I just discussed it with my family. If your friend really wants it, we'll give it to you for 14.38 million. This price is already lower than the market price, and the decoration is so good. The landlord said in a deep voice. Landlord, that price doesn't sound good. 14.36 million, I'll take the shop. We'll go through the transfer on Monday. Lin Tian smiled. On the other end of the phone, the landlord's eyes lit up. Okay, if it's you, I knew you had the means. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian's face revealed a faint smile. He was satisfied with buying the shop for more than 14 million yuan. Normally, a shop like this would never be rented for 20,000 yuan. The landlord probably thought about renting and selling at the same time. Maybe the landlord will sell the shop at some point. He didn't pay a deposit of 3 months' rent, and there is no penalty if the landlord sells the shop. It would be difficult to find another suitable place. If he found a similar place, the rent would not be much lower than the current one. He spent 1 million yuan on the piano, and after buying the shop, he still had 1 million yuan left over. Lin Tian thought to himself. Not long after, Lin Tian returned home, but Luo Bingning had not yet returned. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Click. When he opened the door, he saw Song Kaifeng standing outside. Brother Song, what's up? Lin Tian said with a smile. This is the man who gave him a nice car. Song Kaifeng said with a gloomy face, Lin Tian, you are the one behind this, you son of a bitch, you got me arrested and cost me millions, I think you don't want to think about it. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Brother Song, you can't say that. Song Kaifeng said coldly, I have already found out where you are from and who is in your family. I'm giving you 2 choices. First, take the car I gave you and leave, and stop bothering Luo Bingning. Second, let's fight it out, and I'll get you killed in a reasonable and legal way.
He has been dealing with these things for the past few days. He was released the day he was arrested, but the compensation was only finalized today, with a total of more than 1.1 million yuan paid to 3 families.
Lin Tian's face turned cold. He moved in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he grabbed Song Kaifeng by the neck with his right hand. With a little force, Song Kaifeng was lifted up by Lin Tian.
His neck was in severe pain and his face was swollen and red.
Mr. Song, I'll call you Brother Song. Do you really think you're a brother? You're threatening to check my address. You're looking for death.
Lin Tian stared at Song Kaifeng with cold eyes.
Song Kaifeng tried to break free from Lin Tian's grip, but Lin Tian's fingers were like iron claws.
He tried his best, but he couldn't budge an inch. In a short time, Song Kaifeng's eyes were about to pop out.
You'd better be more polite in the future.
Song Kaifeng could not stand it anymore, and Lin Tian let go of his hand.
Cough, cough. Song Kaifeng crouched down and coughed in pain. He had just been unable to breathe and felt like he was going to die. Pop. Lin Tian squatted down and slapped Song Kaifeng twice in the face.
Brother Song, money is a good thing, but sometimes if you provoke the wrong people, money won't be so useful.
What do you think?
Lin Tian said with a smile.
Song Kaifeng's fear grew wildly in his heart.
Originally, in his eyes, Lin Tian was just a poor kid, but now in his eyes, Lin Tian had become very, very scary. He weighed 140 kilograms, but Lin Tian was able to lift him up with one hand and hold him for 20 seconds.
What kind of strength is that? Lin Tian's full power punch could probably kill him. Lin Gu, I was wrong. Brother Lin, I will never dare to provoke you in Luo Bingning again. Song Kaifeng said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian chuckled, Brother Song, don't do that again.
I have a lot of strength, and I can't control myself when I get angry. If I slap you and kill you or turn you into a vegetable, I might have to go to jail.
That would be bad. Song Kaifeng's face turned pale.
With Lin Tian's strength, it is entirely possible to kill him with a slap.
Brother Lin, I'll leave. I'm leaving right now. I have other houses elsewhere. I'll move out right away. Song Kaifeng said in a frightened voice. Good boy.
Lin Tian patted Song Kaifeng's head lightly, and Song Kaifeng felt as if someone had hit his head with a wooden board twice.
Brother Lin, I'm going to move now. Song Kaifeng left in a dejected manner. He got into the elevator and touched his head.
Lin Tian had only lightly tapped him twice, but he felt like his head was in pain.
Son, how are you? Song Kaifeng returned home and his mother, Wang Shanglian, asked.
She knew that Lin Tian had returned home, but Luo Bingning had not yet returned. It was she who had asked Song Kaifeng to take this opportunity to drive Lin Tian away.
Mom, don't want to break the family. Let's not provoke them. You help me pack my things.
I'll move somewhere else to live.
Song Kaifeng said. There was still a look of fear in his eyes. Chapter 36, Holding Hands and Walking, Saving People in the Sea. Wang Xianglian's face changed. Son, what's going on? Song Kaifeng took a deep breath and said, Lin Tian has a very big background.
Our family can't afford to mess with him.
Song Kaifeng didn't want to talk about the real situation just now. He was almost scared to pee, and it was embarrassing to talk about such things. Son, is Lin Tian that scary? Wang Shanglian exclaimed in surprise. Song Kaifeng nodded, yes, he is very scary. Mom, you must not provoke him. We don't need to take any risks. Luo Bingning, I give up. I'll live somewhere else.
I can't afford to provoke him, but I can hide.
Mom, do you want to move too?
Just now, Song Kaifeng felt like he was dying, and this had a great impact on him.
He now even dared not think of revenge. Mom won't move. I'm used to living here. As long as Mom doesn't provoke them, she should be fine. Wang Shanglian shook her head.
They have other houses, but they are not as comfortable as this one.
Mom, then help me pack up. I'll move out right away. Song Kaifeng touched his head.
It still hurts from the 2 light taps from Lin Tian just now.
Tang Yan's home. Bingying, look how amazing Master Lin is.
He is a top-notch arrow master, and he is also a top-notch Guqin master. The key is that he must also be good at martial arts.
Tang Yan and Luo Bingning watched Lin Tian's video together. Yes, he is amazing. You are almost his fangirl. It's a pity that he wears a mask, so you don't know what he looks like. I guess he's ugly. Luo Bingning said with a smile. No, he might be a master. But even if he's not handsome, I'll still be his biggest fan. Tang Yan said. Lu Bingning looked out the window. It was already dark. Swallow, I'm going home first. Lin Tian should have already arrived home. Tang Yan was stunned. You're not sleeping here tonight? Luo Bingning shook her head. I'm married to Lin Tian, so I'd better avoid sleeping outside. There are many news reports of girlfriends covering for their girlfriends and having affairs outside. But we both drank. Lu Bingning took out her cell phone and called Lin Tian. After talking to Lin Tian, she smiled and said, Lin Tian, come pick me up. Tang Yan looked at Luo Bingning. She felt that Luo Bingning didn't seem to be very opposed to Lin Tian. If this goes on for 3 years, what will happen? It seems that I have to praise Master Lin in front of Bingning more. It would be best if it were revealed later that Master Lin is a handsome guy. Tang Yan thought to herself. As a close friend, she truly believes that Luo Bingning and Lin Tian are not a good match. She thinks that Luo Bingning deserves better. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian arrived at the apartment complex where Tang Yan lived. Swallow, you go back. Luo Bingning got into the car and soon Lin Tian and the others left. Bingning, why didn't you sleep here? Tang Yan still has other people at home. Isn't it inconvenient for you to sleep here? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning shook her head. She lives alone and has her own room. But now that we are married, unless it is absolutely necessary, we should go home at night. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Luo Bingning. He had a faint smile on his face. Luo Bingning's habits are very good. Bingning, how about we go for a walk by the sea? Yes. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to drive the car to the beach and park it. The two got out of the car and Lin Tian extended his hand to Luo Bingning. Lu Bingning hesitated for a moment, but then let Lin Tian hold her hand. Bearing the sea breeze, the two walked hand in hand. Luo Bingning was a little nervous at first, but gradually relaxed. Lin Tian, I talked to my parents on the phone today. After walking for a while, Luo Bingning whispered, I talked to my parents on the phone today. Lin Tian's hand tightened slightly. He was a little nervous. If he really was with Luo Bingning's parents would be his father-in-law and mother-in-law. What did they say? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning said, I told them that you helped lower the share price by 5 points, and my father asked me to give you a commission of 1 million. He has already transferred the money to my card. Lin Tian smiled and said, your father gave me this money to tell me that what is mine will be given to me, and don't even think about what is not mine. Lin Tian, don't think too much. Luo Bingning hurriedly said. Lin Tian shook his head, I'm not thinking about it. When we have a little cabbage in the future, I won't let anyone dig it away. What little cabbage, you're dreaming. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. It's normal for parents to want their daughter to marry well. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of your parents in the future. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning snorted, you fix me first. If you can't fix me, we'll have to get a divorce later. Lin Tian turned around and stared at Luo Bingning. Lu Bingning blushed slightly when he looked at her. What are you looking at? Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, we won't go to the step of divorce, and we won't really be together for 3 years. Although the time spent with Luo Bingning was short, he was already a martial arts master, a Guqin master, and a master of the Eru. In addition, he has master-level driving skills and master-level wine tasting skills. He also has assets of more than 10 million. All of this gave Lin Tian great confidence. Even if the Luo family has billions of assets, and even if Luo Bingning is a wealthy family's daughter, Lin Tian believes that he is definitely worthy of Luo Bingning. You are so confident? Lu Bingning said with a smile. Heh, you'll see how awesome your husband is. Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingning thought wrong. She thought of Lin Tian's good physical fitness and thought of that aspect. She gave Lin Tian a big white eye. Help, help. Someone save the children, a child has been swept away by the waves. At this moment, Lin Tian and the others heard a panicked voice. Not far away on the beach, some people were panicking. I'm going over there.
Lin Tian let go of Luo Bingning's hand and quickly ran to the beach. He showed a speed that was even faster than when he was running before.
Lin Tian, be careful. Luo Bingning cried out, and she followed behind. Plop! Plop!
Several people splashed into the water in front of Lin Tian, but the waves were a bit too big, and it was still too dark to see at night. They were not very good swimmers and could only swim one lap.
Swimming in the sea is not like swimming in a pool. The waves keep hitting you, and the seawater is very bitter if it gets into your mouth. My child.
A woman on the beach was crying out in pain.
Plop! Lin Tian quickly rushed into the sea.
He was a martial arts master, and could faintly hear the sound of the child choking on the water.
This way. Lin Tian quickly paddled with his arms.
He didn't have any swimming skills, but he was a martial arts master, and his strength was great. His internal strength was endless, and in the waves, he was moving forward at a speed that was not a little bit faster than the average person.
That handsome guy is so fast. Can he notice the child while swimming so fast? Many people on the beach were talking about it. Lu Bingying arrived on the beach. She looked worried.
If an adult were to be swept away by the waves, something would happen.
It's right here. Lin Tian swam out a few dozen meters and dove into the water.
It was dark at night, but Lin Tian, a martial arts master, could barely see.
Splash!
A few seconds later, Lin Tian surfaced with the child in his arms. The child had already choked on water and fainted. Lin Tian returned while carefully channeling his inner strength into the child. When they were about 10 meters from the shore, the child finally vomited.
Hoo-hoo!
Lulu, you scared your mother to death. Lin Tian reached the shore, and the child's mother hugged the child and cried.
Good job, young man. Handsome guy, you're not on the national swimming team, are you? You swim really fast. Some people around praised him. Thank you, benefactor. The mother of the
child was about to kneel down to thank Lin Tian.
Sister, don't be like that. It was nothing. The child choked and was frightened.
You should take her home quickly.
Thank you, thank you.
The mother was very grateful. If it weren't for Lin Tian, her daughter would have died today.
Chapter 37, Bingning, would you kiss me? Lin Tian quickly left, and not long after, Luo Bingning caught up with him. Lin Tian, you were very brave just now. If it wasn't for you, that little girl would have been in trouble. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian and said happily. Lin Tian smiled and said, is there any reward? For example, can I hear you call me husband, or give me a kiss?
Luo Bingning had called him husband before, but that was when she was talking to Song Kaifeng. She had never called him that in private.
A kiss is out of the question.
But in front of outsiders, I occasionally need to call you my husband.
It's not impossible to call you that now to get used to it. Husband. Luo Bingning called out, her voice a little low.
At the same time, her face turned red. It was nighttime, but Lin Tian's cultivation base was so strong that he could see clearly.
Bingning, you're speaking too softly, I can't hear you. Honey, honey. Okay.
Luo Bingning called out twice in a louder voice. She felt a little strange in her heart.
Now she felt a little embarrassed to call out like this. Wife, what's the matter? Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a cold look. Hurry home, it's summer, but you're all wet. Don't catch a cold. Lin Tian has very strong internal strength. If he uses his internal strength, he can completely dry his clothes. But he doesn't want to show off his strength right now. Okay, let's go home.
It didn't take long for Lin Tian and the others to get to the car. The air conditioner turned on automatically, but Luo Bingning reached out and turned it off. It was hot in the car, but she was worried that Lin Tian would catch a cold if he was cold. Not long after, Lin Tian and the others arrived at home.
Lin Tian went to take a shower.
Luo Bingning sent a message to Tang Yan, Swallow, I just went for a walk with Lin Tian at the beach, and Lin Tian saved a child in the sea.
He looked pretty handsome as he ran into the sea. Tang Yan. Lin Tian saved a person.
This is a good thing, but Luo Bingning actually witnessed Lin Tian saving a person, and the chances of Luo Bingning falling for him have increased considerably.
After taking a shower,
Lu Bingning handed Lin Tian a cell phone. Lin Tian, take a look at this.
How did someone post it online? Lin Tian muttered.
The video hasn't been on the internet for long, but it already has over 10,000 likes. If this trend continues, it will definitely get 100,000 likes.
This guy actually said I was the Sea King. Lin Tian flipped through the comments, and this comment had many likes. Luo Bingning smiled, you swim so fast, you easily rescued a person in the sea. He was praising you.
Lin Tian, if you hype it up and buy some traffic, you'll definitely become popular.
Do you want to develop in the direction of a net celebrity? Lin Tian said, aren't your parents biased against the entertainment industry? Lu Bingning nodded. That's true, but if you can seize this opportunity, you can get hundreds of thousands of fans, and I think that should be no problem. Even if we divorce in 3 years, you will still be able to live well, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Bingning, do you think I don't have much hope?
Lu Bingning said after a moment of silence, although I said I would give you a chance at first, I don't think your hope is more than 10%.
Now it's not even 30%. Lin Tian, I'm not saying you're not good.
You're quite good, but in some areas, perhaps we lack a common language. For example, I like singing and dancing, musical instruments, calligraphy, and so on, but you don't understand any of these things.
Now a great opportunity is in front of you, and you might want to take it, which will be good for your future. Lin Tian smiled faintly. He doesn't understand dance and song very well. Calligraphy is also not something he understands. But if you want to talk about musical instruments, I'd recommend you learn about the ancient Qin and the Eru. Lin Tian, didn't Dad give me $1,000,000? That $1,000,000 is yours. You can spend it on buying yourself some data. Go with the flow and you can do great things. Lu Bingning said. Lin Tian smiled, do I have a 20 to 30% chance now?
It's gone up so much in just a week, which is pretty good.
Forget about buying traffic for hype. You can keep the $1,000,000. I have money.
Lu Bingning said, but that $1,000,000 was given to you by my father.
Lin Tian shook his head, I just want to eat something delicious.
If you want to give it to me, don't call me to stop drinking in the future.
Lin Tian, that's $1,000,000. Luo Bingning blinked her eyes and said, you really don't want it? How about you kiss me instead? You wish. Lin Tian went back to his room. He had to start his evening training. I'll save it for you.
Lu Bingning thought to herself.
Maybe Lin Tian will get the money later.
She plans to save it all for Lin Tian, so that if they divorce in 3 years, he will have a lot of money.
Time passed quickly and the next morning arrived. Lin Tian practiced for 2 weeks.
He opened the Huayin app and was surprised to find that his number of fans had reached nearly 15 million, an increase of more than 3 million since yesterday.
Lin Tian quickly looked through the comments section.
Several Guqin masters had commented on him, and they had also recommended him, and they had confirmed that he was a top Guqin master.
There are many people who like the Guqin.
In addition, he signed a contract with Huayin yesterday, and Huayin must have given him a lot of traffic, so it's normal for his number of fans to increase by more than 3 million.
Good morning, dear.
After replying to thank several Guqin masters, Lin Tian went outside.
Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian speechlessly. You should still call me Binging.
My wife doesn't allow you to call me that casually, and I won't call you husband casually either.
Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Lu Bingning, do you know how many likes your video of saving people last night got? Lin Tian shook his head, he didn't pay attention.
There are 3 relatively clear videos with the most likes, which are 630,000, 320,000, and 170,000. In addition, your information has been dug up by netizens.
Lu Bingning said. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to it, but she did. You're not going to charge money, are you?
Lin Tian frowned slightly.
Luo Bingning shook her head, no, this is natural traffic. It's normal for this kind of thing to get this kind of attention. Are you really not going to come forward? Netizens' memories are short. If you don't come forward, there won't be any traffic or heat left for anyone else to come forward.
Lin Tian smiled and said, I hope the heat will go down soon.
My wife is too beautiful at home, and I don't want you to be exposed either. What if more people start to remember you?
Soon, Lin Tian finished washing up and the two sat down at the dining table.
Lin Tian, do you have any plans today? If not, how about you accompany me to a place? Lu Bingning asked.
Lin Tian thought about it for a moment.
He didn't have any plans. The house is being transferred tomorrow.
He has already filmed a lot of Arrow and Guqin videos, and even if he doesn't record videos for a week, he still has enough stock to send.
Okay. Lin Tian smiled. Mixing with Luo Bingning, he might even get a treasure chest.
An hour later, Lin Tian and the others arrived at a children's welfare institution.
Bingying, we haven't bought anything here. Lin Tian looked at the gate
of the welfare institute and coughed lightly.
Luo Bingning shook her head. There is no need. This is S-City, and the children don't really lack clothes, toys, and other things. I am a volunteer. I come here to give music lessons to the children when I have time.
The children like my lessons.
Chapter 38 Music Teacher Luo Bingning. Teacher Luo. Teacher Luo is here, Teacher Luo is here.
The children who saw Luo Bingning when she entered the orphanage exclaimed in surprise.
Who is this Teacher Luo? Is this brother of yours your boyfriend, Miss Luo?
Soon more children surrounded them, all of them delighted, as they all loved Luo Bingning's music lessons.
Yes, he is my boyfriend.
You can call him Brother Lin Tian.
Lu Bingying said with a smile. Bingying. Hearing the commotion, the director of the orphanage came over soon after. The director was a kind-looking woman in her 50s or 60s. Madam, I have some time today, so I came to see the children. Do the children have time for my music class today? Asked Luo Bingning. The director, Hu Guifeng, smiled and said, of course they do. Their daily schedule is not too busy, so they have time. Madam, let me introduce you to him. His name is Lin Tian, he is my boyfriend. If you have any hard labor, just tell him to do it. Lu Bingning said with a smile. Hello, Dean. Lin Tian quickly said.
Hu Guifeng smiled and nodded. Lin Tian, you are really blessed to have found a girlfriend like Bingning.
Bingying is a beautiful person with a good personality.
You must treat her well.
Lu Bingning's face turned red. Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingying is really very good. I will definitely treat her well. That's good. Bingying, you can teach the class today. Hu Guifeng said. Yes, Dean. Hu Guifeng left, she went to make arrangements.
Luo Bingying said, Lin Tian, it's not appropriate for older children to listen to nursery rhymes. I divide them into 2 classes, big and small.
Each class is an hour long. You can wander around while I'm teaching. Lin Tian nodded. Not long after, Luo Bingning's music class began.
Lin Tian saw from the window that the classroom was filled with hundreds of children. The children were all excited.
Children, Miss Luo is going to teach you a new song today. Lin Tian was not watching from outside.
He was a martial arts master, and he could hear Luo Bingning singing clearly from a distance.
Luo Bingning's singing voice was very sweet and soothing.
There was a piano in the classroom, and Lin Tian could also hear the beautiful sound of the piano.
Luo Bingning was teaching the children while playing the piano. Lin Tian knows the guqin and the erhu.
They are all traditional instruments, but he is not averse to pianos and the like. There is no distinction between high and low music, and music should also be borderless.
Xiao Lin. Hu Guifeng walked up to Lin Tian. Dean, is there anything I can help you with?
Lin Tian hurriedly said.
Hu Guifeng shook her head, I came to talk to you. Bingying is a good girl, so don't hurt her. A year ago, Bingying started volunteering here. She donated a piano and 10,000 books when she first came. She has come 20 to 30 times in the past year, and she always comes to give 2 lessons. Some volunteers are just putting on a show, but she is not. Lin Tian nodded slightly. The children all recognize Luo Bingying, which means that Luo Bingying must have come a lot. I've met many different kinds of people.
Bingying is the kind of girl who doesn't easily get emotional, but when she does, she's very devoted.
She's easily hurt.
Since you're together now, you must cherish her.
Hu Guifeng said.
Lin Tian nodded, don't worry, Dean.
Dean, I didn't know I was coming to the orphanage, so I came empty-handed.
I want to donate some money to the orphanage to show my appreciation.
I don't know where to donate it. Hu Guifang shook her head. Bingying has given us a lot, so don't donate anymore. If you want to do something, can you take the 3 children over there to play sports? Hu Guifang pointed to the 3 children a few dozen meters away.
These 3 children are about 10 years old. They all have incurable congenital diseases, and the doctor said that exercise is good for them, but they don't want to move much.
Lin Tian nodded. He walked over.
The 3 children looked like they had normal limbs, but they all had problems.
One of the children was a bit slow.
One child's left arm hung down, as if it couldn't be raised.
One child had one leg that was thicker than the other. What are you doing here? Lin Tian approached, and one of the children said nervously. Lin Tian smiled and said, I'm your teacher Luo's boyfriend. I'm not bad at medicine. Let me examine you. If you want to become a great martial artist, you must understand the human body. Lin Tian is now a martial arts master.
When he obtained martial arts information, he naturally also obtained a lot of information about the human body.
For example, meridians, acupressure points, etc. You're lying to us. You're not a doctor. Doctors aren't as young as you are. You're trying to trick us into exercising. One of the children shook his head. Lin Tian smiled and said, Isn't your teacher Luo amazing?
The 3 children nodded. Even the child who was a bit slow nodded.
Lin Tian said, I can be your teacher Luo's boyfriend, so I must be able to do something right?
I'll take your pulse.
It won't hurt.
The 3 children were fooled.
Then you try.
The child with the problem in his arm said. Lin Tian grabbed the child's arm with the problem and pressed his fingers on the acupuncture points. A trace of internal energy flowed into the meridians.
After a few minutes, Lin Tian's eyes lit up.
He discovered that the child's weak arm was actually a problem with the meridians.
The meridians were blocked from birth. This problem is impossible to detect by Western medicine, and even Chinese medicine is unable to detect it.
Even if it is detected, it is difficult to solve the problem. But for Lin Tian, it was not difficult to solve this problem. He used his powerful internal strength to directly help unblock the meridians. When the meridians are unblocked, the qi is unblocked. When the qi is unblocked, the blood is alive.
What's your name? Lin Tian asked. My name is Su Hu.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Su Hu, your problem is not a big deal.
I can massage you and you will recover. This process will be a bit painful. Can you bear it? Su Hu nodded, I can bear it. Then let's get started. Lin Tian quickly began massaging Su Hu.
He input inner strength from a closer distance, slowly unblocking the blocked meridians.
There is a tingling sensation as the meridians are unblocked. Su Hu groaned. Hold on.
Lin Tian said in a low voice. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on Su Hu's forehead, but he still clenched his teeth and persevered.
Half an hour later, Lin Tianchuan let out a breath of air. Su Hu's blocked meridians had been successfully unblocked. Su Hu, try to lift your arm. Lin Tian ordered. Su Hu's arm could only be raised a little bit.
Now, with his teeth clenched, his arm, which was raised vertically, gradually straightened horizontally.
Su Hu, your arm is better. Ha.
The other 2 children, the one with normal intelligence exclaimed in surprise, while the other one just smiled foolishly. Su Hu looked at his raised left arm in a daze. He had never been able to lift this arm. Lin Tian smiled and said, Su Hu, if you train hard, this hand will be completely recovered, and you will be able to play basketball without any problems.
Thank you. Su Hu was extremely excited. Brothers and sisters, a new pink book. Everyone give it a 5-star review and support it. Thank you. Chapter 39, Master Level Ancient Medical Techniques. The other 2 children, one of whom had a leg problem, said, Brother Lin Tian, please help Zhao Dong. Is he Zhao Dong?
Lin Tian pointed to the child who was a bit dazed.
Yes, he is Zhao Dong.
He has seen several doctors and they can't cure him.
He is our brother. We don't want him to be like this.
Lin Tian shook his head slightly. He is most likely suffering from a brain problem, and I'm afraid I can't treat him with my current abilities.
The brain is very complicated.
If he gets the wrong treatment, it could cause irreversible damage and make the situation worse.
Is that so?
The child who spoke looked disappointed.
What's your name?
I'll give you a look first. When my medical skills improve, I'll treat him then.
That way, the risk is much lower. Lin Tian touched the other person's head and asked. Brother Lin Tian, my name is Zhang Long.
We don't know who our parents are, and our names were given to us by the headmaster. Zhang Long said, looking down at his left leg. His left leg was only 2/3 the size of his right leg. Lin Tian sighed in his heart. They were probably abandoned because of congenital diseases, and their parents had no intention of having them.
Come on, put your leg up.
I'll take a look at it. Zhang Long obediently put his leg on the stone bench. Lin Tian found the right acupoint and his inner strength quietly entered Zhang Long's leg.
After 5 minutes, Lin Tian had discovered the problem.
Zhang Long's problem was somewhat similar to Su Hu's, but his problem was more serious. Su Hu's 2 arms were at least the same size.
Zhang Long, I can solve your problem.
But it may take 3 or 4 times to solve it. After I give you a massage, you have to move around as much as possible. Lin Tian said with a smile. Zhang Long nodded repeatedly in surprise. Brother Lin Tian, I'll listen to you.
Okay, I'll start giving you a massage. It might hurt a little more than it did for Su Hu, but can you bear it?
Zhang Long gritted his teeth. Brother Lin Tian, don't worry, I can bear it.
Once I and Su Hu recover, we can help Xiao Dong. We are sworn brothers.
Lin Tian smiled.
The 3 of them were playing the 3 sworn brothers? Then I'll start.
Lin Tian massaged the acupuncture points on his body while channeling internal energy to help him clear his meridians. If the situation continues to deteriorate, he will have to have his leg amputated.
Children, this is the end of our lesson. It's time to go. Luo Bingning got up and smiled. Thank you, Miss Luo.
Hundreds of children under the age of 10 said at the same time. Luo Bingning went outside the classroom and soon found Lin Tian. She walked over to them with a puzzled look. Teacher Luo, Lin Tian is treating Zhang Long, so we can't disturb him. Su Hu got up and walked towards Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning said, Su Hu, Lin Tian is not treating, he should be giving Zhang Long a massage, so he will feel better.
No, Miss Luo, it's a treatment.
Look. Su Hu said, and forcefully raised his left hand. Lu Bingning looked at Su Hu in surprise.
She knew about Su Hu's condition.
Su Hu's left hand has been unable to lift since he was a child. She even paid someone to take Su Hu to the imperial capital to see a doctor, but the imperial capital hospital was unable to help.
Everything was normal. Su Hu, what's going on? Lu Bingning asked hurriedly.
Su Hu looked back at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's brother treated me, and Lin Tian's brother said that he could also cure Zhang Long's leg. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian.
She couldn't believe it.
Zhang Long had also been to more than one major hospital for an examination. His leg problem was even more serious, and an authoritative doctor had already recommended amputation.
Phew. Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. He stopped this treatment.
His internal strength could withstand it, but Zhang Long's problem was quite serious, so he had to take it step by step. His meridians could not withstand the tossing for the time being.
Lin Tian, what's going on? Luo Bingning approached and said in surprise.
Lin Tian smiled. I know a little bit of Chinese massage techniques, and I can solve Su Hu and Zhang Long's problems.
Luo Bingning. Lin Tian's statement was hard for her to believe.
But Su Hu's hand was really raised, and Lin Tian only gave him a massage.
Zhang Long, try walking. Do you feel more sensation in your legs? Lin Tian smiled.
Zhang Long slowly walked up with his crutches. Soon, he looked excited, and his legs really had more feeling.
More.
Zhang Long said excitedly. Lin Tian said, you should practice more.
Next week, we'll come again.
After 3 or 4 consecutive treatments, you should be able to walk without a cane.
Lin Tian, thank you.
Zhang Long bowed with a cane in his hand.
Lu Bing asked, Lin Tian, where is Xiao Dong? Lin Tian said helplessly, he must have a brain disease. I don't have the skills to treat it yet.
Xiao Dong is too afraid to even have an examination, let alone treatment. This is not a 3-legged cat's medical skills. They have all been to more than 5 top hospitals, and have been seen by more than 10 famous doctors, but there is no way. Luo Bingning thought of the pulse-taking Lin Tian had done for her earlier.
Lin Tian seems to really know what he's doing. Then, when Lin Tian said he wanted to check her stomach, was he trying to take advantage of her? Lin Tian saw a silver treasure chest slowly emerge from Luo Bingning's head. Oh my, a silver treasure chest.
Except for the first one, the silver treasure chest has never appeared again.
I can actually get a silver treasure chest on this trip. It's a great deal. Lin Tian was excited.
He stood up and stretched, and his hand happened to touch the silver treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head, and the silver treasure chest disappeared.
Ding, the silver treasure chest is open. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ancient master level medical skills.
The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. A large amount of information quickly flooded into Lin Tian's mind.
Lin Tian frowned.
The information was pouring in quickly, and he could handle it, but with so much information coming in, he still felt dizzy and confused.
Lin Tian, what's wrong with you? Lu Benjing saw that Lin Tian's expression was a bit off.
Lin Tian sat down. I just squatted for a while and my legs are numb. I'll just sit down and relax.
Miss Luo, you sing very well. Luo Bingning's face turned red.
I'm not a professional, as long as the children like it.
Are you really okay?
I have to go teach the children in the big class.
Lin Tian shook his head. What could possibly be wrong with me?
Soon Luo Bingning went to class, and Zhang Long and the other two went with her. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian had received the master-level ancient medical techniques. The ancient medical techniques of the masters include Bian, acupuncture, moxibustion, medicine, Daoyin, and even the mysterious Juyu technique, as well as ancient witchcraft. Ancient medical techniques are so complicated.
The wisdom of the ancients cannot be underestimated.
Lin Tian muttered to himself.
The level of the ancient medical arts is much more complicated than that of the ancient Qin.
It is at the same level as the ancient martial arts, and is opened from a silver treasure chest.
Shaolin. Hu Guifang walked up quickly. Dean. Lin Tian stood up. Hu Guifang was excited. Xiaolin, I just got the news that you cured Su Hu. Can you also cure Jiang Long? Lin Tian nodded. Dean, I know a little ancient medical techniques. Lin Tian said he knew medicine, but he didn't know how good he was.
He mainly relied on internal strength to solve problems.
Now he is full of confidence. He has the ancient medical skills of a master. Chapter 40, I only know a little bit. Xiao. Lin, thank you, thank you. Dean Hu Guifang said with gratitude. Lin Tian Dao, Dean, I've only done what I can. Hu Guifang, but what you did may change their lives.
Zhang Long is a smart kid, he does well in school, but his leg, the doctor said it would have to be amputated or it would rot. He is only 11 years old, and if he loses his leg, his life will be ruined. Su Hu's left hand has been seen by many doctors, but it has never been able to be raised.
I never thought you would magically heal his arm. Lin Tian coughed lightly. Dean, I only know a little bit of ancient medical techniques, so I just gave them a massage.
It was their own good fortune that they recovered. Although he has learned the ancient medical techniques of a master, he does not have a medical license and is not qualified to treat patients.
I understand. Shaolin, can you give Xiaodong a massage too? Sometimes he's normal, and sometimes he's confused. Hu Guifang looked at Lin Tian and said hopefully.
Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Dean, I can take his pulse, but I may not be able to solve his problem.
Good, good.
Hu Guifang nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, even if they have some problems, they won't cause you trouble. Hu Guifang has lived for decades and knows a lot of things. Lin Tian did not have a medical license, so he was certainly worried that something would go wrong during the treatment, and that he would be unable to explain himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Dean, although I may not be able to cure them, I can guarantee that their condition will not worsen.
Lin Tian said.
His ancient medical skills, which are now at the level of a master, are no joke. He would be considered a great doctor in a martial arts novel, and the imperial doctors in ancient palaces should basically be inferior to him.
Shaolin, thank you.
After the ice freezing class is over, please take a look at Zhao Dong.
Don't show him here. Come with me to my office. Lin Tian nodded. Soon, Lin Tian followed Hu Guifang to her office. The office was decorated in a simple manner.
Hu Guifang poured a cup of tea for Lin Tian. Lin, in fact, I thought at first glance that you were not a good match for Binging.
Now it seems that I was wrong. Lin Tian smiled. Dean, it's normal for you to feel that way. Dean, do you have anything else you want to tell me?
Hu Guifang said with a blush, there are a total of 300 children in our welfare institution, and some of the other children have problems.
Could you please take a look at them as well?
Lin Tian said, Director, there seem to be only about 200 children in the orphanage today.
Hu Guifang nodded. There are only about 200 children in the orphanage now. Some of the children are in the hospital, and some of the older children are working part-time.
Some of the children are in other people's homes, and some volunteers help to look after 1 or 2 children on weekends.
Some may even have plans to adopt them and bring them home to live first. The total number of children in our orphanage is 316. Lin Tian nodded slightly. How many of them have problems? Hu Guifang sighed. There are many more children with problems in the welfare institution than in society. There are probably 30 to 40 of them.
Some of them you probably can't help, some hospitals can handle them, and there shouldn't be many that really need your help.
Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Director, I didn't bring anything this time. I wasn't prepared. Next week, Binging and I will come. I will help out if I can. Hu Guifang said gratefully, Thank you, thank you. Lin Tian, you are like Binging, you have a heart of gold. Lin Tian shook his head. You're too kind, Dean. I happen to know a little bit of ancient medicine, so I can help if I can.
Hu Guifang stood up. Xiaolin, you sit and rest, I'll go take care of some other things, and bring Xiaodong over later.
Half an hour passed in a flash, and Luo Bingning finished her class. Hu Guifang took Luo Bingning and Xiaodong to the office. Hello, Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Tian, Xiaodong bowed. He looked fine.
Hu Guifang said, Xiaolin, Xiaodong has been in a better mood after his ice-making class with Bingning.
When he's in a good mood, he doesn't look abnormal. Lin Tian nodded. Xiaodong, sit down and hold out your hand.
Xiaodong obediently sat down and stretched out his hand.
Lin Tian placed his finger on his pulse point. He was now very good at pulse diagnosis.
As a martial arts master, he already knew a little bit, and now that he has inherited ancient medical techniques, pulse diagnosis is one of his specialties. Lu Bingning stared at Lin Tian. She felt that Lin Tian was very handsome in his current state of concentration.
It's not a problem with the meridians. Lin Tian quickly made his judgment.
Having inherited the ancient medical techniques of the martial arts masters, he was able to make his judgment much faster than before, without having to use his internal strength to test and find out little by little.
Strange, what is the problem? Everything seems normal. 2 minutes passed, and Lin Tian thought to himself. Ha ha, ha ha.
A few more minutes passed, and Xiaodong laughed foolishly.
He became confused again.
At this moment, Lin Tian finally noticed something strange in Xiaodong's expression, and his pulse also showed a slight change.
So that's it. Lin Tian's eyes revealed a look of realization. Lin Tian, do you see what's wrong with Xiaodong? Lu Bingning said in surprise. Lin Tian nodded slightly. It should be a case of dual personality disorder.
Scientifically speaking, it is a dual personality, but his other personality is not well developed.
Can it be cured? Lu Bingning asked nervously. Lin Tian smiled. It should be possible.
If it's a neurological disorder or something, that would be more difficult, but this is not difficult to deal with. I can use hypnosis to suppress his problematic personality, and after a while, this personality will naturally die out.
I'll borrow your necklace for a while.
Luo Bingning took off the necklace she was wearing. It wasn't very expensive, just a few tens of thousands of dollars, which was very ordinary for her.
Xiaodong, you look at this. Lin Tian held the necklace in front of Xiaodong and shook it gently.
He sent a trace of his inner strength into the necklace, which glowed faintly.
Luo Bingning and Hu Guifang could not see clearly. Lin Tian is now using a kind of witchcraft. In less than half a minute, Xiaodong was completely hypnotized. Xiaodong, you are very tired now. You want to rest, and keep resting, and you will be very comfortable. While you are resting, you will dream of yourself, and you will share all your memories with the dream self. Gradually, you will no longer be able to tell the difference between the two of you.
Lin Tian's words had a special rhythm, like a magical sound entering Zhao Dong's ears.
Sleep, sleep. Lin Tian helped Zhao Dong lie down. Is that enough? Lu Bingning asked nervously.
Lin Tian said, we have to wait for him to wake up naturally.
It shouldn't take long. We'll know if he's back to normal soon. Yes. Hu Guifang and Luo Bingning waited nervously. Lin Tian was quite calm.
With his abilities, he could tell that Zhao Dong would definitely wake up.
Zhao Dong's problem with the dual soul syndrome was not very serious. Dean, Miss Luo, how did I fall asleep? Zhao Dong woke up after less than 5 minutes, looking confused.